Stream elements. Said. S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming hunt, showdown, chair problems. Really?
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, giusto T.
water. Well, that's a wasted tea. Yeah, I think. Wow. No.
Never gonna get you now. I'm gonna leave tonight. I'm gonna and make you.
Alright fam, how to check if a firearm is unloaded. Starting with the semi-automatic pistol, first with our finger off the trigger, remove the magazine and then rack that slide back. One more time, magazine first, slide second. You can have an empty magazine and still a loaded gun, so make sure you check that chamber. Next up, an AR platform. Similar to the pistol, you're going to remove the magazine first and then pull that charging handle back. We're essentially unloading the firearm, but double check that chamber because an empty magazine does not mean an empty gun. You're better than that, don't be negligent. And we can't forget about revolvers. Simply pop your cylinder open and that's where your rounds will be. You can use the ejector rod or tilt the firearm up so that they fall out if upward is a safe direction. And a little bonus etiquette, do not hand someone a firearm like this. If you've confirmed that it's empty, either set it down so that they can pick it up or hand it like this. Okay, go be baddies, bye. Alright fam, how to check if a firearm is unloaded.
Weinexug said, "Hello, hello."
Howdy. My text-to-speech is brilliant. It would read the name of the person that came to chat, and then it would, you know, read the message, and I can, you know, I can faster read your note before it actually hear text-to-speech. But okay, fair enough. How are you, man?
Weinexug said, "Wanna see a funny VID?"
Yeah.
Weinexug said, "I just came from the dentist num AF."
No.
Weinexug said, https://udo.be/vtkm3ufbjns.
Just a second, let me just check the spawns. I don't want to get decapitation. You have to come to this tree in order to assess the compound. And I see no hives. No AI. Okay, let me see, what did you send me? Come on. Oh, wow. Okay. So. Oh, I watched this. The part about water devils and about the night maps. The guys from the demolition ranch doing the fanning. You can do this to me.
Weinexug said, "It's pretty funny."
Yeah. The part about water devils is funny as fuck. Oh yeah, and about drunken EU players, that's kind of a truth. Like, but I seen the US players also during the weekends, they pop a beer or a vodka or something like that, or tequila, like my friend from Mexico. They pop up like alcohol and they still play fairly good, you know, which is commendable. It's kind of true for the 99% of the time. Like the stuff that happens. Oh yeah, bomb. I think that's nitro. Not sure 100%. I want money. Die already. I like how I extinguish the die flame. Wow, there is 3 pieces of shit here, 3 meters. Yeah, forget about the clue. Clunk, clunk. People. Leap of faith. So, yeah, the boss lair is there. Look at that. You see this? Sparks pistol. Ah! Morius Vivir.
Weinexug.
Morius Vivir.
Yes, the furnace.
Yeah, it's kind of a stupid. I can spot it from like two compounds away. I don't even have to collect clues. It's luck based shit. You just need to have like a keen eye for the like little. You see, like there's like little smoke coming out of the chimney. Thank you, Elden Ring. Wow. Wow. Okay. There is like 99% of the chance that one of these like pieces of shit is gonna set off the alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Raise the alarm!
Wynexug said. One time a leech walked into my own barrel trap and killed me.
Yep. It happened to me at least 2 times. I mean, this way I think they shouldn't be aware there is traps around. Like, who would, of a sane mind, would trap the barrel next to the meat hit? Well, nobody, I think.
Wynexug said. I was extremely confused to what the fuck happened until I realized what it actually was.
Silence! No, this isn't good. Do you like the Wi-Fi kits?
Wynexug said. The what?
Wi-Fi kits. How you would get hit outside of the range.
Wynexug said. Oh, you mean like hit rate being behind because lag or so shit?
Yeah. Hit track in Hunt Showdown. Exactly like that.
Wynexug said. I don't know, my friend got the reload bug like 4 times yesterday, it was funny.
Single shot weapons or a pistol? What was it?
Wynexug said. It was for the vet early.
Oh.
Wynexug said. Couldn't reload it.
Yeah, I know. It keeps doing the broken reload animation over and over and over, and stuff just doesn't happen. Look at the range of the aggro. Look at that. Nice. I hope they have a poison sense. Well, you could get a free kill. Maybe from here. I'm not sure. Let me see. Yeah. If you get lucky, you can pop somebody head off from this thing. Or... Wow. Amazing. Amazing game. Or if you feel cocky, you could go up. Make yourself a good target. Actually check from there and stay here. It's not that bad. It's a bit on the open and they see you as a, you know, like a human silhouette on a flat roof. So you're pretty good target after you reveal yourself. So if you're gonna shoot, you know, don't miss. Okay, I got summon, collect $1,000 in one mission, and I want to do that, but it's kind of a luck based. I have to find enough of There you go. No. Notice how the dogs did in egg road. Now, here is a $1 million question. Is it gonna go off? You may have noticed that sometimes your sticky grenade won't do shit. It will just, you know, go off.
Didn't happen to me yet.
Oh yeah. Like your reload bug. It happened with a single shot weapons to me. and only with the single shot weapons. Oh, we don't want to fire here. Well, I shouldn't have jumped. Anyway, what do you think about Elden Ring, new DLC, Barbarians of something something? I mean, they announced it, but you know, I don't know the exact date. That wasn't a headshot. And there was. Interesting. Whoa. Okay, let's give it an old rabadab.
Wynexug said, it's gonna be about Horalu-like tribe, right?
You know, because the Horalu is leader of the outer tribe area, something like that. Hello. Yeah. Do you see this shit effect they made? Watch this. What the fuck is that? What is this? What is this? It's like a sun reflection of this shit.
Wynexug said, oh yeah, I think it's a bug.
No, it's a feature actually. It's one of the Crytek features, so you can see if your display has you know, stains.
Wynexug said,
If it has stains,
I
it's
can't
gonna glow.
wait for the DLC, it's probably gonna be so insanely good.
Oh yeah, I agree. Okay, now let me try to make some money.
Wynexug said, just looking at their other games DLCs, they are always just top tier, at least for me.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to share you this.
S.W.Frost 1 said, https://clips.twitch.tv/puzzledtoyscorpion buddha bar_nagl1ksmf nui jn. S.W.Frost 1 said, Bald I made today. S.W.Frost 1 said, it was. S.W.Frost 1 said, 1/10 times.
How was that a miss? How was that a miss? How can she slap? How can she slap like that? Oh wait. Okay, none. No money. No money. No money. Go, 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 go. No money. I need just one cash register with $1,000. One is that I need. Okay. Okay. One more place. Yeah, this is boring, sorry. Feel free to start any topic you want. Are these doors usually open? No? Oh! Okay.
Wynexug said,
That's new.
my upper lip is legit dead, so I'm just vibing.
Oh, well... fair enough. Then some music, maybe. Ah, fuck me. Tell me if my stream gets muted. Muscle Museum. Well, it might get muted. This is a solo, definitely. What did I loot? Something to come back to, but you don't have the time. Ah! Wait until it's over. Too little, much too Nope. Trying to resist it, you just gone and missed it. It's escaped your world.
Winexu says, does the bounty count for the money mission or not?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I have a different problem. I think somebody spawned here in this compound. Not even near close. Oh my lord. Perfect trap. It's just faster to kill it with an axe. With potato aim. Come on! Thank you. My sweet revenge will be yours for the taking. It's in the making, baby. Oh. My sweet revenge will be yours for the taking. It's in the making. Baby, oh, pinnacle of Crytek programming, AI programming. Woo! Woo! I am not coder, but that's hilarious. That's hilarious. No. Look the other way. This is very poor cover. Very poor cover.
Oh my lord! Ah!
Oh, I did it. Yay. Wow. So many men.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
She said Nothing to confess to, but I have time to look the other way.
Vertical integration is a concept in business in which a company owns multiple stages of production in order to reduce costs, maximize profits, and streamline the overall operation. For example, Apple manufactures their own hardware. They develop their own software that's then sold through their own stores. I sell t-shirts. Maybe I could screen print my own t-shirts and buy a sweatshop somewhere in Asia and have my clothes sewn together by children. I don't do that, but I could. What if your business was, I don't know, selling human body parts? It would be pretty convenient then to also own a funeral home. Get a nice stock of dead bodies. Well, that's exactly the idea that Megan Hess, an entrepreneur in Colorado, had. But as she soon learned, things can get a little messy when dealing with human remains. So for today's episode, let's talk about the funeral home owner that sold her customers body parts without their consent. This video is sponsored by NordVPN. A lot of the times, the movies we want to watch are locked to certain regions. For example, recently I was in the mood to watch Planet Terror again. So I go to Netflix and it's not available right now, but you know where it is available? Canada. With NordVPN's 5,400 plus servers in 59 countries, you have no borders. With just a click, you can look like you're anywhere in the world and consume region-locked media to your heart's content. So I go to NordVPN, I change my location to Canada, and oh, would you look at that? Play now. And now, NordVPN has a new feature called Threat Protection. Threat Protection steps up your cybersecurity, rolling out first via NordVPN's desktop app. Once Threat Protection is on, it protects from malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads. And Threat Protection is constantly on the lookout regardless of whether or not you're actually connected to the VPN. Take control of your internet experience now with NordVPN. Right now you can get a 2-year plan at a huge discount. Plus 1 additional month for free when you go to nordvpn.com/wang. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/wang or click the link in the description below. Personally, I don't really care what happens to my dead body after I die. I have no use for it anymore. For all I care, you can tie me to the back of a truck and drag me around like Big Boss Man did to the Big Show's father. I realize though that I'm not normal in this regard. So when weird stuff starts happening to people's dead family members' remains, they kind of feel some type of way. So when you die, you got a few options. Among them, you can get buried, you can get cremated, maybe you donate your organs. To tell this story, it's a bit important to distinguish though between organ donations and donating your body to science and research or whatever. You got that organ donation checkbox on the back of your ID. My mother always told me not to check that off because then if you get into an accident, they let you die so they can take your organs. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like if it was true, they wouldn't tell you anyway, so regardless, organ donation is heavily regulated in the US. Selling organs for transplants is super illegal, and arrangements for transplants can't be made by for-profit organizations. They must be done by a charity that's registered with the government. Body parts that are sold not for transplants, but say research or educational purposes or things like that, much less regulated. In fact, in the US, there are no federal laws governing this, and very few state laws, and people do make a pretty penny off of this. But we'll get into the exact prices later. I think mostly the context that we've heard about donating your body to science is in kind of a joke context. Like, oh hey, you got a stupid brain there. Scientists should take your brain and study how stupid your brain is. So we know how your stupid brain works, we have a better understanding of what it's like to be stupid. The reality though, it's not so much like that. The reality of it is actually kinda sad. You see, whether you're having regular burial or cremation, dealing with the remains of a deceased family member is really expensive, cost prohibitive for some people. And that sometimes is where they wind up in a business called a body broker. Sounds like something out of Shadowrun. Body brokers are mostly for-profit companies that'll give you low-cost or even free cremations in exchange for being allowed to receive the body as a donation. What a lot of people don't realize though, especially because of the use of the term donation, the body isn't merely being given away for research, but rather the body is sold for a lot of money, often chopped up piece by piece. Very lucrative business, especially if you have a way to guarantee the flow of fresh bodies. For example, say if one were to run a body broker out of a funeral home. In 2017, Reuters did an investigation into the shady side of the body broker business. A lot of horrors were uncovered, like the story of a professionally decapitated woman found in the woods. Shells of HIV-infected heads stacked up among thousands of other body parts. Seminars involving cadavers in hotel ballrooms. And their investigation found that only one such facility, a joint body broker / funeral home, existed in the US. The Sunset Mesa Funeral Directors and Donor Services in Montrose, Colorado, owned by Megan Hess, who is in business with her parents, Shirley and Alan Koch. The operation begins in 2006, and pretty quickly all kinds of deceptions can be found. For example, they had these pamphlets for donor services that read, "Be a hero, be an organ donor." Now, technically, I guess if you're donating your body for research or education or whatever, it is kind of a heroic thing in a sense. I mean, research does save lives. They do have to figure this stuff out somehow. And the future surgeons of the world do use bicycle. But that's clearly not what's being implied by these pamphlets. You get handed one of these things and you think, oh, I'm gonna die, my kidney is gonna save a kid's life. And on the now defunct website for this company, the deception was even more overt, with a splash page talking about life-saving organ transplants and how many people die waiting for a transplant, and linking to a legitimate but completely unrelated charity that actually does facilitate organ donations, Donate Life Colorado. In a later version of the website, the link to Donate Life Colorado is removed, but the statistics about organ transplants would remain, just a blurb added under Megan's portrait that says, "Without donation, there is no research. Without research, there is no cure." So at least now there's some attempt to give a real idea of what the business is about, even though it's still intentionally misleading. Then there's the issue of the fake qualifications. On her website, Megan claimed to have a doctorate in mortuary science, and in her office she proudly displayed her diploma, a doctorate of funeral services from the University of Mortuary Science. But there's no such degree as Doctor of Funeral Services, and there's no institution called the University of Mortuary Science. When she was questioned about this, all references to it were removed from the website. Ultimately, though, that didn't really matter since no degree was actually required to do this to begin with. Interviews with former employees, though, would reveal more damning insights. For example, there was former employee Carrie Escher. Carrie had mentioned conversations with Shirley Koch, who once again was Hess's mother, who worked at the funeral home. She had bragged about all the gold teeth that she had pulled from dead bodies, and even showed her the collection of dead people's gold teeth. And that was just a part of the collection. You see, she had sold a bunch of the teeth the year prior, and she bragged about having used that money to take the family out to Disneyland. But believe it or not, a funeral director removing gold from dead people's mouths is not illegal in most states, including Colorado. Another former employee, Jennifer Henderson, told Reuters a similar story in which Hess bragged about making 40 grand in a month selling bodies. She would make similar brags often, and note that none of the employees that were interviewed had anything to do with the body broker business. They were all on the funeral home side of things, but they just couldn't help but brag about all the money they were making. So why was this so profitable? Let's take a look at how the prices break down. A price quote Hess sent to an Arizona medical training lab in 2016 offered torsos for $1,000 each. A pelvis with upper legs went for $1,200, heads for $500, a knee for $250, and a foot for $125, according to a 2013 donor services price list reviewed by Reuters. These transactions would allegedly be done through Hotmail, which sounds incredibly believable based off of a single glance at this woman. That's a Hotmail haircut if I've ever seen one. But of course, it's not illegal to have 80s hair, and once again, it's not illegal to make money selling dead people's body parts. What is illegal, though, is to sell the parts of people who did not consent to having their parts sold. And with an unusually high number of complaints regarding suspicious remains being given to people, as well as information garnered from the Reuters interviews, the FBI began to take a look into Hess and her operation. Complaints often revolved around cremated remains received by the families being suspicious. For example, one family was initially told they had lost the remains of their loved one. Eventually, the remains were found, but the family received what they believed to be an unusually light amount of ashes, as well as pieces of a watch, rivets, and a zipper, none of which the deceased was wearing when brought to the funeral home. Perhaps the most damning case, though, is one in which the family actually had their loved one's ashes tested, and they were told that these were not actually ashes. Rather, they had been given a jar of concrete. And in February of 2008, the funeral home would be shut down by the FBI. At the time, not for any of these specific complaints, but because over the course of their investigation, they had found that Hess had not been keeping the cremation and final disposition records that were required by law. Additionally, they had also found that they had disposed of bodies without the proper permits. Note though that in the course of the investigation, state investigators had found bags of dried concrete on the facility. News of what was going on with this funeral home began to spread, and any family who had any dealing with it was quickly struck with the reality of what had been going on. In a piece by IBH Fife for the Colorado Sun, she documents her experience with the funeral home. When her father died, she went there simply because it was the cheapest place to get a cremation. And like others, when she received the cremated remains, she was struck by how light they seemed. At the time though, she just thought maybe that's just how it is. She wasn't really familiar with what it's like to hold a cremated body. But after the news breaks, she starts to look into local online groups and see what people are saying about it.
Nice.
People talking about bodies being sold all over the world. Megan chopping up bodies in the back room with tools from Home Depot. All she's thinking about what might have happened to her father, and then she gets a call from the FBI. The agent gave me the news. Suspecting it is one thing. Hearing the details is another. They said she cut him up in the back room of the funeral home, then sold his head, his torso, his arms, his legs below the knees. The only part of him that she didn't sell was his thighs. She cut his frail old body to pieces and pocketed the money. Similar experiences will be recounted by several people interviewed by Sam Tabachnik of the Denver Post. People holding urns of fake ashes, being told by the FBI that their loved ones' bodies were sold against their will, all seeking justice against the people who deceived them and desecrated their families' bodies. Yet Judy Kressler, who after her father died of lung cancer, agreed to donate some of his body for cancer research. She learned that instead of the donation she had agreed to, his whole body was plastinated and sent to Saudi Arabia. Plastination, if you don't know what that means, it's a way of preserving anatomical specimens. Think like the Body Worlds exhibit. So what was actually in the urn that she had received? After getting an analysis done, it turned out that she was holding a mix of some unknown person's ashes and burnt garbage. It wouldn't be until 2 years later, though, in 2020, that Hess and her mother were arrested. Although investigators noted they were alleged to have sold body parts when it was unauthorized, and that when it was authorized they sold more than what was agreed to, the official charges wound up being 6 counts of mail fraud and 3 counts of transporting hazardous materials. The reason for this being that some of the body parts that they sold were infected with hepatitis and HIV when they had certified that they were disease-free. So essentially, this was all happening more because people buying the body parts were getting ripped off. In July of 2022, Hess and Koch would go to trial, revealing some of the inner workings of how they would prey on desperate people, with a general callousness towards the whole thing. For example, you got this one 2014 exchange between Hess and a potential buyer. Meeting with Hospice on the 4th. Opening the floodgates of donors, Hess wrote to a prospective body part buyer in 2015. They have 4 or 5 deaths a day. Get ready. How about a deal on full embalmed spines? $950?
I'd buy that for $1.
Both Hess and Koch originally pleaded not guilty. Ultimately, though, they would change to guilty pleas in exchange for reduced sentences and some of the charges being dropped. As of now, Hess is looking at as many as 20 years, but as low as 2 years. A result that is extremely dissatisfactory for a lot of the families affected. The families noted a lack of remorse on their part and an unwillingness to take responsibility for their actions. And they also noted the unreputable sorts of places that the bodies wound up at. For example, one of the facilities that a body was sent to got caught thawing out the body in the parking lot with a garden hose. Ultimately, it seems unlikely that the families are actually going to get the result they would like from this, but sentencing as of now is set for November 7th, so we'll see what happens. But anyway, that's all for now. If you like this video, check out my video about the Tumblr witch who sold stolen human bones to do magic with. I'm out. Do you know that magic is real? Ever since I saw Papa Shango make black stuff drip down from the Ultimate Warrior's face back in the day, I knew that magic was real. You know how he did it? Bones. But animal bones won't do. Oh no. You see, you need real human bones. But sometimes, you gotta be a little creative with how you get these bones. Take for instance the time a Tumblr which came across some real human bones from a graveyard. So she decides that she's gonna take these bones and sell them on the internet so people can do magic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of Bone Gazi. This video is sponsored by Shudder. Shudder is my favorite streaming service, basically the Netflix of horror, and it's curated in such a way that I'm confident in saying that it's run by real horror fans. If you enjoy this video, you might be interested in their collection of magic-related horror books. Of these, I personally recommend Inferno, the very slept-on follow-up to Suspiria. You can stream great thrillers, horror, and suspense for $5.99 a month or $56.99 a year and get them on all your favorite devices, iPhones, iPads, Apple TV, Xbox One, Roku, and more. Get started streaming the best horror, thriller, and supernatural content. Shudder's expertly curated collection includes titles like the acclaimed Tigers Are Not Afraid, One Cut of the Dead, Revenge, and the Creepshow TV series produced by Greg Nicotero and based on the famous films by George Romero. To try Shudder free for 30 days, go to shudder.com and use code WANG. That's SHUDDER, Shudder. One day in the middle of December of 2015, a Tumblr user made a hysterical call-out post. I know what you're thinking, what makes that different from any other day on Tumblr? Well, you see, this was a special call-out post. A post that would unleash the phenomenon known as the Bones Discourse, or Bongazi. Post, made by a user named Pastel Provera, read as follows. PSA, Tumblr user Little Fucking Monster is stealing human bones from cemeteries in Louisiana. Please don't let them get away with this and spread the word /signal boost. Now, as I alluded to before, calling people out on Tumblr is as common as breathing air. And this being a much more outrageous accusation than usual, some people thought it might have been a post satirizing the other call-out post. But the ones willing to take it seriously at first needed some evidence. A reasonable approach considering it's the internet and anybody can say anything about anybody. Accusations are real easy to weaponize against people you don't like. The person accused, Little Fucking Monster, aka Ender, a self-described angry floofball with a love of kittens and BDSM, seems pretty much like if any of us were tasked with creating a hypothetical Tumblr person from scratch. Maybe they just pissed somebody off. No, as it turns out, there were receipts, and they were shared by a Tumblr user named NoPathFollowed. These receipts came in a form of a screenshot of a Facebook post from a private group called the Queer Witch Collective, which described itself as a collective of queer witches diverse in age, nationality, gender, race, class, ability, and more. To strive for a better community for everyone, we must acknowledge how privileges and oppression intersect across these labels. We are committing to forming an
Gdje se Dragana?
Si tu, jes.
Ili idete po biciklu? Ili Milan to radi...
Trebalo bi.
Aha. Fino.
Šta te, zvao te, jel?
Ne, izgleda da mu nedostajem. Poslao mi poruku na Twitch. Ne znam zašto meni, ja nemam veze s biciklom, ali dobro. Vjerojatno da flexa, znajući njega. Milanovo posto.
Šta ti je ovo chair problems really?
A to je skok. Kako možda uskočiš u boss arenu sa stuba. Pogledaj ako te zanima. Nije praktično kad možda i jest, ako imaš vremena to da uradiš. Možeš kroz prozor da uskočiš u boss arenu. A ako imalo server laguje, stvorit ćeš se ispod vrata, znaš, umjesto da uskočiš gore.
Da. To ti u druge igre nije tako.
U druge igre.
Znaš kako ti u druge igre radi kad, primjer, laguješ sa latencijom? Karakter onako laguje, kao da trokira onako, ide napred nazad.
Da, ali ideš dalje.
Tebe ne vraći, ti ideš tamo gdje si, tu si, razumiješ? To je suština, razumiješ?
Da. Loše urađeno. Ili što kaže Peđa, dobra igra. Nema starog nigde.
Ti primijetio već?
No.
Ti ga danas nisi odio u pakiranje.
Ne. Jutro sam proveo pola sata, znači poslije doručka, pošto ja obično ujutro doručkujem, poslije doručka počeo nešto da mi se proći po želucu. I ja odem do kreta, rekao ja odmorit ću jedno 5 minuta 10, pa idem na posao, rekao ako bude kakvi problem otiću na rabotu tamo u toalet. Kurac. Znači mora sam neđe oko 25-20 do 6 me oteralo u WC. Bio sam skoro pola sata. Znači sad doručak sam izbačio. Sam prošao kroz mene. Nisam povraćao već samo sam na WC šolju bio i to je to.
Da.
I kad mi je bilo malo bolje, otišao sam uzeo neke tablete, neki probiotik mi je prepisala i neki antibiotik, nešto što se uzima jedan dnevno. I tražio sam i nisam ćeo da ide na posao, poslije da provedem pola rabote u toaletu. Nisam ja kao ove žene, one i kad im je loše, one dođu, znaš, kao da se računa da su tu. Ne volim ja to da radim. Ako se ne osjećam dobro, neću doći sigurno. Uzeo tablete, papir za bolovanje, platio sve, kupio novine i ništa nisam jeo, verujem. Pregladan sam. Mislim da ću supu samo pojest popodne. A ti si slab sa supom, jel?
Pa ako je domaća, jedem, ali iz kesice slabo.
Znači domaću voliš, dobro.
Kad se sastave gombuzi dilene i to je opšte budalaština, znaš.
A šta, gledaš ih skoro?
Trolaju ljude, znaš.
Šta, gađi kroz zidove to?
Ne, nešto im viče prema voice chatu, preko voice chata. Skiče nešto, kriče, tako.
A to više radi publike koja gleda stream, znaš. Bar se nadam da je za to. Znači to ti je para radi. Koga gledaš?
Ovo je Delaney, ovo je šedene. Krištika.
That range, man?
Yeah, like 10 meters.
They maybe missed stage 3, I don't know. You hit her? I know. I know. I want him, like,
You're supposed not to kill them, man.
his,
You're supposed to die.
how to say, content today is to... So, my content is to make Crown look very good. To fight that off.
Mene internet zabade njemu stream, trči
Treba
frame.
nešto internet zajebava.
Shift plus W today? It's always shift plus W, you know it.
Znam zašto je.
I mean, because we're in duo, we're definitely going more aggressive today.
Možda Simo nešto gleda, to može biti.
Or you
Ne verujem ako
or you
gleda,
wanna run
samo
the
download može
triple
da
stack?
jebava.
Ili ovaj Diablo razvalje. Kad odem escape, alt tab.
I wanted to sip coffee, man. Doggo.
To mu ne izbaci na ekran ono ko je uzeo bounty kad uzme bounty. Razumeš što ti pričam?
Kapiram.
Ne piše mu kao vamo gore na sred ekrana ko je uzeo.
Pičku mater.
Izgledaš ti u čipu opciju.
Tell me like it's very similar to Ukrainian. It is pretty similar, man.
The other day it was like just unbelievable.
Yeah, it was just depressing. Today we're already rolling, man.
I
Easy.
don't count like how many times I just like stand still in the open, just talk to the chat, and no one kill us, man.
Yeah. It was very empty. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies, man. Thank you. We get volume of Delaney a little bit up. Just think of destructible environment, like dynamite blowing up small, big holes with the walls to walk through. In bomblings and explosive crossbows. I would love that, but only on like some walls. Like, it would be shady if every wall's destructible. It would literally become Rainbow Six Siege and Pain. If there's some walls that you can like just create paths with, that would be interesting. Because it's Wednesday, my dudes. Oh yeah, it is Wednesday, my dudes. It's a good day.
This would be one of those sorrowful deaths for no good reason.
Anti-oppressive / ethical space. As such, we actively combat forms of oppression, including but not limited to racism, ableism, sexism, cissexism, classism, colorism, casteism, etc. The post, made by Ender Darling, is as follows. Content warning, graves, bone hunting. Comment if there are added warnings needed. About 20 minutes from my house in New Orleans is what we call the poor man's graveyard. Most graveyards around here are full of above-ground graves because we live in a fish market, but there happens to be a graveyard where it's all in-ground graves. For those of us who are too poor to afford above-ground burial. When it rains, of course, bones wash up. The older the grave, the more you find. You can literally walk around and see femurs, teeth, jaws, skull caps, etc., etc. This is where I go to find my human bones. For curse work and general spells that require bone, I find human bones are easier for work with for me rather than animal bones. I can relate and work with the energy they carry, if that makes any sense. Anyways, I wanted to see if I started selling. Basically cover shipping to wherever you happen to be, if people would be interested. I know human bones aren't easy to come by, and I usually have leftovers. I only go once a month, or when it rains here. And at first, the responses actually seem kind of interested, but they're also kind of cautious because they're not sure if it's legal to just go buy bones to a fake. I noticed that specifically one of the people wanted to know if you could buy bones in New York, where I'm from. So I had to know, can I buy bones in New York City? And the answer is yes. In fact, you can legally buy bones in any US state except for Georgia, Tennessee, and now Louisiana. And there are actually many websites that will sell them to you. Of course, I imagine that most of these websites are just finding whatever bones happen to wash up. But with the legal concerns out of the way, there are also some ethical concerns that people would bring up. Not the ethics of, digging up unwitting people's corpses for magic, no. The ethics of whether or not you're doing magic good. An article by Vice describes one of the interactions that hasn't been archived. Others sought to ensure that Darling's practices were ethical by magical standards. Are you making any sort of offering or payment at the graveyard to the dead or the spirits of the land? One user questioned. I bring drink and honey and flowers, Darling responded, later clarifying that they never actually dig for bones, but merely take what they find along their path. Me and my goddess have a pact, Darling explained. She provides the bones, and I only take what the earth gives, and I leave offerings. And even this line of questioning was kind of crossing a boundary. You see, part of fostering that anti-oppressive space that the group mentioned in their mission statement involved not questioning other people's practices. In theory, this was to prevent the shaming of magical traditions from other cultures. But consider that this cemetery was identified by a number of group members as Holt Cemetery, considered by some to be one of the most haunted cemeteries in all of New Orleans. Potter's Field, with a history of grave robbing due to the conditions that Ender described, and which was in a location that would most likely have a lot of poor black people buried. At that point, you gotta start wondering what's more important in maintaining an anti-oppressive space. Not questioning someone's magical techniques, or not digging up the bodies of dead black people to do magic with. The group was a bit divided on this, with some members outraged for the reasons I've outlined, while others defending it, saying that the bones would have wound up in garbage anyway, and this gives them more purpose. But ultimately, one user had enough, and the group sprung a leak. This is a public alert. Seriously. Anyone know this little shithead? Better tell her to stay the fuck out of Holt Cemetery, or her bones might get broken. I am not joking. Please spread the word and keep a lookout for yet another fucking cultural vulture. For fuck's sake, I am furious. This was the post that would bring this story out of the privacy of the group and into the public sphere. And as a result, the group kicked everybody out. Hey witches, it's come to our attention that people in this group were leaking information outing members as witches / trans / survivors and or working the group. To solve this, we removed all the group members except the mod team. Feel free to re-add yourself. We will screen and re-add members ASAP. At this point though, it was a little too late to put the genie back in the bottle. This thing was spreading all over Tumblr. There were some people on there who were contributing their serious thoughts on the bones. I was chatting at my friend who is a literal voodoo boker about this bone and grave robbing thing. She's been following it herself, but says that there's some bad karma to be had by taking the bones of people outside your family. The bones of family and ancestors actually have a lot of power to give to the living if treated properly with respect. She says the white soccer mom witch should have just stuck with asking the spirits for some of their grief. Others were simply content to see the end of what some members considered the great meme drought of 2015. And even others were quick to point out something that honestly drives me up the wall. You know, all the time I'll have people send me video ideas that are like, this person on the internet is doing something illegal, and you should make a video exposing them. Like, here's an idea. How about you expose them to the fucking police? YouTubers are not the police, and as much as YouTubers are not the police, Tumblr users are even less the police. But as it turned out, the police were actually already on the case. WWL News, a local Louisiana television station, had been alerted to the case to the original which made the Facebook call-out post. In the course of their investigation, they spoke to Adam Stevenson, president of an organization called Save Our Cemetery, a local group dedicated to the preservation of cemeteries in New Orleans. He mentioned that this is actually a surprisingly common issue, and he referred them to his contact at the Attorney General's office, Ryan Seidman. When asked about Benghazi, Seidman had this to say. We dealt with one of these problems last week, and this one came up this weekend, Seidman said. Seidman said that Holt Cemetery is one of the worst with this problem. He explained that it's because, unlike other cemeteries in this city, the people are buried underground. The remains break down quickly, and there is a lot of turnover in the cemetery, Seidman added. The report also mentioned that despite what you may think, this is actually just a misdemeanor. So if the Attorney General and half of Tumblr on their ass, Ender Darling made a new Tumblr account to fight back, with a massive post entitled, "No, I am not digging up fucking graves, JFC." In the post, Ender insists that their original post was taken out of context, and by selling the bones, they just meant someone covering the shipping costs. They also go on to accuse their detractors of being racist. You see, the type of magic that Ender Darling practiced was indigenous, or as they called it, indigenious, which I guess is a type of indigenous person who watches Rick and Morty. They also allege that people were threatening both them and their child. And now, I fully believe that the threats did happen because I've seen it happen with much less egregious things than grave robbing. But I also hate so much that these kinds of things get singled out to be used as a get-out-of-jail-free card for valid criticism. They continue to say that they did not get the bones from Holt Cemetery, and reiterated that they did not dig up the bones, but rather they simply found them. They argued that they had seen a backhoe digging into the graves to make room for more bodies, and it would have been more disrespectful to just leave them there where they would have inevitably wound up in the trash. There's also a bit of a jab at the other forms of magic practiced in the Facebook, with Ender saying that they thought this was a safe space for dark, indigenous magic, and not, as they call it, wicked, fluffy magic. I am not wicked. I'm not fluffy. I work with death and bones, curses and hexes, the dark, and the things not for the faint of heart. And you ain't about to shame me for it. Shots fired. They conclude the rant by accusing other groups in New Orleans of stealing way more bones than they did. And while Ender didn't corroborate that statement, it is backed up by claims by the Attorney General and the Cemetery Preservation. But regardless, the law cares not much about it. You made the crime or you didn't. And on January 28, 2016, Ender Darling's home was raided by the police, where they found at least 11 human bones and 4 teeth placed on Walter. They also subpoenaed Ender's Facebook message history, revealing admissions that the collection of bones had been going on since at least November 16th, and where they had several interactions with people making plans to pick up the bones from their apartment, with at least 7 instances of the exact address being given to interested parties. Seemingly, the police had Ender dead to rights here, but if you asked Ender what happened, you'd think it was no biggie. In a phone interview with New Orleans Advocate that March, Ender Darling had this to say. They were coming in seriously expecting to find bodies and human organs and have me and my roommates arrested for black marketing human remains, said Ender Darling, the self-styled witch, whose Facebook posts attracted a team of heavily armed lawmen to a mid-city home earlier this year. You should have seen their faces when they walked into the house and found a bunch of sleeping hippies. Several months later, Ender Darling was taken into police custody on July 15th and booked 2 weeks later with an $8,500 bail. Damn, I guess they should have cast some kind of spell that makes you not get arrested. It seemed that the passing of time made Ender think they got away with it, but the reality was the police were merely waiting for an analysis on the bones to determine whether or not they were really human remains. And it turned out they were real bones. But you know what? In the end, it didn't even matter. The only charges they could get to stick to Ender Darling were burglary and marijuana possession, which Ender pled guilty to. A 5-year suspended sentence was given for the burglary and 15 days were given for the marijuana possession, with credit for time served. And this was the last the internet heard from Ender Darling. But it was clear that something had to be done about this failure of the legal system to protect dead bodies. And thus, Louisiana State Representative Neil Reiser, himself a funeral homeowner, introduced the Louisiana Human Remains Protection and Control Act, which enacted stronger penalties on people caught stealing human remains with increasing severity for repeat offenders. I mean, me personally, I don't care what happens when I die. Use my bones for magic, throw me in the fucking garbage, and I promise I'll be too dead to care. And anyway, that's the story of Bongazi. If you like this video, check out my video about the Silent Hill circumcision fiasco. I'm out. When Silent Hill first came out, I think a lot of people expected it to be some kind of cheap imitation of Resident Evil. Those games being as successful as they were, I think it became pretty clear that survival horror was here to stay. But while most of the imitators are largely forgotten about, Silent Hill, despite, Konami doing Konami things, maintained a legacy that's lasted nearly 20 years. What made Silent Hill so different was that it took a vaguer, more supernatural and atmospheric approach to horror. It left a lot to the imagination, and this vagueness led to a lot of discussion and fan theories, and not just, the lame kinds of fan theories you usually hear for everything about how all the main characters are really dead, or, every character is secretly Jesus. Those kinds of theories for Silent Hill do exist, but they exist for basically everything. Meanwhile, Silent Hill is also host to a lot more complex theories, like the idea that Silent Hill is the nexus point for a bunch of different parallel dimensions, or that Pyramid Head is actually the good guy. Or how about the theory that Walter Sullivan, the main antagonist from Silent Hill 4, who first was mentioned in Silent Hill 2 as a serial killer, fell into his villainous ways because as a child, he was circumcised. Now, the circumcision theory, first posited by the Silent Hill wiki, is not one of the more widely accepted theories about the game, but it is certainly the most infamous. Find out why on this episode of Tales from the Internet. This episode is sponsored by my own damn merch store, where I've got a brand new design up where I've got tentacles. It's cool, buy it.
Oscar Mayer wieners are all meat.
I'm gonna be honest, I kinda hate fan theories. Most video game fan theories are usually just these massive reaches that it sounds like something that came from people who had their brains ruined by high school English class. They're usually pretty ridiculous, but every once in a while you'll come across a theory that's just so outlandish that you just gotta take a step back and appreciate it. Enter the Silent Hill circumcision theory. It was first posited on the Silent Hill wiki in December of 2015 by a user named Alex Shepard, possible circumcision victim. Judging by a visit in St. Jerome's Hospital, it is also possible Walter had his genitals, in parentheses penis, mutilated as a baby via circumcision, also known as male genital mutilation. There are some who theorize and compare circumcision to a dark, ancient, satanic/occult mutilation blood flesh ritual, as well as being connected to the Illuminati, which could have led to Walter's psyche becoming influenced by the occult of the order. And when boys become circumcised, it acts a covenant to the dark forces on the planet and enters a pact with Satan. They also believe it is disguised as a necessary medical practice, and some doctors are satanic/Illuminati puppets. Others believe that circumcision can harm the bond between mother and son, and a man's ability to love and bond with a woman. Circumcision can have an extreme influence on the psyche and have negative effects on the development of the human psyche because a baby's brain is extremely affectable, vulnerable, and susceptible to pain. Circumcision can scar a baby for life into adulthood and harm the healthy development of male sexuality. Circumcision can cause permanent brain damage, permanent psychological/brain rewiring, mental illness leading to depression and suicide, trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder, long-term aggravated response to pain. It was once thought that male genital mutilation would have beneficial properties by early 20th century doctors. Beginning the 21st century, circumcision, when performed for unnecessary non-medical reasons, is now regarded by some as a form of child abuse and a violation of human rights. As a result, circumcision is now a controversial and serious issue, with some believing that their government should be more supportive of victims of involuntary male genital mutilation, whether through more recognition or through monetary compensation. You know, on second thought, maybe I will take my circumcision reparations. The article, once again about Walter Sullivan from the video game Silent Hill, goes on to editorialize a bit about circumcision in America. Somehow, through an insane amount of sheer ignorance, stupidity, lack of common sense, and decades of Americans being severely brainwashed, circumcision was carried over to the 20th and early 21st century North America. It took North Americans hundreds of years to realize that mutilating babies' genitals without their consent wasn't such a good idea after all. Then again, it also took Americans time to stop killing Native Americans, witch burning, discriminating non-Christians, the non-religious and non-believers, slavery, racism and lynching, female oppression, and LGBT oppression. So issues like male genital mutilation, animal holocaust genocide in slaughterhouses, mass fluoridation of drinking water, trigger-happy police brutality, wage slavery, and wealth inequality would also take time. Remember, once again, that this is a wiki article about a character from Silent Hill 4, a game that contains absolutely no overt references to circumcision. It's just a theory. But yeah, I don't think MatPat's touching this one with an uncut 10-foot pole. But in the absence of any overt references to circumcision, the author of the edits provided these examples of possible circumcision symbolism. Many things in the Nightmare Hospital could be interpreted as horrific and traumatic circumcision metaphors and symbols, and a result of a barbaric, torturous, and inhumane procedure which should be banned and illegal worldwide. Bloody forceps on a stretcher. Possible phallic/penis symbolism. Possible anesthesia symbolism, syringes, needles, bills, and meat, bloody rags. Possible foreskin symbolism. That is a big-ass foreskin. Jesus Christ. It's basically the same size as Henry, a figure restrained, much like how babies must be restrained. There is also a possibility that the greedy worm monster has phallic symbolism, and may be symbolic of a circumcised mutilated penis. The greedy worm monster appears throughout many of the worlds in the game, and it may be symbolic of a monstrous circumcised mutilated penis searching for its missing foreskin, and the despair and horror of never being able to find and retrieve it. In other words, a man who feels violated and incomplete. So essentially, this guy thinks that this game, which once again has no overt references to foreskin, has an entire monster dedicated to this quest. It's like, give me back my foreskin. It's like that guy from Crip Show. It's like, I want my cake, but his cake is his foreskin. In fact, now that I think about that, that might actually improve the game. And at this point, it's worth noting that the article with these edits contains more text editorializing about circumcision than it does about Walter's actual activities in the game. So obviously other people did not share Alex Shepard's foreskin fixation, and they got into a little bit of an edit war on the wiki. You can't delete something because you don't like the truth. This has nothing to do with Silent Hill. Yes, it does. You are blatantly removing the effects of circumcision on the psyche, which is a core aspect of personality, and the fact that there is no compensation for circumcision victims / survivors is an injustice, and that's what Silent Hill is. More weird and unnecessary political commentary that isn't related to the character, because people need understanding of Walter's circumstances. Seriously, stop trying to remove history. And at the same time, there is also a war being waged on the talk page. Edits, RE, male genital mutilation. I don't quite remember the game being a lunatic anti-male genital mutilation rant, so I figured the article should probably be the same way and removed such. Even if that section is found to be worth keeping, if reinstated, it should probably do more than pay lip service to Sullivan's mental state rather than being some unhinged polemic. You're a fucking horrible human being for advocating genital mutilation, and 99% of Americans who advocate mutilating penises are fucking brainwashed morons. Circumcision can have a huge effect and huge influence on the development of a human being's psyche. It's the truth. What you are trying to do is erase American history and hide the truth. Seriously, don't be on the wrong side of history. It's like trying to delete the Holocaust article on Wikipedia saying it's some anti-Holocaust or anti-Nazi rant. That's how brainwashed you sound. Nobody is advocating genital mutilation. I'm against circumcision myself, but a lot of that section is entirely irrelevant to Silent Hill. After describing the evidence that shows Walter might have been circumcised, there's no need to include completely irrelevant information about how barbaric American doctors were. That's stuff belonging on websites dedicated to that topic, not a Silent Hill. You are so deluded. Silent Hill is all about exposing the atrocities of America. That's the entire purpose of it. It is a fact and truth that circumcision damages the male psyche and is part of a brainwashing dark ritual. And no, I won't remove it. Forced circumcision should be banned, and the American government, or Illuminati at this rate, should actually acknowledge it because it's an injustice to Americans. It also helps give backstory and understanding of male genital mutilation in America. People need to wake the fuck up and realize what's happening to humanity. Things came to a head on December 15th when the issue was brought to the Wiki's forum. Circumcision. What's with the America-bashing tirade against circumcision? Not exactly appropriate for a character book. And now a lot of the posts that were a part of that thread have since been deleting, but a lengthy response from Alex Shepard remains at the top. I already explained myself. Everyone should be anti-genital mutilation. The Wiki article is unbiased and factual, and if you can't see why, you are completely brainwashed. And even if the Wiki article is biased towards not mutilating children's genitals, good.
1. Male genital mutilation is a huge and serious human rights issue. It's not as simple as snip snip. You believe that you are brainwashed and desensitized. You are mutilating a baby's body. It is sick and barbaric child abuse and torture. If you support mutilating babies' genitals for unnecessary reasons, or ambivalent to it, you are brainwashed and a horrible human being. 2. Male genital mutilation can have a huge influence on the development of the human psyche, and if you believe otherwise, you are brainwashed. Studies have proven mental illness is linked to trauma as a baby. The fact alone is extremely noteworthy and can pave the way for the development of personality, which is why it should be listed near the top of Walter's argument. It is heavily implied Walter had his penis mutilated as a baby. Almost everything in Silent Hill is symbolic, and the fact that you could find human skin, anesthesia in the skin, bloody forceps, restrained child/baby figures, etc. is likely not a coincidence. Not to mention, Walter was an American back in the 1960s, when the vile practice was extremely popular and at its heyday. Even then, the article does not say Walter had his genitals mutilated as a fact. It only suggests a possibility. This is the way this Wikia has been. Possibilities and speculation are allowed as long as there is sufficient evidence for it. Silent Hill is all about the injustices of America. It's literally what the entire series is about. There is nothing wrong with going a little into detail about the history surrounding male genital mutilation in America. 5. This injustice is still an injustice because moronic people are still completely brainwashed about the truth of mutilating genitals and its effects. And there is, again, no compensation for male genital mutilation survivors and victims. Also, this is a Wikia, not a Wikipedia. He then followed it up with another post about his sources and his credentials as a gamer. If there was a top 10 list of the best Silent Hill fans, I would probably be in the 1 to 5 spot. I grew up with Silent Hill as a child, so I could see certain things in the game which other players will not. And then he added this edit to his original post. And lol at me being removed as an admin by a random non-IP user. You all realize this entire site is essentially mine, right? I am the top admin/bureaucrat of this site and have been for years. I have 40k edits on this site and the next admin has 13k. Yep, this wasn't a mere troll or some circumcision guy that just happened upon the wiki. Alex Shepard was one of the admins of the whole fucking site, and he would soon flex his administrative muscles by editing the original post in the thread from circumcision to mutilating babies' penises. An edit that he would frequently make to other posts in the thread. Ironically, a number of posts agreed with his stance on circumcision except for the fact that it has absolutely nothing to do with Silent Hill. No one disagrees that genital mutilation is a problem. However, the many paragraphs discussing the possible role of genital mutilation in Walter's profile seems out of place. This information could be included as a theory. The profile should not be used as an opportunity to argue for your view on genital mutilation, regardless of how much evidence you have to support your view. While botched circumcision is certainly one theory for Walter's childhood trauma, I'm not seeing any actual sources or citations for this theory. What from the source material, additional resources, books, interviews, etc. hints at this specific theory? Some who theorize are vague weasel words that essentially render the entire section untrustworthy. I can put, there are some who theorize Pyramid Head represents the Egyptian origin of the Order, and hide behind the same weasel words without a shred of evidence. So, to get back to the original topic, how do you justify twisting things like Silent Hill 4, which is rife with womb and birth imagery, as that's an important theme in the game, to be all about male genital mutilation, which is all about the dick? I didn't make it all about male genital mutilation. It's only mentioned on like 1 to 5 articles, and this wiki has over 2,000. Just 1 to 5 articles. Oh yeah, there were more circumcision-related theories out there in the wild of this wiki, including Alex Shepard's namesake, the character Alex Shepard from Silent Hill Homecoming. There is a popular theory in the Silent Hill fandom that Alex is secretly gay. The schism may be symbolized repressed homosexuality. The schism's head is phallic, and this, mixed with gynophobia theory, could be a symbol of Alex's divided feelings towards homosexuality and heterosexuality. Most men and humans are right-handed and masturbate with their right arm/hand. The fact that the left arm is normal and human-like, and the right arm is twisted and claw-like may represent Alex's guilt for masturbating to men. This may be why the monster has a box-like genitalia. It is being punished for its homosexuality by being unable to masturbate to men with a twisted arm as punishment. There is also a possibility that the schism is a circumcision, see male genital mutilation, metaphor, see also Walter Sullivan, and it is possible Alex was circumcised at birth, resulting in trauma. Circumcision has negative side effects and can result in a damaged and traumatized psyche. This would explain the schism's missing genitals and the bloody slit in its phallic and blade-like head. And although people in this thread were mostly concerned about the fact that none of this had anything to really do with Silent Hill, there were those who disputed his sources, particularly his use of psychology today as a source as opposed to, any studies or anything like that, to which he responded that the studies were compromised by the Satanists and the Illuminati. He would also get into an argument with the other admins, saying that because they're women, they wouldn't understand. I'm not ruining the entire wiki. You are just biased due to societal brainwash. Again, a lot of you don't care because you are being brainwashed. Alessa Gillespie, Enjoyable Ari, Miss Garland, Kemi Rowe, you are all female, and probably don't care about boys/men having their genitals mutilated because it doesn't benefit you. It's something you can't see. A perspective from a male who regrets their genitals being mutilated at birth because of bullshit. If you had your vagina sewn shut or mutilated, and this was a female character like Claudia Wolf, for example, I'm sure you would have different feelings. And from that point, he would go on to demand to know if one of these users had their son circumcised. Enjoyable Ari wrote, "Do not even try to tell me I don't care considering I have a son. And don't throw in the whole you're just female so you can't possibly understand. Yes, I am going there. Did you mutilate his genitals too? Simply giving birth to a male isn't enough perspective. There are many mothers who regret mutilating their boys' genitals." What the fuck, Alex? Really? Really? You've lost your fucking mind. Did you allow him to be mutilated, yes or no? A particularly interesting line of inquiry was opened when a user named Beepus Master asked this question. Could I ask the poster whether he believes the Silent Hill series depicts any of the other things he's talked about? Satanism, Illuminati, Satanic Illuminati foreskin harvest, symbolically? If so, are the devs privy to hidden knowledge and trying to alert the public at large? Through this line of questioning, it was revealed that Alex Shepard not only believed that for some reason the Japanese developers of Silent Hill decided to make a political statement about circumcision in America, he thought that they were working with some divine knowledge to wake up the world. Yes, I believe art is created to affect humans. Silent Hill is a collective effort of hundreds and hundreds of developers for humanity to wake itself up and realize the danger it is in. Where do you believe the developers received this information? From itself. Humanity can subconsciously deliver messages to itself, maybe through dreams, ideas, thoughts. Maybe we were once spiritual beings, one collective consciousness, and were divided. Maybe we once had the ability to communicate telepathically, and we lost this innate ability because we are so separated now. Separated by borders, languages, greed, money, classism, racism, pride, egos. Maybe we once had prophetic abilities to warn ourselves of dangers and see the future. If we look at Silent Hill as an example, maybe this is what Alessa Gillespie had. Everything is connected, like a ripple, a butterfly effect, like a spiritual awakening, maybe. I can't say for certainty. Seriously, what I find disturbing is humans are actually mocking me for trying to advocate not mutilating and torturing babies. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Why do you think this is okay? It's not. Is Silent Hill unique in this regard? Do you believe there are any other video game franchises which communicate truth in this way? A lot of the game wikis I edit are similar. I highly recommend checking out Xenosaga, Xenogears, Zero Escape, Parasite Eve, Persona series. Wouldn't say Silent Hill is unique. but it's definitely the most blatant and obvious wake-up call for Americans in the 21st century. And as you might have guessed, such edits also appeared in these wikis that Alex edited. Although some people had noticed these weird edits on these wikis before, the full scope of it wasn't known until Voidburger, a user on Twitter, brought this to light. She curated a massive thread of all the funnier things from this meltdown, which eventually went viral and spread to publications such as Rely on Horror, Bloody Disgusting, and New York Magazine. Realizing his newfound fame, Alex Shepard took this moment to unleash his manifesto on the world. So I just realized, I became kinda famous tonight on Twitter. America needs to wake the hell up. I'm totally serious. Over 90% of Americans are brainwashed sheeple. Who is really controlling the world? Who are people working for? Do you believe in some deity, some god, or is it all a fantasy? I am absolutely convinced there's something sick and wrong on this planet, and something sick and wrong with humanity. Do people really have absolute faith in the government, authority? How do we know it's not the Illuminati, or some satanic dark agenda? When you really think about it, humanity is just slaves to bills, money, greed, sex, dark forces, etc. Call me crazy. I don't care. I think I'm one of the few human beings on this planet with some actual fucking common sense. I refuse to let any more foreskins be mutilated, and have any more babies on this planet subjected to this dark, barbaric, Satanist Illuminati agenda. I seek the truth, and I feel like I need to keep on stating this to put things back in perspective, but remember, this is all a discussion about edits on a wiki for Silent Hill 4. From this point, he would go on even more of a power trip, blocking people for insulting him. You screamed at a mother demanding she tell you whether her child got snipped, you fucking toilet sponge. I blocked you due to intimidating behavior / harassment, calling me a fucking toilet sponge. That is clearly unacceptable, and I already said such comments will not be tolerated. And he would also go on to try and change the permissions of the other administrators. Ultimately, the other administrators had enough, and they took both the edits and Alex's status to votes. Enough, folks. I'm getting tagged left and right on Facebook by concerned members of the fanbase who are watching this wiki unravel. The behavior I have seen on this thread is absolutely unacceptable. All further comments involving conspiracy theories, offensive anti-American rhetoric, insults, or anything other than remarks about the article itself will be deleted. Now, since there is a differing of opinions, we will decide on the matter by a vote. Because it's easy to simply switch IP addresses, all votes must come from registered users to be considered. The question is, do you want to keep the circumcision section in Walter Sullivan's page? Vote yay or nay. I vote nay. I see no real evidence that he was circumcised, and much of the writing in the section, almost all of it in fact, steers well into personal, political, and moral opinion, as well as an uncalled for amount of America bashing and conspiracy theories. This has led to many longtime readers leaving the wiki and has even received derision from both Tom Hewlett and Jeremy Blaustein. I have not spoken to a single person who is okay with the article as it is. I feel it must be fixed immediately before more damage can be done to the wiki's reputation. The section is absolutely not fit for a wiki, however. Wiki vote for Alex Shepard. Due to recent events, there is some question as to the status of user Alex Shepard on this wiki. Users have expressed their concerns regarding his role as admin, concerns which are shared by this wiki's administration. In light of this, we have elected to call a vote as to whether Alex Shepard should be allowed to remain a bureaucrat / admin on the Silent Hill wiki. You might have guessed it, but the community voted against keeping the edits. And ultimately, not only would Alex Shepard be stripped of all of his admin privileges on the Silent Hill wiki, but he would receive a temporary ban across all of Wikia. But as documented by a Twitter user named Gorgon Sophia, he would return 2 years later, this time to the Xenosaga wiki. It was in this wiki which he began to present arguments about bestiality and defenses of non-offending pedophiles. Yep, our boy was a no-map before no-maps called themselves no-maps. Are you really that surprised? He was swiftly banned from the Xenosaga wiki, and then he turned to the Megami Tensei wiki, which he was also banned from. As far as I can tell, this was the last known attempt by Alex Shepard to proselytize on a video game wiki. But something tells me he'll be back, so you know, keep your eyes out. At this point, all mentions of circumcision have been expunged from the Silent Hill wiki, and according to the edit history, it was all moved to another page called Walter 44skin Sullivan, and the main article was remade from the ground up. The top of the now infamous thread reads, "This situation is over with and shouldn't be brought up anymore because Silent Hill has so many great things about it and this isn't one of them. What's your favorite SH song? Who is your favorite character? What part made you super on edge? Do you find Pyramid Head sexy? These are the real questions you should be bringing. Well, I'm sorry for bringing it back up, but I had to. Anyway, if you like this video, you'll probably also like my video about the mystery behind Harry Mason's voice actor. I'm out of here. If somebody asked you to name the big two franchises of survival horror video games, I think it's a pretty safe bet to say you would probably pick Resident Evil and Silent Hill. And although Resident Evil veers off more of a sci-fi and action direction, while Silent Hill has more of a focus on a atmospheric, Lovecraftian style of horror, they probably have more similarities than differences between them. And when it comes to the original Resident Evil and Silent Hill games, one of the biggest similarities is, of course, the amazing voice acting. What's that? Another big similarity? Konami was sometimes just as bad as Capcom was with crediting their actors. In particular, the case of Harry Mason, aka the main character of Silent Hill. In the original Silent Hill, Harry Mason was credited only as Michael G. People searched for years and years and years trying to find out what that G stood for and who was the man who played Harry Mason. And thankfully, we finally know the answer. But first, I want to give a big shout out to the sponsor of this video, Vikings War of Clans. Vikings War of Clans is inspired by the strategy and RPG games of the 90s and early 2000s that we all loved. I know I love them. This game reminds me a lot of Lords of Rebellion 2, which I was a big fan of. What makes Vikings so addictive is that more than 20 million online players are constantly changing the way the game evolves. This happens through never-ending fighting over resources, forging new alliances, and competing in live events. Support my channel by downloading Vikings for free only through my links on screen or in the description box and get a special bonus of 200 gold and a protective shield. And don't forget to look me up and join my Vikings clan under my nickname, Wang. And now, back to tracking down Michael G. After the release of my videos about Barry Burton's voice actor and Jill Valentine's voice actor, a lot of people asked me if I could make a video about Harry Mason's voice actor. And at the time when you were asking me, I didn't even know if there were any mysteries about Harry Mason's voice actor in Silent Hill. But I took a look, and it turns out that when you get to the Silent Hill and you look through a list of voice actors' names, the people you've been listening to for hours, ironically cast by a group known as Stars. All of them are actually credited by their full names, except for one guy. Harry Mason, played by Michael G. Why would they credit the entire cast by their full names except for the lead actor? Considering that everybody else was given a full credit, it seems really unlikely that this was the case of incompetence or Konami simply not caring. Perhaps Michael G was so embarrassed by his performance they just didn't want to trace back to him. I mean, it was an interesting performance.
Have you seen a little girl?
But certainly it was no worse than what was out there at the time.
After Scissor Man, I ain't scared of no ghosts.
So who could this possibly be, and why would they be credited in such a way? One of the most common theories about Harry Mason's voice actor was that the G stood for Goff, as in Michael Goff. Not to be confused with the Michael Goff who portrayed Alfred Pennyworth in Tim Burton's Batman movies. But no, there actually is another Michael Goff who is a very prolific voice actor. And Silent Hill fans very quickly connected that Michael Goff to Michael G. The factoid that Michael Goff played Harry Mason became so commonly accepted as fact that it made its way onto his IMDb page and the October 2007 issue of EGM magazine. You've probably heard Michael Goff before. You probably know him as either Deckard Cain from Diablo or one of the several other characters he's portrayed. So let's compare Michael Goff's voice to Michael G's voice.
Stay a while and listen.
Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
So what do you think? Is that the same voice? Because eventually Michael Goff responded to the claim that he was Michael G from Silent Hill. In 2008, a GameFAQs user named Discord the Lunatic contacted Michael Goff. Mr. Goff, there has been considerable debate over your involvement or not in Konami's Silent Hill video game of 1996. The actor who played the role of Harry Mason is simply credited as Michael G, and there has been a long-standing suspicion that he died sometime in the late 90s/early 2000s. This has since been supplanted by a rumor that you are the mysterious Michael G. Since I can find no evidence either one way or the other, I thought to write and ask directly. Thank you for your time. This was Sunday, September 7th. This morning, I received a reply date stamped September 10th. Well, I wish I could tell you that I am the mysterious Michael. No such luck. I've asked IMDb to remove the credit. Don't know who played Harry Mason, but it wasn't me. Best, Michael. So there you go. Something was basically unanimously accepted as fact, debunked by the man himself. And that places us back to square one, but thankfully there was another lead to go off of. In February of 2007, Thessaly Lerner, who did the voice of Lisa Garland from Silent Hill, did an interview with Cowboy from Hell of the now-defunct website Survival Horror Online. In the interview, she dropped a major clue about the potential identity of Michael G. Did you get to work with Silent Hill's director, Keiichiro Toyama? And if so, did he have much to do with the direction of your acting? No. I don't think so. It was a long time ago, and I had no idea it would be the cult phenomenon that it has become. The voice director was the same guy who was the lead character. He had to do the voice because the guy who was supposed to be that character got another voiceover job that paid better for that day. I vaguely recall some Japanese peeps at the session, but I can't be certain. After the release of this interview, Harry Inaba was quickly identified as the voice director for Silent Hill. However, there wasn't that much that could be found out about him online. Not even any other projects or anything like that, and a lot of people started to think that maybe Harry Inaba was a pseudonym. And this was a trail that would go cold until 2012 when a Twitter user @ChrisBlood found Harry Inaba and asked him about Silent Hill. Hi, I have a question about a video game that you directed in 1999 called Silent Hill. Did you voice act the part of Harry Mason?
Greetings.
Hi. No, I did not do the voice acting for Harry Mason. It was performed by the guy Michael G who directed it. I was the producer. Thank you very much. Sorry that I misunderstood your position. Do you happen to know what G stands for? That's okay, Happy Face. And the G should stand for Gwyn, but let me check my records and get back to you. So we finally had a last name to go with G from one of the men who would know best. Michael Gwyn. But who was Michael Gwyn? People started looking for Michael Gwyn, and of course, as with everything else in this case, there was little to nothing to be found. And nobody would really find out anything about Michael Gwyn until June of 2018, which is actually after a lot of you guys started asking me about Harry Mason, so I'm glad I waited to make this video because now we have a solution. With the help of a guy named Retro Player, aka Dennis Murphy, William Lockwood of RelyOnHorror.com managed to track down Michael Gwyn and secure an interview with him. As it turns out, Michael Gwyn is now retired from voice acting, but he does have a few games that you probably know under his belt. He's appeared in things like Time Crisis,
Be my guest and let me entertain you.
Ridge Racer,
Remember that one?
and Castlevania Symphony of Night as Dracula. That means in addition for every clever line that ever came out of Harry Mason's mouth, he's also responsible for probably one of the greatest lines ever uttered in a video game.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
And for all of those games, he's also credited as Michael G. Why? Was the decision to use a shortened version of your name in both games due to the fact that these voiceover jobs were non-union? I've heard some actors choose to modify their credit so as not to get in trouble with the unions. Can you comment? No, not at all. It had nothing to do with union. When I signed a record contract with CBS Sony,
They felt like my last name, Gwyn, was going to be too hard for the Japanese to say. They wanted it to be catchy and easy. You think that a lot of thought goes into these things, but I was literally in that meeting with my management at Sony, and I said, when we were kids, we just used to use our initials for our last names. And everybody just lit up. They were like, oh, that's great, Michael G, it's perfect. Unfortunately, Kenny G released an album about 3 months after that meeting, but in Japan, they never made the association. During my voiceover work, I was always known as Michael G. That was primarily because the Japanese couldn't pronounce my last name. So no, it had nothing to do with unions or hiding or anything like that. There was no union there. Your union was only as good as your management was. After that, I heard they were making foreign artists sign contracts. I don't know if that was true, that's just what I heard. Who would have guessed that such a simple line of reasoning would have led to a mystery that would go unsolved for almost 20 years? And strangely enough, the Michael G thing winds up tying back together with the Michael Goff rumor. Here's an interesting story about the Michael G thing. I didn't even know that I had an IMDb profile, and they were linking Michael G to a guy by the name of Michael Goff. The irony is, I knew him. He was actually one of the teaching assistants at the University of California, Santa Barbara's acting department. We didn't know each other well, but I knew him. He is probably 5 or 8 years older than me, something like that. But I had to get in touch with him, I can't recall why, to let him know, because he was kind of annoyed that people kept thinking he was Michael G. I don't know if that fascinates people or not, and thus, the mystery of Michael G has been solved. And if you like this video, you'll probably like one of these other videos about gaming mysteries. Bye-bye.
Scientists are trying to give alligators feathers. Allow me to explain. When you think of the closest thing to a living dinosaur, you might think of an alligator. Thing is though, dinosaurs probably had feathers. A T-Rex is really just a giant chicken. So in an attempt to understand the connection between scales and feathers, scientists identified genes involved in the formation of feathers in fetal chickens and inserted these genes into alligator eggs. And the experiment was a success. Some of the scales in these alligators grew into feather-like appendages, similar to those that were found in dinosaurs. This video is sponsored by Brooklinen. What comes to your mind when I say the words, messy things? The brown nose. If you've never heard the name before, you probably think it's some kind of children's television show maybe. Full of happy creatures, and at the end of every episode there's a moral lesson for the kids. As I say this, I'm picturing like Franklin or Blinky Bill. For those of you who know the name, you know this ain't no Blinky Bill. This ain't no Babar, this ain't no Tailspin.
Ti si posla ili?
Baloo would have turds smeared all over his face, causing him to lose control and crash the plane. That's right, this is the story of the furry who ate so much poop that he might have died, whose current whereabouts are a tangled web of lies.
Otišao po biciklu.
Da kupi od Toma i Pon.
Da. Ja samo čekam da se probudi iz konta, wow, bila jedna od glupljih ideja.
Au.
Za Soma i po evra možda uzmeš auto, razumeš u ispravnom stanju.
Au, bret.
Jel' tako? Jesam dobro rekao? Možeš ili ne možeš?
Dobro, možeš uzeti...
U ispravnom stanju, s registrom i registrom.
Možeš da, brate, možeš, pa...
Ne znam.
A on, što najveće, on može da proda onaj i da spoji lepo i da kupi neka bolja, mislim, ne mora bolja.
Novije. Novije.
Ali bolje novija kola nego Bajzer.
Budala. Čovjek je budala.
Neka.
Sad ćeš
Neka,
neko
probudit će se jednog dana iz kontakta.
Frost, električni narkoman, još brate gore, brate, da je u metalu 1500, šta se...
Ali to ću ti kažem, to nema logike, ne možeš ti da tvrdiš da neko nije normalan i onda ti uradiš još veću glupost.
Da, uradiš još veću glupost, pa to je on.
Čekaj, kako to, kao daješ neki primjer, znaš.
Znam ja to, on je isto to, a juče nešto, brate, kantu uradio, ne da bože niko. Sam bre, vrati prodavnicu, tu sam na desu.
Fuck me. Gdje si, Ned?
Evo.
Pokušavaš da pričaš, reci.
Jesi stigla ta ga?
Ne da ja znam, možda je neko prokrijumčario u sobu i sakrio da ja ne vidim. U tom slučaju je stigli. Ali samo u tom slučaju. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Good day.
Znači nije meni frke, ja igram igre koje možda igraš na kompjuteru starom 5 godina. Znači na nekoj šklopociji. Ne treba meni, nazdravim, ne treba meni ne znam koliko frame rate i šta ti ja znam. Ali ono, kad znam da sam platio za nešto
Put that to good use.
mogu da pređem jebeni most, ovaj me... Gužva. Ti počeo bi da radiš, Ned? Mislim, nije na meni da pitam, ali ono... Znam da si bio na bolovanju.
Nema šanse
Nema šanse da?
Da je kakav minus.
Minus? U firmi, šta? Kod tebe? Pa neke pare proneverio ili šta? I šupljeg u prazno, a?
Samo da vidim da me bonus ubaci tamo po njega i da ima...
Kao, ono, tehnička podrška, šta? Jel to?
Da. Dve kante ulja nedostav. I neku koncentraciju.
2 kante ulja?
Da.
Bože se ču.
Now that
Giusto, mogu da stane u džep pa ne iznosi ovo.
This man.
Good day.
Da 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 da. Up. No. 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 Perez 2000 za... Ne, hvala. Ne, hvala.
Misinformation. For this episode of Tales from the Internet, we take a look at Messy Tails, the brown-nosed pup. Messy Tails, the brown-nosed pup, is probably one of the most infamous figures lurking beneath the surface of Twitter's seedy, furry underbelly. As he puts it, he's a big, fat, messy G-Shep, NSFW, and that squiggly line, if you know what that squiggly line is, that means he's into fucking actual animals. But he doesn't really talk about that, he just mostly talks about being fat and shitting himself. Oh, and of course eating the shit.
They eat the poo-poo.
So whenever I bring up Messy Tails, as one does, I usually hear one of two things. Either, oh, didn't that guy die? Or, hey, didn't that guy get institutionalized? We'll get into why people think these things later, but I'm not convinced either way. But in any case, let's start from the beginning. July 29th, 2013. That's when he made his first tweets. Today, for me, is Mud Butt Monday. I forgot to wipe. Forgot. I mean... Oh, you... Too much. Now, this account, when somebody gets sent this, usually the big thing is, you know, click the media section at your own risk. But it's actually several years before it even posts a single image. At first, it's mostly just him talking about the stuff that he liked to do. Like the time he fantasized about stealing some dog shit, sneaking it home with him, and then shoving it up his own ass. Pawing while thinking of finding fresh dog shit. Sneaking it home in my pants, pushing it in me, licking my muddy paws while pushing it out. You know, it's like butt chugging a beer, it gets in your system faster. Or how about the time wanted to have himself a peanut butter and poop sandwich. I want to be force-fed meals made with my own mess. Peanut butter and poop sandwiches. Chocolate poop milkshakes. Poop donuts. A lot of this early phase of the account is mostly just relegated to fantasy. I mean, sure, he does talk a lot about doing things like shitting himself and going to sleep without cleaning his shitty ass and then waking up with an itchy ass because he slept in his own shit, sure. But a lot of what he talks about is mostly just relegated to ideas and not necessarily actions. Looking at the early days of the account, I very much get the impression that this is a guy who gradually falls further and further into the world of this fetish until he finally becomes an absolute danger to himself. And part of why at first he can't really go all the way like he would want to is his living situation. He often talks about how rarely he has time alone in his home, and he savors the rare times he does have the place all to himself. I may have a chance to be messy tomorrow evening, but I want to try a diaper for the first time. But I don't know where to get one. Any store? I mean, yeah, pretty much, dude. Have you ever been to, like, any store? I'm pretty sure you can get a diaper at, like, 7 out of 10 stores that exist in the world. But he did like his shopping lists. Is there such a thing as a catheter for the butt? Something that forces it open all the time? I want to explore loss of control. To which someone suggested they just go buy an open butt. And then there's the cooking thing. There's oatmeal mixed with easy. No wonder.
Helps create that nice dropping consistency.
But these are all just side quests. The main quest line of the Messy Tales Brown Nose Pup RPG, he needs to acquire 3 things. A car, a new place where he can live alone, and a fursuit. Oh, how he wanted his very own fursuit. Saving up for a fursuit. White German Shepherd. Won't stay white for long. You see, for all the talk about getting shit stuck in his fur, he didn't actually have a fursuit yet. Maybe at that point it was pure fantasy. Maybe he was referring to his body hair as his fur, which I guess is a possibility. It's all up in the air. We're still many years into the pre-photography Messy Tales era. His car quest, he completes very early though, buying one in November of 2013 and having himself a nice, messy camping. Can you imagine walking through the woods and then you just happen to stumble upon this guy rolling around in his own shit? Although he is careful to make sure not to get his car smelling like shit. I can respect that. Work hard, you save up for something, you buy it, and then you take good care of it by avoiding getting shit all over. But the living situation was a bit more difficult. He would often tweet about how badly he needed to get his own place, because presumably he was hiding all this from whoever it was he was living with, whether it be roommates or family or whatever. And in April of 2014, he said that he was close to saving enough money to move out. But then a month later, disaster strikes. His department at work gets outsourced. Although he doesn't get laid off, the future is uncertain. And after this final lament in 2015, he disappears for close to a year. Nobody quite knows how he spent that. Perhaps he took the opportunity to focus on a job that brought him to a new place. Perhaps he simply wasn't as motivated to post it. But a year is a lot of time to reflect on his life. When? On July 14th, 2016. I've not used this yet. I think it's time to change this. It's unclear whether or not he actually got his own place during that absence, but one thing for sure, he did become emboldened. Warning, couple messy photos coming soon. You may want to mute or unfollow me if that isn't okay. Now, I reviewed YouTube's terms of service in preparation for this video, and I'm still not entirely sure whether or not I can actually show you these photos. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give you my best artist depiction of them. So you remember how Messy Tales, he had a third quest item aside from his car and his apartment. Fursuit. That shit's expensive, so he went and made his own paws. They kind of look like this, Muppet Elmo hands, but white, and holding a turd. And then he squeezes the turd, and boom, now the white hands are brown. He's got a giant dog-dick dildo lined up next to a full sausage shit. For a size comparison, mashes the dildo up in the shit, and then he has a plastic baggie filled with a mix of shit and bad dragon cum root. He then proceeds to quote-unquote muzzle fuck himself with the shitty dog dick. It looks sick clean. It was a good meal. But he can never get it perfectly clean and he's fine with it. What he's not fine with? That shit baggie. There's just not enough shit for Messy Tales. gotta upgrade to at least a gallon bag, but, you know, one dog cannot produce a gallon's worth of shit. I don't know why I just called him a dog when he's not really a dog. It's like I've been gaslit by the brown-nosed pup now. So he thinks back to a thought he had all the way back in 2014. That's right. Poop oatmeal. He makes the shit oatmeal, and he can't help it. He has himself a little feast, and also shoves the rubber dog dick in and his stuffed dog animal's face in shit. So what's the verdict on the oatmeal? It's not good. I really like how the poop oatmeal mix felt, but it didn't taste very good. Straight poop or poop lube is still the winner. So I guess the experiment failed. But by all accounts, Messy Tails had finally been living the life he had dreamed of since 2013. His glory days were short-lived. Come the summer, things would change. Messy fantasy. Always being stuck in a situation where I can't stop myself from being covered in shit every moment of my life. Having a bad, greasy, fatty diet, being completely incontinent, not being able to realize or care when I've got shit on my paws, a constant ooze of shit, squeezing out into my leg and underside of my tail fur, dripping off in glides, paw print shit smears marking my path. It's hard to imagine how strong your smell is, and you can never stop leaking shit on everything around you, or how much it stinks, because the shit that is sliding out from my tail hole today was the fast food and shit I ate all day yesterday. Anything that doesn't get clumsily smeared somewhere or stuck in an unreachable patch of fur can be eaten and turned into too much. After posting this fantasy, he would disappear for 2 months. It appears that at this point, somebody, perhaps family, intervened. Something he alluded to when he returned. They could put me in a hospital and make me take pills.
Lupus in fabula. Gdje si, Boris? Neki tajni update Microsoft ili?
Da, bio je update, ali ne znam da li si mi čuo prošle nekad sam prošle da mi se sjebala vodena pumpa, onaj popni nam.
Aha, dobro.
I da dok ne povuče, da moram da je udaram, da povuče, posle kad krene da radi, onda radi onaj glavni namota i onda radi. I naravno restartovao mi se Windows sam i instalirao mi update.
To je meni znači.
I dva put se restartovao i naravno pumpa mi nije krenula.
I onda...
I evo sad sam 2 sata, sad sam ga ostavio da se u nekoj varijanti ohladi. Sad je evo povuko je.
Hvala ti Microsoft.
Meni je najsigurnije sad, Saška će mi poslati, znaš da to Slovenci rade kao voting blocks.
Da?
A sad kad ode za Ljubljanu će mi poslati novu pumpu. Sad moram da sačekam to i ja kad upalim kompjuter, ako ga ne gasim rednju dana, on će raditi do restarta. Posle restarta se on pogasi sve servise, onda može se desiti da ne krenu. Se desi.
Ne znam da li se sjećaš onda kad je Nvidia izbacila drajvere za grafičku kartu i onda su rekli ups, kaže ako se nekom desilo slučajno da mu kao za taj ugraj... Da, možda se desi da ti ne okreće uopšte ventilator na grafičkoj karti.
Da, čuo.
Iako nije toliko pametna kartica da samu sebe ugasi, razumiješ kad se pregreje, ono, znaš, kao...
Užas.
I toga je bilo.
Hoćeš ovaj broj pošiljke, ovo ti sutra stiže, ako hoćeš da pratiš.
Nema potrebe.
Evo ti treba, evo ti izdiktiram. Vidio se snimak, verovatno, na ovim.
Ili pošalji na private message. To je post Expo iz Srbije, ali?
Da.
Kutije cigara? Pa dobro. Skupe su cigare danas, samo da znate. Dobro.
Skupi su cigare, to ti je rekao.
Bolje da je rekla kafu ili viski ili nešto cigare.
Džabe to, ovi nikotinski zavisnici, da možeš da im ne daš da jedu 3 dana, ali nemoj cigare da im uskraćuješ samo.
Šta ja znam? Vidite.
Treba ja poslaću ti, ako ne, javim se.
Ma, ako hoćeš pošalji kao privatno pogledat ću kasnije.
Molim.
Aha, napravi
Vidi
si.
da me prebaciš
A
na
vidio
tebe.
sam ja ovo.
Pročito sam, Nenade, da.
Pa da ste dobro.
Biće prasa.
Najboljih sekira sam, tu sam našao.
Našao? Aha.
Imaš, si vidio gdje sam ti ubacio garanciju.
Pa gledamo.
Nisi stavio neki...
Gledaj njegov član. To sam nas još. Mislim, problem je, gledaj. Sad ću pokazati nešto. Zato što koristim... Viš. Damage minus 75%.
Šta?
Damage, viš damage koliki mi je.
Da? Kako šta minus?
Minus 75%. Vidiš?
Ne razumijem šta minus, zašto minus?
Što je takav skill. Vidiš? Gle.
Če piše? Aha, ovo prvo već.
To je prva statistika. Dobar je, ali...
Ali ovo ima lifesteal brutalno. A u suštini ja koristim, a što ja koristim? Koristim, udarim s ovim par puta i onda ti ostane buff 20 sekundi i onda udaram s ovim.
A dobro, to je kao verb, a to bi mogu ja da uradim ja mislim da to ide mol, da ima mol nabacuje buff.
Pa možeš i ti, ista for, samo što nemaš lifesteal. Ali ja koristim znači to, 2-3 puta udariš i onda imaš 20 sekundi buff. Tako. A čak i ne moraš stalno, nego kad je baš neka frka, velika guža. Znaš, a inače s ovim ili... bacam, baciš 2-3.
Da, znam da možeš određene magije da bacaš kad si u transformisan.
A ne možeš.
Možeš Armagedon.
Možda to.
Mislim Armagedon ili Vulkan možda bacaš.
Možda, ali ovo znam da ne možeš.
Ne, možeš ovo se baca sa stafom, ali ovo možda samo
Ma ne treba ti stav, nego treba ti samo forma ljudska. Ne treba ti stav.
1 od ova 2 možda bacaš. Ili si ja to zamenio. Mislim da možda bacaš. Ne bi sad baš žrtvovao pojene da to uradim, ali
Stavio sam ja pojene tu zato što trebano će mi trebati. A i dobija bonus Fire Claw od onih vatrenih skilla.
On se otiče sve što pojedem.
Da vodimo evidenciju. On je evidencija pitanja koda.
Ovo je izuzetno robot.
To je baš sjajno. O Bože, zaboravio sam glupa Windows 7 kako se koristi bukvalno, evo te, koliko nisam dugo.
Slušaj u kude setkovi.
Pa znam, nego malo ima drugačijih nekih gluposti i sad sam ko sluđen na jednom laptopu ovdje, znači mi veruješ.
Šta popravljaš ga ili?
Da, ma Windows je u raspadu, znači. A sa ovima mojima na kanalu. Pa ne znam. Kao jebem ti mater u pičku da ti jebem mater. Neće loader da radi. Ajde jebem ti mater, daj install.
Hoće se mislio da ne događaš des?
Ne, nego je ubila licencu, pa onaj Windows 7 loader je to rešavao pre. Da skinem KM spicu. KM spicu.
Ček, zar ti nije beše mogu nešto preko onoga, preko command prompta i onoga, kako mu beše ime, sad sam zaboravio. Preko onog registra, kako beše to? Jo, radio sam to, a zaboravio sam.
Pa nemam pojma, ja sam tu uvijek preko loadera. A znaš kad ne smijem da čeprkam Windows, zato što ima 100 gomila gluposti za posao instaliranih. Ajde danas.
Ima 20.000, ne ga skuje.
20.000 to se nikad nije desilo.
Pa, kad glupa firma sve malo. Evo ga, mora da kupi novo, pa jedan ili nešto. Mora neko da nadoknadi milion od magazina.
20.000. 20.000 da. Cijela plata si ne.
Pa pola.
I dao mačak neki dinar.
Šta je ovo jebate? Pending message.
Radiš tamo po ono, ako se radi.
Zunje, gledao sam obično nekog stanja na mjestu. Ne.
Kako te što narod radio dok ima bio 2 nedelje?
Ma, on je okej, sigurno mi nije uzeo. Pa nisam mogu da mu uzme su dve kante, snežu po 4 kilo.
Narod krade.
Još i, on je još i uče, u Pazaru imao minus 1000 i nešto dinara. I dečko izvade i ubacio.
Pa kako to?
Ja mu kažem za ovu silu da piju ćemo pošli. 2 su stigle, a mi u Peljenicima da su stigle. Voli si da je jedno radi. Ja sam gledao sve, znači od 22. do vamo, nigde nema otkucanja.
A gde je radi?
Uzemo i nađemo, da je to bilo, da 22. ili 16. 8. Kao, sistem je samo otkucao jedno. Kao, to nekad nije otkucano, nije povuklo. I to, ne znam, sistem od poreske, to je samo sad. Kreadnu, ali nekaj. I prejavim lepo finansijski pa nek se...
Ček, šapa. Da.
Pa i čuo si mi se ovima, skroz dobra pekara. A njima ne treba posla, treba zamenu.
Ne, došao mi komšija, ajde, ne sedi sam sa Saškom. Čujemo se malo kasnije. Ajde, ćao.
Tako da zakažemo sastanak. Ne, u lidu, u skroz dobra pekara. Nekaj zamenu. Zamenik šoka to.
But now I'm home, and nobody can stop me from covering myself in shit. And deeper we go. I need to find a way to become psychologically, irreversibly addicted to shit. If I were big and fat enough, I would eat entire news, and he would only make 2 more posts after this. A few months later in November, I can't stop eating poop. It has powerful itchy tasting in it, as if his addiction to shit had overcome all his other senses. It was all he could verbalize, like a zombie that breathed flesh. And then on January 12th, 2018, his very last day, things have been rough lately. I'm going to be okay, but it might take a while. I hope you're all doing well and staying messy. Touching final words. But at this time, he was still mostly flying under the radar. Although I'm sure those who did see this took this to heart and did in fact stay messy, not a lot of people were watching him. It was a small community. It wouldn't be until a year later that the legend of Messy Tales would spread all around the rest of the internet and enter the greater online consciousness, going viral for his escapades several times over on every platform with people trying to get people to click on his media. And it was around this time that someone would emerge claiming to know what happened. Unfortunately, Brown Nose Pup, otherwise known as Eric, has died due to overconsumption of feces and lack of nutrients due to consumption of feces, and died of the shock of eating feces.
No?
Is this a joke, or did he legitimately die? I'm serious. Where'd you hear it? We were friends in high school. He had an interest in eating shit back when we were freshmen. And this tiny series of tweets right here is why when he gets brought up, people are like, hey, didn't that guy die? But to me, this doesn't add up at all. There's a few reasons. For starters, I'm not sure that you actually can die from eating your own shit. In fact, I googled it. Can you die from eating your own shit? According to the Illinois Poison Center, eating poop is minimally toxic. However, poop naturally contains the bacteria commonly found in the intestines. While these bacteria don't harm you when they're in your intestines, they're not meant to be ingested in your mouth. And then there was another article from Gawker interviewing several professors and scientists on the topic, and it also came to the conclusion that you probably shouldn't, but it won't kill you. That being said, I'm not a doctor, so, you know, don't go out and be like, hey, Wang said it was okay, so I'm gonna go eat my own shit. I'm not trying to get a call from Chubby Emu who's like, hey, do you want to act as one of your viewers who died from eating poop? Although if you need me to tell you that, I'm not sure that you can be convinced. Another thing that doesn't add up, why would his high school friend even know? Obviously, this guy went to great lengths to conceal what he was doing from the people around him, and nothing he posted would have identified him as Eric that this guy went to high school with. I even tried to look for clues through his posting history, interactions, Twitter likes, but there's nothing but fat bellies, little dicks, and shitty diapers. Oh, and this one picture of a brownie sewing. I sincerely doubt that he went around to old high school friends saying, hey, you know that I have an account on Twitter where I'm a furry and I talk about eating my own shit. Perhaps there was a shit-eating Eric out there somewhere who did die, but all signs point to this guy just making shit up. And in any case, the account is now suspended, so anything else they might have posted about it is gone. I did come across someone who might be the person behind the post, but I'm not sure and they haven't responded. So, the very day after this person claimed that Messy Tales died, another tweet from another account came out. Now from an account called Brown Nose Pup at Messy Tales, with the L is a capital I, Messy Ties. No, I wasn't dead. I was in a mental institution. So now we have this guy that's claiming to be the original Messy Tales on a new account, not dead, still alive. He claimed that he had somehow lost access to the original account and wished he'd be able to delete it altogether. Throughout the next few weeks, he would occasionally answer a few questions about the account. He said the person with the shit-eating Eric story was a liar, and also that he had managed to completely get rid of the shit-eating fetish. Another person asked if he was interested in doing an AMA for r/YifInHell, but he declined, adding that he would eventually tell the full story of what happened the previous year, but not yet. Some people were reasonably skeptical, but others thought it was the real deal. Some of the skepticism came from people doubting the story that he managed to lose access to the old Twitter account. The thing about that is, I've actually seen that happen to people a few times. In fact, I think that's how Leafy originally lost access to his verified Twitter. That being said, I'm still not convinced. There's just no evidence that this is him, and it just so happened to emerge at the same time that people's interest in the account peaked. It's the kind of thing that's ripe for some kind of attention seeker to just jump in there and be like, hey, I'm the guy. That being said, without being able to access the original account, I don't necessarily know if there is a way for him to prove his identity. So it very well could be him. So right now I'm in the middle of editing this video, and I just noticed a piece of evidence that I think points to the fact that the second Messy Tales is an imposter. So I noticed in this tweet from the second Messy Tales account that he spells humor with a U, implying that he's British, Canadian. I think Australians also spell it that way. So I went back to the original account and I looked for words that would be spelled that way. And I found one tweet containing the word favorite spelled the American way. There's a lot of explanations for why that could be, but to me, this is a piece of evidence that says that this account is an imposter. In any case, it would have been interesting to see this person try to explain what happened to Messy Tales in 2018, as they said they would eventually do. But it appears that the account has been abandoned without this ever being addressed, with one last tweet in July of 2019 asking, "How's everyone going?" So I think the fate of this person is something that's just going to be shrouded in mystery for the rest of time. I don't know, what do you guys think? Did he live? Did he die? Is Messy Ties really him, or is that a liar? You let me know, but for now, that's all for the Messy Tales story. This video is sponsored by Brooklinen. We spend more than a third of our lives in our bed sheets, so they might as well be as comfortable as possible. Well, I'll have you know that Brooklinen makes the internet's best bed sheets. Brooklinen's classic percale sheets are made to keep you cool all night, which is perfect for people who get too hot when they sleep. And they have a 270 thread count, which is the perfect amount for this purpose. A lot of people like to go as high as possible when it comes to the thread count because it makes it softer, but the thing is, it also makes it warmer. I mean, when that thread count is too high, it traps in all the heat, so you're going to sweat your ass off. You can also save 25% by purchasing a hardcore bundle, which includes a core sheet set, extra pillowcases, and a duvet cover. You can mix and match over 20 colors. I got mine in the solid graphite color. Just click the link below to buy yourself some Brooklinen sheets. And be sure to use code WANG at checkout to save $20 on any order over 100. Still on the fence? Brooklinen has over 100,000 5-star reviews. That's more than any other online bedding company. Plus, they offer a 365-day warranty in case you're not absolutely happy with your purchase. So click the link below and use my code WANG to get yourself some Brooklinen sheets. Everything we thought we knew about Messy Tales, the brown-nosed pup, the furry who liked to eat the poo-poo, was wrong. At least what we thought about what happened to him after his mysterious disappearance. Did he live? Did he die? One account says yes, one account says no. And after my video came out, the truth about both accounts was revealed. If you have no idea what I'm talking about here, watch my video about Messy Tales first. Long story short though, there was a notorious furry on Twitter named Brown-Nosed Pup, Messy Tales, and he was notorious for talking about rolling around and eating his own poop, and eventually posting pictures of it. Then one day, he just vanishes. An account pops up saying that they knew him in real life and he died. But then another account pops up claiming to be him locked out of his original account, and he's now reformed after having gone to therapy. And that's pretty much where we were at the release of my last video. I'm very proud of my Messy Tales video. I think it's one of the very best videos I've ever released on this channel. In part, just because I really enjoyed all the fun bits I put together for telling the story, but also because of how quickly its effects were felt throughout the internet, unearthing a lot of long-buried truth about this story. Let's start with the simplest part. So when I was first working on the video, something I wanted to do that I just didn't manage to do was to find his full avatar. You know, you look at his profile picture and you got the face, and you see his cover photo and he's got the big fat belly, back and front. But you look at it and you just know there's more to this image. At the time, my attempts to dig it up failed, but shortly after the release of my video, I received a message from a viewer named Mauricio M on Instagram. Mauricio had also been interested in finding out what happened about Messy Tales a few months before I released my video, and in his searches, he dug up some of his old accounts, in particular his Fur Affinity account, whose gallery contains a single image, the Brown Nose reference sheet, 6'3". Share this video if Brown Nose is taller than you. 350 pounds. Likes. Mass play. Oh, you think? Even got a cute little turd-themed color guide. with his shit green eyes. Just seeing what the lower half of Messy Tails looks like throws off my whole perception of how I imagined him. I don't know what I was expecting, maybe some like little ass Scrappy-Doo legs underneath him, hobbling under that fat belly like a tank. But now seeing that his legs are so big, he's supposed to be a dog, I don't know why his legs are so big. Now it feels like he has a tiny ass head. Never skip head day, guys. The reference sheet was created by an artist named Zephyr777, who himself seems to have been inactive for some time. Maurizio attempted to contact him but received no response. Not that he would necessarily know anything about Messy Tails. I mean, if I drop dead suddenly, any artist that I've hired throughout the years would find out when you find out. And a very small handful of fellow travelers have come across this account themselves over the years. And they came and left their mark. Such hot wolf guy. Come on, man, he's clearly a German Shepherd. Don't miss species Messy Tails. Such hot wolf guy, and love good kinks, and I will love to meet you, brown nose. Grace, smiley, heart, I think. It's either a heart or a oven mitt. Fucking hamburger helper ass heart over here. I hope you get gunned down in the street, you fucking degenerate. You actually disgust me. You are what's wrong with this world. I genuinely hope you get dick cancer, you fucking retard. The duality of man. These are the two wolves that are inside you. This account would also link to an F-list account, a fetish website where you list your favorite fetishes. His list is very long and includes some obvious favorites like swallowing feces and swallowing urine, and of course, anal vor, which one would assume is an act in which Messy Tails shoves you up his ass and you pilot him like a Gundam. He lists his age as 35, and considering he hasn't touched the profile in 6 years, he would be something around 41 years old now, if he didn't die. But that's all that can really be sussed out from these profiles. What's probably more interesting is how all the loose ends got tied up in the wake of my video. First, there's the account that claimed to have known...
Šta? Ja ga nisam čuo. Jebrio. On nije tu. Žuti. Umro je. Umro je on sad. Bog da mu dušu prosti. Jebate, jeste vidjeli ove adaktare na Pinku? Ja sam oplakao.
Šta?
Ne gledam televiziju.
A ne gledam ni ja, nego gledam internet.
Adaktari? Šta je to?
Ja sam oplakao, već. O, brate, neki fake ljudi koji se prave da su Kardashiani, ali srpski, brate. Ne misli koliko je to bolesno, brate. Zamisli to, brate. Kakav keš, nema tu ništa od keša, nego sve fake. Keš, ovo nije vidjelo keš.
Imaš možda video za to? Imaš možda video za to da pogledam?
Eto.
Samo, si onaj što ga zovu kralj objava da promeni i da ošapi se u kišnu i da bude žensko.
Osam ti naprijed.
Kao kod Kardashiana. Samo 5 ostalo je.
Čega 5?
5 flaša neke hemije. Mlečke.
Stižu srpski Kardashiani.
Ko?
Adaktori su najgluplja emisija koju su mogli da uskorijeve. Bili su do pre 15 minuta kad sam Dimitrović i dokumentarac u Baki Prasetu. Ali pošto Bog Obor ima budžet od €1.000.000 za svoju emisiju, on ima prednost.
Projekat koji vredi više od €1.000.000. Adaktarovi.
Ajde zajedno da pogledamo i izanaliziramo projekat koji vredi €1.000.000.
Glavno pitanje koje zanima cijelu Srbiju. Ko si ti zapravo? Ko ste vi?
Istina, moja keva danima ne spava, žena ne zna šta će sa sobom, znači ono, od 12 do 2 je muči ko je devito, od 3 do 4 ko su Adaktar. Žena oka nije sklopila. Ko su bre?
Ja sam Adam Adaktar, mi smo Adaktarovi...
Lik priča kao Sims.
Mi smo jedna sasvim obična porodica, osim onda kada to nismo.
Ko priča ovako? Neke zagonetke, kao da je neki goblin u narodnoj priči koju čuva pećinu. Kako se vi zovete? Ko ste vi?
Ako izgovoriš moje ime, više me neće biti.
Se kreira tenzija kao toliko su traženi. Budžet $1.000.000 na ekranu, skidanje YouTube klipova besplatno, ad blocker i After Effects tutorial. Osoba koja je ovo montirala nije videla After Effects.
Ne prija svima dvorski vazduh.
Budžet $1.000.000, zvučni efekti i crtača za decu. Ne prija svima dvorski vazduh. Ove zvukove je posljednji put koristio Walt Disney, ono kad je Mickey Mouse još 43. gonio robove ili šta već. Drugačije vreme bilo. Možete da razumete, čovjek je moj prirodni neprijatelj. On je bog obrva, ja... Ako sam ja skinu Pokemon licima, on je za mene Usain Bolt. Prilike. Tako to. Ja gledam kada ostaje i... To je malo to... Ali...
Da sam rekao da ja počeo za bilo kakvom dramu.
Overdose, brate! Služe, radiš obrve, nisi čak novi. Malo kočnica, malo kočnica. Zbog ovoga mi, na primjer, ovo gore od krv nije voda. Zato je to i po montaži, i po ovome, i po onome 100 puta gore. Ali krv nije voda, se ne pravi da su Kardashiani. Ovi svim snagama glume neki elitizam, a toliko blamantno da je meni neprijatno. A meni je veoma retko neprijatno.
Vanja Adaktar. Hladna kuća.
Sad je ovo smeh te, brate. Ovako se smeju zlikovci u filmovima. Pojavio se jedan nisam da spasi epizodu i drugi je nisam da asistentni ukupan asistent da znate kako je, možda ih kao po abecedi ređa, kao toliko ih ima.
I ovo na čemu 40 propuštenih loga?
Ajde mi daš nami, niko ne čekala i samo ovako, mi smo učirači ordinaciju pa da radimo.
Ja. Ja sam čitao.
Pa nisu. Ja sam došla kada ljudi.
To kad gleda i zapišu ti to je stvar. Ovakav scenarij ne vidi.
Na kraju ga gladan je.
Meni ništa mi neće poći, to nije problem što su oni nadmeni, to mogu da znam, to je zanimljiva kao, to je neka karakterna osobina, nego ništa se ne dešava. Ja sam odgledao 2 epizode, ništa se ne dešava. Neke izmišljene priče, scenarij, to forsirano, znači svi su neki karikaturi, nadani umetnik, ova je šefica, znači, ovo mi je boss bitch, ovo mi je Meryl Streep iz Javo nosi stradu, srpska verzija, znači sranje verzija, kao ja.
Zašto mi to nije namešten? Kakav je haos ovdje?
Leio u grobu sa stolu. Ko ima globus na radu? Panog nastavnika geografije. Evo, vidiš globus, odmah poštovanje se gleda. Znaš kao, ova osoba djeluje da je na čvrstu. Ja vam sad istovršim moj knjeg za video edit. Ali, bitko, globus, kažem, sad mi ispustio ovaj čovjek može da mi pokaže sve kroz video edit. Znate šta je još kao globus i može vam pokaže sve ti različite zemlje. Surfshark VPN, kako dobro radim ove tranzicije. Niko u igri ne radi bolje tranzicije za Surfshark nego ja. Znači, treba doživotno da me potpišu. Skakajte se. Znači, znate priču, 3200 servera u 85 zemalja širom sveta. Ja sam Surfshark učio znam Seinfelda na Amazonu pre nego što je prešao na net. Gledajte blokirane emisije, pristupite zabrane emisije. Sjela je ručno dobro. Pitanje, baš mi se sviđa što dolazi sad da se ušte prvo da završimo. Samo za moje gledalce, ali realno Niste za gledalci kako bitko je čak 83% popusta, kod Mario, prvi link u opisu. Da, i 6 mjeseci besplatno.
Zašto nisko nije namješten? Kakav je ovo haos ovdje? Sad ćemo da regulišemo to.
Sad ćemo da regulišemo globo.
Kada sam došla u kancelariju i vidjela sav taj haos na mom stolu, ja stvarno tako ne funkcionišem.
Realno, koji haos? Ima globus, ima neko tabure ili tarabuku, ne znam šta je. Ne znam, ako neko hoće se popne na stol da se, ne znam šta je. Van toga je čisto.
Apsolutno, dođi sa tačnim informacijama. Rekla sam 1000 puta, ne dolaziš sa polovičnim informacijama.
Koliko ništa ne izgovara. Kao, dođi sa onim što mi treba, a ne sa onim što mi ne treba. To ja volim kod šefa, da bude što manje specifičan kad traži nešto od mene, onda mi jebu možda.
Imam plan, znači ja i ti otvaramo YouTube kanal i TikTok. Kapiraš?
Šta?
Ja ne znam. Šta su ti youtuberi?
Ovo inače pronađen Mare BG admin srpske Wikipedia.
Vanja znači funkcionira. Ona uzme nešto da završi, nije bitno kako će to da završi, ali ona je to završila, kao što smo vidjeli.
Možeš jednom pogledati završila, mislim kako je dalje završila i kako je. Sad dolaze da gledaju novu zgradu za nešto samo na pol. I pošto moraju da se reagiraju na električan, to se sve imidž.
Dobro, ovo je lepo zgrada, generalno.
Pošto su kopija Kardashianovi, forsiraju taj elitizam, ali fake elitizam.
Ja ne znam što da kažem, znači Adakta sigurno neće biti između dva drveta sa PVC stolarijom u Nevetnoj ulici u Jepitetu. Znači, čao.
Jesi ti došla pogledaš ovo da vidiš gdje ja sad stojim ovdje?
Jesi ti pogledala ovu obnovu? Imamo kantu ispred zgrade. Ja ti ličim na đubretarstvo, ili još gore sirotinju. Da li vidiš nešto naravno da sam to?
Ja, je.
Ovo je drvo.
Da, ovo je drvo. Znači, napisali su nego da ćete morati da se iznervirate koliko je loša lokacija. Lokacija je realno solidna. I sad izmišljaju razlike. Ovdje je i drvo. Ovdje je ovo drvo kako je drvasto.
Bla, 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 bla. Prebaciti meni sva sredstva na račun.
Cringe orbitan, znači u cringe orbiti si. Zovemo da ti čestitam ti na rođenju deteta.
Bla, prebaci mi starateljsku alimentaciju.
I onda kao, neka prvo što ljudi misle da sam bahat.
Zašto te doživljavaju kao bahatog? Jesi ti bahat?
Ja nisam shvatio da sam ja bahat i ne znam da ću ja takvu energiju, to pred svega nije istina.
Kada su ti bahat, to ništa nisam bahat. To ti, sve je za ljudi. Ali, da se bahat i da se praviš da nisi bahat.
Si vidio tamo gdje sam se ubacio u garanciju?
Ovo je ono posljednji ekser u kovčeg gdje ne vidi. Zašto vi ikad ovo gledaju da ste nisi gledali TikTok?
Nema ono veze što je stajao u onom kompjuteru u showroomu te video dana.
Ja stigao vam brate kutija, a?
Prvo kutija.
Je stigao paket.
Prvo stigla kutija.
Stigla kutija, ali prazna.
Stigla kutija prazna. Kakva je Drakula vicka ste. Da pukneš od smeha.
Jesi mi registrirao šta ste rekli?
Evo vidiš ko zebao. Vidiš ko podmeći klipove.
Čekaj, pusti se malo.
Vidio sam, Boris.
Jesi mi registrirao šta ste
sve sam vidio.
Garancija ti ide uče bez obzira što je on staje u onom kompjuteru u showroomu, to nema veze od danas.
Garancija od kutije.
Drakula.
A od kutije, kako, naravno.
Neko šta nego kutije.
Poštar kad bude prita ono 0,0 grama.
Dobio sklopku koja uključuje i isključuje svetlo na lampi. A? Može tako? Da ne bude džabe, ona lampa prvi put.
Viš kako se smeje, to je ono radi namerno. Ne da li. Čekao, ne znam čemu se radi.
Da li si lud, znači znaš koliko bi me volio kurac.
Priznaj. Priznajem.
2 puta šetam, priznajem da nisam, ajde.
A što sam a znaš ko je poslao Nenadu lutku na naduvavanje?
Ko?
Nije lutku, sisu.
Viš, evo viš, odao se Nenad.
Ko?
A jedan s kanala.
Milan?
Ne.
Jebo se ga ja usteze.
Znaš ako je bio ljute, s ovom mu je...
Vlada ti to?
Da.
Si vidio sad ti okačio link, ovo je isto izašao.
Ko je izašao? Zatvor?
I Sonzo.
A, znam, to sam vidio na Steamu, samo nemam čime da kupim. Pošto ne mogu pare da doplatim. Čekam da Rusija pobedi, da mogu da kupujem igre ko čovjek.
Što je vama blokiran, znači?
A, zato što se Gaben pravi mnogo fin. Ne voli ruske pare.
Znaš kada su to blokirali? Kad je Rubija krenuo da pada na mnogo. I kad si mogao da dobiješ mnogo za jedan evro.
Hoćemo mi koju partiju.
Ne znam, pitaj Nenad.
Što da ne?
Što sjajno. It's absolutely marvelous. 6 dana upali ligu, jebem ti kad se ozbiljno.
A, ništa nisi propustio. I dalje ljudi isto igraju. Sa pumparicama, znaš. Svaki meč čuješ bar po 3 shotguna kako pucaju. Kad igram solo čujem iz kraj mape kako shotgunima cepaju kroz boss arenu. Ne, ja sam već igrao danas.
Aj, možeš sam se.
Šaki Nagasaki, dođi vam.
Ja shvatam zašto jedan naš kolega jedno ranije kaže samo da se zarati da dobije pušku ima da ode ovdje.
Da dobije pušku i?
Da ode u centralu filme.
Ima neke ubilačke namere.
Sad, tako potpuno si ja znam. Je kasnije predlog zakona
Ne bi odgovarao?
Jel hoćeš roletnu jedno 70 cm da spustiš se?
Imaš ti tako neki zamisli?
Danas imam.
Da ne kažem, neostvarenih fantazija.
Dobre.
Da mi dali da mora da pušem kad čisto radim. Kuca nema poče, ne živjeti.
Šta radiš?
To je tvoj ker, ti valjda znaš šta radi.
Prsno s mozgom, evo. Šaki Nagasaki. I Dracula javi kada ti šalje te.
Evo. Samo da upalim program, da mi neska Discord, da upalim stream.
Ono što se ne dešava, sramotno je snimljeno. Ako im je neko uzeo milion evra za ovo, da mu skine kapu, bio onaj čovjek kao što je nekome prodao Eiffelovu kiju.
A ko šta ne radi niko?
Taj čovjek treba da stoji iza ovog koji je montirao. Sad ću vam objasniti koliko je loš. Ove dve gledaju nešto što je Adam napravio. Neki mural.
Cijel lokal nam je u Adamu. Stavio sebe kao boga.
Zašto ja nemam Romero s onim
napravili sebe kao boga.
Talon.
Stavio sebe kao boga.
Kako se ono zove? Jao, kad ga je ubio čovjek, kad ga je zakosnim, kaže upucu me.
Treba kola za ono.
Pa mlatno ga ti šta sad.
Ja tebe da upucam u glavu jednom.
Ja sretim to kad je izjavio matori tupan!
Neka ti mali.
Da objasnim ovo, da objasnim milion evra. Kao koriste tehniku...
A šta će ti boksi kad nosiš ovo?
Znaš, malo adapterovi, malo filmska škola.
Ako mi izleti nakaza zapaljena da ga opalim talonom, jel?
pokazuješ subjekta
Bravo,
baš
bravo,
dugo,
bravo.
gdje će da pokazuju njihove
Ja,
facije
fali
baš dugo, njihove reakcije, da se mi zagremo kao publika, wow, šta gledaju.
Ne pucam ja u te, oni čudnovato dobijaju u brzini.
Emocionalno je mnogo jače.
Krenu da se onako mlate, ono ima 5 FPS.
Ovo traje jedno 5 minuta.
Šta su ovo neki oblaci ovdje, šta je?
Kakav Kulešov, sine, adaktar tehnika. Ni u jednom trenutku ne pokažu to što gledaju. Ti si u fazonu, brate, što mi radiš ovo? 5 minuta pričate o tome i ni u jednom trenutku mi ne pokažeš. Znači, boluju me. Daj mi da vidim, zanima me. Nikad ne kažeš. Tako da ću lično da ponudim besplatnu obuku montaže ovim ljudima iz Pinka. Sredit ćemo im džabe da bi ja posle imao bolje stvari na koje ću da reagujem, okej?
Ja čekam da deca odrastu, zato što smatram da su dovoljno bili bebe.
Istina. Ovo je čak smešno. Da je cijela emisija ovakva...
Ja ne znam u kojoj zabludi Anđela živi da će dobiti ćerku, kad ja ne želim ćerke. Meni trebaju sinovi da osvojim ceo svet.
Džingis Khan, Mongolska imperija, 1511.
Ali su to nogice? Nogice?
Nogice!
Potkovica su stopalca, beba se mrdla, to je pupčana vrpca.
Ja tu vidim da se nazire mala obrva, adaktarka prava. Idite na Instagram, postavite pitanja za 10.000 subscribera. Dugo nisam odgovarao na pitanja, tako da vas zanima, pitajte. Vidite što kasni specijal, vezalo se neka sposobnost koja moram da ispoštujem. Konačno, posle 4 godine, konačno, naš malo ja da se bakatim pa da govorim da se ne bakatim.
Kuku, majko. Šta je to, Drako? Šta se ja to malo previdim? Tek je to sekt. Što da htare?
Dalji peko vojsku novu, nalješansku bogomolju.
Što ti vi? Sad si bio normalan.
A sad je nenormalan.
Ne, sad je samo... Sad je postao Srbin. Nakratko.
Pam 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 pam.
Ima onaj kanal na YouTube, kako se zove, Srbljenje ili tako nešto.
Da, znam. Da.
Kao... Srbovanje, sad svi ste mi ispravili, svi znate na šta mislim. Iako nisam dao tačan opis. Da, Srbovanje.
Ajde, stiskajte redi. Stiskaj taj redi, sunce ti poljubi.
Stisni redi pa se uneredi. Ajde.
Trebovanje u
Ha.
Ja sam tehnik.
Ti co glumiš mobove iz WoW-a?
Ne.
NPC-eve iz Obliviona.
Prvi deo Jurassic Park, Dennis...
Ja rekao John Wick 1.
Ja sam mislio Pennywise 2020.
Dancing Clown. Pennywise the Dancing Clown.
Kaka glava ovaj matori, već.
Šaki, šta je Šaki, bre?
Taki.
Čak te i Kjer upitno gleda.
Taki,
Svaka ga Kjer gleda okolo.
Kjer gleda u tastaturu, sedi u krilu. Sad će ona da stavi šapu preko Space.
Da, daj nek ona igra Hunt, igraće bolje nego ti.
Misliš da je nauči da igra Hunt?
Daj si ga loma,
Šta znam. Pusti nju da ona nišani.
Da.
I samo pucaj. Ja
više ne nišani, sad sa talonom ubijam ljudi.
Ne, bolje devojci da...
Saška, kažu da bolje tebi da dam da igraš igru umjesto mene. Keroj. Ne znam da li su te čuli, ali nadam se da je.
Ništa ja nisam čuo.
Ništa ja nisam čuo.
Kaže, jebali biste mamu svi po spisku kako bi vam.
Ne bi. Ne bi, koliko bi tebi, brate.
Ja sam siguran sam da bi sam... Ti igraš već 1000 sati.
On ide igra 15.000. A, šalim se. Znaš izbor da se šalim. Ja mislim
I svako i
Si
šali.
pomislio da ću da pomislim da te zgazim kolima, šališ se, jel?
Da, zato što sam znao da sam te ubao u živac. Da ne misliš... Da ne misliš toliko, da ne popizim.
Što ne kažeš da si me ubao u živac?
Živac, kada sam headshot kako daju nekom, čim pređe ulicu, i spreman?
Da.
Ajde, nek izađe neko. Smrde. Kako bi to lepo bio početak meča.
Plan propao.
Ali u nekom mom svetu.
Kako mi se sviđa ta slomljena optika, pola ekrana ne vidiš normalno.
Aj sad čekaj Mir.
Oni u Bogu 1200, kada došao?
Hoću da ti pucam u bure, Nenad, kad budeš još. BUM! O! Kako mogu da igram? Šta se diviš, šta tu ima da se divi? Ljudi!
Vuci! Zezaš ili...
A sam ispromašio. A ne zezam, brate, viš da pucam, brate.
Daj tak neki, može.
Nijedan hit, brate. Hitovan.
Eno ti tamo ono polje na... ne znam koliko je to stepeni.
Kuruni ko pičke, bre.
Dolaze s desne strane.
Dobro, neka dođe, bole me kurac.
Ovdje su digli vrane. Eno ih ovdje pretrčavaju na...
To druga ekipa, a?
Trojica.
Dobro, otišli su oni dalje. Eno ih tamo u 3 pičke me. Kad bi je dao da ih je shot dao neko, sve. To je bilo dobro.
Nemaš line of sight.
Ma da, previše, ovo je preko 200 i nešto metara. A šta sad doće? Ja ne mogu da dođem kući i da igram normalno. Čekaj sekund, zvoni mi sad.
Aj. Ajde, dajte čekaj još jedan kill da se vrati na 4.
Ništa od toga. To će trajat taj jedan meč. Ako budeš sam gura, neš daleko stići.
Da uzem trag, a?
Ne pitaj mene.
Ovo otiši na izlaz, jel?
Možda se neko diskonektovao s njihove strane.
Šta se dešava?
Kurac.
Laž da ste ubili.
Ne, nije mu bio i oni, zamka me ubio.
Ko je, postaje neko zamk?
Oni okolo negdje ili...
Nisu, došli.
To meni... jeba. Evo go, ja startam meč odmah zovu, brate, smarači, brate. Ko da sam, brate, superstar, mršte bre u pičku u materinu, bre. Jebe vam materinu. Koliko metara, Nenad?
Ma zamka me ubila, bre.
Nema metara.
Zamka te ubila.
Zamka.
Da. To je dve zamke. Poison i
Jao, to sam ja uradio sebi jednom. Ušao u boss terenu, gledao mapu.
Gdje su oni?
Zašli.
Prešao preko zamka.
Izašli. Ajmo mi, vrate, bosse da ubijemo perš.
Pazi, ovdje imaš ovaj vodeni djevolak.
Vodeni sotonić.
Nisam ni očekivao da će ih postaviti tu.
Trebus?
Živi. Da ga perš.
Je on to načet?
O, vidi ga, brat! Hvala ti, jebote skrafik. Evo slik. Brat moj trapovao, vrate mesto, vrate mene. Genijalno.
Svašta.
Lako agrovanje, ne bude ga početi dok je. Gdje su njegovi metkovi? To meni treba. Zapaljenje, pa koga zapalio? Jebe mu mater!
Nismo, sam se zapalio.
Ako ima opaljenih lanterni, znaš sam u boss areni.
Ajte, ugasiš.
Imaš na gornjem spratu jednu lanternu na prevrnutim stolicama.
Jeste.
Radite vas dvoje, hoćeš
Nju je raspalio. Ona se uopšte, nju moraš da upucaš da bi je ugasio. Nemoguće interaktovati.
Prvo, nema metaka, bez.
Gledaj dole, demo je.
Čekaj, stani. Ajde sad pali. Malo metak. Jebao sam ja ovo, vrt. Ovo je loše, vrt. Ima metaka još negdje, vrt.
Koliko je bacio kutija?
Ma bre, tu boksove sve bacio, ništa nije metaka, vrt.
Kakav RNG je. Sranje.
Ništa. Kao mi je. Makar umro. Ne mogu. Nema metaka, brati, jedini sam ispodao sve živo, brate, njega. Makar izginuo, boli me kurac.
Makar dumro.
Već korektno, metko. O, special ammo, more. Otišao sam ja da pojedem nešto taman dok ljudi ne dođu.
Sad ništa.
Peđa, otišao AFK u smatačnici i otvorio prozor. To je Peđa. Pa... Ne, hoću ti kažem, to je, znaš kak je to potez? A dobro, on je hteo, znam ja šta je hteo, ali ne odeš AFK kad to radiš. Definitivno.
Nije bilo malo.
Čekamo,
a ne znam što, ne mogu ništa radim dok ovaj mutant ne dođe se od lodu. Ladno, u memoriju grafički vuči 11 do 13 GB RAM.
Može biti upravo ne, može biti da Crytek farmuje bitcoine preko onoga blockchaina. Jer nemoguće da ti vuče 7-8 GB ako staviš grafičku od 7-8 GB, od 8 GB i ako turiš od 12 vuče. Kako to?
A onaj glupi Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone, taj sistemsku memoriju, znači ne na grafike. Ako imaš 16 GB, on vuče 14,5. Ako imaš 32, on vuče 28.
Čega? Samo da mi je zna čega. A šta radi, kešira ili šta radi?
Igra retardirana, neoptimalizovana do bola,
Gore nego Hunt, to mi je teško da poverujem.
3 puta gore.
Šta se dešava?
Pa ništa, uzeli smo bounty, nije bilo nikoga, čekamo tebe da ne ide.
Ajmo napolje.
Na Golden gore, a?
Da, toči gore. Jeste skenirali?
Pa ja sam skenirao pre par minuta, ne znam, ne.
Skeniraj opet. Boli me kurac, ajmo gore. Uzemo bounty, daily.
Daily?
I ako hoćete možemo da ih napadimo.
A jo, da dolaze na nas?
Da.
Ajde negdje da bodemo.
Evo, idu oni dole. Idu glavnim putom dole. A, kidu, ovdje je. Skeniraj to.
Drugi žive duše.
Do izlaza.
Oni retardi što je Drakula pucao njih, pobegli napolje.
Evo starali se, vidjeli spica Ramo kako im prolazi pored dušu. Hvala se.
A srce u junaka ništa, a?
Good morning.
Eto mi odmah samo da pojedem. Minut sačekajte.
A sad sam gledao mamu i mjeru.
Šta je pucao neko?
Ma nije, nego postavio da još jedno mjesto. Onako, znam.
Yes.
A mislim da je jedini način da pretekneš to smeće je da si imun na otrov.
Da.
Jer ona zamka te usporava, ako nisi imun na otrov, ubijete. Znači ubijete svaki put jeben.
It's absolutely marvelous.
Dosta je pederski, jedini način da to preživiš bilo bi da kraj tek promeni da te ona žice ne usporava tako retardirano. Sad je bukvalno svaki put free kill.
Romero Slug.
Slugs.
To vredi čemu, a?
Pa ako znaš da precizno gađaš, vredi. Ali je glupo zato što imaš jedan metak koji je slag. Bolje ti na dvocevka sa slag municijom. Bar imaš još jedan metak. Još jedan kao taj projektil da ispali.
Ne, imam jedno pakovanje džabe, piše mi Romero 77 Slug, kad gledam municiju. Par ako da ga opremim ili ne.
Ako ćeš shotgun da nosiš, da. Zato što...
Nosim Romeru.
Do koliko ima one hit kill? Do 30-40 metara, tako ne, u torsu. Ne piše. Nije dobre statistike.
Lorence kako dosta ga jebem Ghosta.
Mene isto jučer pitao. Ja Koji je to? A evo ga, viš. Ja nisam znao da on zna da govori. Kad igramo Hunt, obično ga ne čujem nikad.
Ajmo, ready.
Nema second team ovdje.
Ready.
Samo na sve igramo, Ilija igra svoju igru.
Ilija ne igra Hunt. Igra jednodnevno, da uzme jedan bounty i ako imaš sreće da mu uvatiš šta, to je to.
Čudo da si ti ušao na Discord i da pričaš.
I mene čudi da pričaš. Čovjek priča, evo te.
Ma kupio sam novi majku zato.
Aha. Fino.
Onako nije moglo da se igra sa tobom.
Ne.
Ovog novi telefon.
Ne. Nemam veze koliko slabo.
Dracula.
Ako znaš engleski, priča engleski. Ako znaš srpski, priča srpski. I ruski možemo se sporazumemo, ali da kucam poruke dok igram šuter, ne. Možemo Age of Empires ili civilizaciju da se dopisujemo. Ali showdown, ne.
Ajde.
Ajde.
Pa.
Znaš ko ti stalno igra ovdje Hunt? Milan i Kesić. Njima uvijek treba plus jedan.
Imao mikrofon, nemao mikrofon.
A isto ti se vati.
Ti ne čuješ, tako da to je...
Pričao, oni igraju svoju igru.
A i ne slušaj šta im govori, tako
da... Skroz je nebitno.
Tako svoja politika.
Možda prodaš mikrofon.
Onaj samo više.
Komod.
Ireš.
Kao bolesni papagaj. Aha, sam si posašio.
Znači kada dođe Peljice, sam bio dobar, pravda se, brate, meni, brate, jedno pola sata.
Ne, ko da si mu seksualni partner, znaš. Kakav sam bio, a?
Ko da sam bog otac, brate.
Ej, aj Peđa, sljedeći put ti pitam sam bio dobar. Kaže Milane, prvo video zapis.
Ne. Najbolje je bilo da mu odgovoriš sa Milane kako momci jebu. To je ono bilo kako beše selo gori babo se češe.
Kaže kako momci jebu. Nešto znam da sam plako od smeha.
To. A isto tako ko Milane, kakav sam bio. Odlično.
Pećice, sam dobro bušio, Pećice, ja si vidio, Pećice, ja si vidio, sam ga nataka na ražanj, na mač,
on se utripao toliko za one tablete da to nije novo. Što su ja...
Tablete?
Ej, kupimo neke za parenje pikova i krava i pošaljemo to.
Što mu ne pošalješ vitamin C ili tako neku glupost?
Ne, pošaljemo ovo za karanje bikova i krava, da se tigre konačno i onda da ne znaš šta će od sebe.
Ja mu kažem, Milane, ne možete bude ništa, ti budeš...
Popalite pišta. Aaaa, šta?
Gdje bude da čujem?
Ti budeš u prikolicu, ne budeš tamo u...
Ako Schwarzeneggeru ništa nije bilo onda kad se cepo staridima, neće ne Milan.
Milan ti je čudo, taj nije isti. Njega krpelj kad ujede, krpelj se otruje i ugine, jebi ga. To jebac. Tako da ne bi se ja igrao sa Milanom. Zajebana je to sorta.
Ne bi si igrao svejedno s njim.
Ti kažeš?
Da. Nego ako si pitao Nenad, verujem da opet radi pazar.
Da, popisujem.
Igra Hunt i popisuje stvari. Multipraktik.
Pa ću sutra server radim. Jer sam sam i moram tako da radim, ja vidim.
Dobro ste diviti.
Bolje vas našli. Kuku.
Sad ti je dobro. Ta-na-na-na. Ta-na-na-na. Nema ljudi, čudi.
Gdje nema?
Dođi ti kerovi, gdje ste kerovi?
Jedan boss bit će zajebano.
Već, jedna ekipa će vas sačekati kad se pobijete na kraju. Kad mislite da je gotovo...
Misliš što javlja da nema nikog na serveru sem nas?
Nema, to preko dana nema, što ima samo 5 ulici.
Vikendom to se teško dešava, radnim danima može se desiti.
Kažem, mora budu 5 ulici.
Da bi ovaj mogao da me čuva od zombija, bilo bi to dobro. Kec!
Kec, ko je Kec?
Da, igram sa Imbe.
Nije, Alt tabo je samo.
Te puknem s ovim talonom.
Šta ne pukneš, brate? Znaš koja je razlika kad igramo... Kad igram sa Milanom i s Kesićem i kad igram s tobom i sa Nenadom.
Ti ubio 2 zombija s leve strane.
Sad si mi ubio, udario me zombi, bre, nenormalno.
Bilo je 3 komada, ne mogu 3 odjednom.
Nema šta da ti ja kažem, moraš sinhronizovano da znaš sam.
Ja kad sam do tebe, ja te branu na zombija, ja sam nisam na tebe.
Aj, Boris, narkoman.
Ne, ne kaže se tako, retko to sada.
Jebem ti mater.
Ako hoćeš da nekog ne ljutiš.
Talon nije ni za kurac, ti pasa, evo.
Pa uopšte nije za to, Talon. Nije mu to funkcija.
Kad si rekao ovaj Makedonac mi ide na kurac, naravno da te napusti.
Evo malo baciš.
A ocjena je. Mu kažem, ima nas sve, ono ulazi i vidi jedan ima drugi tim. Pači da je patimo i igraju jednom četu. Ovo je Nikolas.
Znaš da je bilo 2 tima u jednom chatu? Tamo na onom Discordu gdje sam igrao sa onim momcima iz Hrvatske. Tamo je bilo redovno po 6 ljudi. Redovno. Ali dosta njih se ohladilo, znaš. Zato što je Han takav kakav.
Jel mi Milan poslao te slušalice što je rekao da mi šalje? Nije se javlja nešto.
Čekaj, ti obeš obećao meni ili će da pošalje slušalici?
Meni je obećao, kaže samo plati pošterinu kao častim te slušalice.
Znači on iste slušalice prodao 2 puta, a ne?
Ničim izazvan je.
On je iste slušalice poklonio 2 puta.
Možda obojica dobijete po 1 par.
A ti dobiješ kutiju.
Možda obojica dobijemo po 1 zvučnik, evo.
Ne.
Crven trak. Evo te od mrtvi ljudi. I da mi headshot. Vete, a mi pričamo. Neka. Treba. A mi pričamo. Vidi ga Nenade.
Nenad u Novom Sadu je.
Ne seri da je iskočio iza ćoška i headshot od...
Sprdate se sa ono.
Šta je ono bilo?
Šta da sam izašao? Šta ćeš dole jebate? Aj ljudi, ti Snake, uđi brate, igraj se.
Ne, zovite Makedonca.
Zovite nekog drugog bre, ne mogu ja s vama brate. Stvarno ste show brate.
Čekaj, ti si bio gore, a Nenad je bio preko pola mape daleko.
Nebitno ko je bio, nisi ti kriv brate. Ovaj Nenad otišao sam dole preko pola brate mape po ovaj trag. Ti brbljaš, likovi ispred brate nas. Zajebi ti to brate.
A ti si stalno AFK, a? Šta imaš da kažeš u svoju odbranu, na čem?
Nema ništa.
Stalno jedeš, stalno sladoled, stalno kolači.
Pa brate, ne moraš igrati sa mnom, to je odbrana, boli me kurac.
Ma jedi govna, to ću ti krenuti da meni na normalnim ljudima to ne smeta. Znaš ti kad pogine da se ono iskorči kupiti pevac. Ja ne mogu s vama, ja sam savršen, vi pričate ovaj trka, onaj
savršen, o čemu sam ja savršen? Kad sam ja to brate?
Ajde tišina, jedi govna.
Kad crni savršen?
Tišina.
A,
Tišina, balavac,
brani se s
ajde.
tišinom. Balavac.
Ajde, tišina,
Aj,
balavac.
matori, idi umri.
Neka tako.
Ne smiješ se daći u mikrofon Saški.
Bit ćeš mutiran svakako.
Znam gdje stanuješ.
Pogotovo žena, boli me kurac. Moraš da ga posošiš kad dođeš.
Dobro, će dođem da ti ga posošim, ajde. Ali šta ćemo onda? Ajde mali, čuti.
Neozbiljni ste ljudi,
Neispavan sam i trkaš me u mozak, ajde.
Ko te drkao, brate, mozak? Trkaš ti mene s tvojom igrom! Jesi ludila?
Miki Manojlović.
Kad budete izašli, šaljete invite, ja sam brate meniju, ne mogu bre da brate gledam pola sata.
A digni onda bar mene da izađem, da sačuvam Full Metal Jacket, slag i to ako mi...
Misliš ako te ne zapale?
Pa zapaljen sam, nego to otišli na drugu stranu.
Ima lešovi. Kad budeš, ja sam ovamo AFK.
Kampuju oni tebe, druže moj. Čim si ti zapaljen, oni tebe kampuju, ti izgoriš. Mene su kad sam igrao solo ljudi palili. Niđe pucnja, niko nije napravio osim ja, oni me kampuju da izgorim. Satima me kampuju. Ja prekrstim se i izađem iz meča. Ko će to da gleda?
Dolazi ti jedan, pazi. Eno ti ga.
Ne dolazi jedan nego dvoje.
Pa dva, ali jedan ti je onaj prvi, ovaj ti je drugi.
Gdje sam ja stao, majko moja? Uja!
Jesi preživao fight? A kampali su ga, a?
A ne, sve.
Pričao sam siguran da je to takav tip igrača koji kampuju. Čini su Dracula onako lako headshot, ali ti te neće pustiti da možda izgoriš.
I mislim da sam ovog jednog bio ubio. Nisam. Ali sam ga pogodio bio...
U vrata.
Ovo rano mi bio je. A da, ovo su naleko mi... Što se kaže?
Par hiljada kilova, ako ne i 10.
Ajde, Dracula.
Ali dobri su, jako su dobri.
Dracula!
Tu sam, evo.
Meč je bio kratak, Dracula, verujem. Kratak, ali je bitačan.
Je bitačković.
Wow, 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 sweet love of my eye.
I propeva je.
Pored vas čovjek može i da počne da repuje. Ti ti ti, ta ta ta, žuta kućica. Šta je to? Društvo od Winchesterke, a? Respekt.
Ali uz hajvnost.
Nema razlike. Bolje si uzeo onu vatrenu municiju. Vatreni metak Insidiary, ako ga imaš otključanog, može da pogodi... pogodi veću površinu nego normalni metak, da tako objasnim. Ono što bi bio promašaj ako koristiš Insidiary, uglavnom je pogodak. Nebitna je brzina metka.
Smljač.
Ome, tu sam.
To me zove majkom pobliž.
Ajmo most.
Moses?
Moses. Može, zašto ne bi mogao? I'm smarter.
Moses.
Ajde, Fort Bolden. Boss ne bi bio boss ako ja ne bi trčao s jednog kraja na drugi kraj.
Ohoho! Sieben Schwester!
Ovo vidiš, šta ih htjeli.
Nije se te da podižem. My boys.
Rane Leo, pazi. A jedi govna.
Rekao da je u poletu.
Jesi uzao trag makar, nisi?
Nije.
Ne, taman ispred bio je i on.
Tamo jebem.
Repuju. Braća trepuju.
Dolazi ekipa iza.
To je to. Druga ekipa. Druga ekipa iza nas, vratite se.
Da.
Kurac, vrati.
Ja sam ti rekao...
Vrati se, uštekaj se, bre.
Ti rekao još 5 minute da su iza nas.
Da bi.
Žica ovdje aktiviran.
Nenade, sad si me sjebo sa žicom.
Penje vam se gore čovjek na vrate merdevine, na onu visoku terasu.
Budi tu dole. I čuvaj donju stranu.
Bravo.
Ti si daš opet, ja?
A?
Ovdje, pazi, ja sam postavio zamke.
Idemo okolo da flankujemo ove s leve strane vaše.
Mislim da ovi begaju. Uglavnom iza forte su rame dignute. Ovi su iza forte peđe.
Bravo.
Boj ubijen na isto mjesto.
Dobro.
Tu dole jedan, pazi. Pogođen, ali drvo me je mnogo gredi imao, pičku metar.
A možda pinde.
Do, napolje, pa pingovo sam ti. Pogodio ga opet. Beže.
Malo ti tim ne bega.
A?
Ne mora daješ
Ma dajte ova Winchesterke kore, ne mogu, nemam fokusa, brate, mašim sve živo, brate.
Malo ti tim ne bega, boli se, ne mora daješ pogrešne informacije.
Čovjek je čučnuo na sred otvorenog
još sam
prostora.
Ja, nebitno da je čučnuo. Ja agresivno piku, mislim da stvarno beži.
Ne beži.
Još jedan.
Ne beži.
Ko je, beđe metar ili?
Tu dole sam jednog isto skirkao peđe.
Mene možeš dignuti samo
Tebe je
ako sam
metak bacio
dao
nazad. Tebe je metak bacio nazad.
Može da je digne.
Ujebak, ispred tebe čovjek. Heal se. Prići tamo heal.
Pogodio sam ga.
Da. Digni me sad. Prići, ubijegaj. Penji su zmrdljeni. Penji. To. Ti gdje si ti cotiš?
Svi mrtvi?
Ne bre, još jedna ekipa ostala.
Ma ne, od ovih.
Pola ekipe ostao od ovih, ubio sam im jednog gore.
Samo ste ostali.
Jebote, s leveringom ga ubijem bolje nego da zoomiram. Jebote, ovo smeće od Winchester. Nisam navik.
Ubi ga leveringa.
Još jedan ostao.
Samo negdje nisu digli ovog.
Još jedan ostao unutra.
Digli su ga, ja bi ga nek sam ja išao.
Nema veze. A on će mrtvo biti opet. Svakako.
Spamersko oružje. Ne mogu ga dići ako mu ne baci žicu na glavu.
Ma ja sam se zabarikadiran sa žicom.
Ti si se zabarikadirao žicu?
No taj izgleda nije iz njihovog tima, ovo što sam ga ja...
Jeste. Jeste.
Ko je ovo metal? Boris, a?
Jel vidiš leš tu tebe dole?
Imaš!
Imaš onoga sa crvenom majicom i kapom Imaš onoga barmena i crnac, onaj Robocap što ga je Dracula zveknuo. To su trojica.
Svoj pik levi. Kako je čitarski. Ne da bacaš bombu dok ja pikam, jebem u sunce. Žarko.
Da, onaj strane sam bacio bombu.
Onaj te lik ubije tako.
A da,
na levi
tako bi
pik
ja sad
prošli
mogu bi
meč.
nego naš tajming. Užasan, brate, da to uradim. Užasan. Stav spin. Sve. Neće ni da pikaju. Zato što su low.
Da, ona bounty ekipa zašla.
Šta je zabavno?
Sad ti zabane.
Zabada tebi mozak.
Nešto mi u mecu.
U batu hodali. Ajde be. Ko je to pored mene? Ajde ti izvolite. Pošto ti prišao.
Stani na...
Se nabijaš.
Stani na liniju paljbe.
Stani ti ta. Opa, vidi metko je.
Znaš da možda izađeš s podrum Dracula ako je unutra.
Opa. Ovog nisu digli gore.
Jesu, digli su ga.
Nisu bre, vidim kroz ovo. Bre, čoveče.
Kad ste teksturu
Usi
vidim.
čorav ti. Vidim, brate, plašta. Kurac njegov. Tu je i dalje, ne mogu ni da ga dignu i doći. Moraju fizički da ga dignu. I ton. Nije umro za malo. Dobro, stojit su samo oni. Samo bez... Lagano, znači su...
Dva trepa ovdje.
Ostali su samo oni. Nemaju gdje.
To ne na trepu, ja?
Neko me raša! To neko prišao jebot. Nije.
Tu je jedin ovo što ti gazi ispod nogu.
Nemoj, trepali su. Jedan lik peljem.
Kumara 6000 said. Oli Doc Sad Sam Normal Niji. Kumara 6000
Još
said.
jedan ima unutra, dvojica.
Dvojica?
Kumara 6000 said.
Ovi se healuje.
Do poggle demo KRAJ.
Digo ga.
Nema veze.
Evo, doću za... A jebi ga, prestani da piješ, šta da ti kažem. Ti se nakokaš pivom i zaspeš. Evo, samo da siđem dole u podrum.
Kumara
Treba mi
6000
možda 15-20
said.
minuta.
AE Taman de Jenum. Kumara 6000 said. ZA Po Ur.
Da, može za polovreme.
Imaš šotku, jeben ga u.
Kumara 6000 said. NIJEPIVO no posa. Kumara 6000 said. CVC.
No.
Kumara 6000. Said. Iskidam SENA Posa CVC. Kumara 6000. Said. Isa Spim. Kumara 6000. Said. Boomerang. Kumara 6000. Said. Valjada Contas.
Ali, dva prozora je.
Tamo nema.
Prvo me lik pucao pod kojim uglom.
Ako ovo nije bila glava.
Joj, Nenade, jebem.
A,
kurac,
Čuti!
ne mogu se nahilujem.
Čuti bre! Jebote, šta se de...
Deco, nemojte.
Neću s vama da igram, jebite se, ne deri se, čuti. Jebem ti sunce žarko. Ne znaš, morat ću da idem pa sve da ih pogledam.
Kumara 6000.
Znači ja da umre zbog toga.
Said. PHL Mogyosta idalslusas te narcomanis amirdaljive. Kumara 6000.
Prestao sam da te zima za ozbiljno kume dok god koristiš kapsluk.
JBG. Kumara 6000. Said. AOO. Kumara 6000. Said.
Kaže ti kumu da te
TVOJ Zivet.
Koga?
Tebe.
Kumara 6000. Said.
Citiram, nije moguće da i dalje slušaš te narkoman. Pitam se na koga je mislim.
Dynamo SEZZZ. Kumara 6000.
Mora da je mislio na Boris.
Said. ZZZZZ. Kumara 6000. Said. PAJEK.
Tako smo mogli da
Kumara
ih imamo.
6000. Said. Gel.
Sad ću ja pokušati.
Kumara 6000. Said.
Ide bre.
NENIJE Mogyus. Kumara 6000. Said. Hunt LOL. Kumara 6000.
Rust LOL.
ZZZ. Kumara 6000. Said.
Nema koga da dignu, ta nije isti tim.
Kumara 6000. Said. Dejedum. Kumara 6000. Said. 60k Pogena Imam.
Koliko goriš ti to, Gardi? Nije, to je drugi tim. To... Dobro. Nek su oni izgorili skroz.
Kumara 6000. Said. Vitamo se rast jeza hant is mislio igru. Kumara 6000.
7 days. A ne, rast, hvala.
ZZZZZZZ.
Kako oni igraju?
Kumara 6000.
Ovo vaše što mi stoji na sred ekrana, koliko je to retardirano tek.
Lobanja.
Sam se tako. No ušla sam se tako.
Kumara 6000.
Jebote!
Said.
Ovo je
Probabam KADCE Prositat. Kumara 6000. Said. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ12
Vidim da nisi pio kume ništa.
Opet sam se tako... U šta? U ovaj kurac! Moguće da ovako... Da igraju ornament, sunce ti jebe.
Pare.
Viš ti kakve njihove igre.
Što ne ubiješ bossa i vratiš health? Ne, nema
Kog bre bossa?
Ili malo boss? Oni imaju bounty.
Nema.
Oni imaju bounty?
Oni imaju bounty, da.
I sede unutra.
Mislite? Da, mislite od mene 50 kafe. Ne misli to? Tek ludilo, bet. Da, a znaš šta je point? Oni su razvaljeni, bet.
Bio sam ih ja po dotipu.
A, su pomrali od ove drugi.
A dobro, opet je ovo loše po meni.
Sad ću ja loše da ih pobijem. Ja ne mogu da vjerujem na šta su oni spremni, bet. Ima jedan. Čime vas ubijem?
Mene bombom njega je ubio.
Pa pusti bombu, čime vas damage
Oružje, piše ti iz kog oružja te puca.
S kojom bombom te ubije?
Ma zanima... Ništa.
A još luđi, bret. A ja, što se čini?
A ništa.
Piraj.
Ti njih napadaš, a oni se štekaju unutra.
Tako smo se ja i ovaj stam, do kraja smo se bili sve.
Tek da vam napišu poruku. Eto ti to je to. Haos, dobro. Moguće da oni ovako igraju. Pa sunce ti poljubim.
Koliko njima treba taj bounty, ja?
Koliko su željni. I gladni. Da su jedan pored drugog, znaš?
Na metar.
Pederi, bet, osu pički.
Možda su učili Milanu u školu, onu... Sjebali su sav dark side. Tok još nije mi bilo borbe.
Ne znam, šta da radi, meni je skroz. O, pederski, bet. Šta da radi, bet?
Udalji se od bossa arene. Ko je najbliži izlaz, krenut će oni tamo. Ne mogu da lotiju i Nenada i Borisa, verovatno zato što im je health izgorao, pretpostavljam.
A moram da i nađem ugo. Aha, znam gdje se popao. Ajde, mamu ti jebe. Ajde. Ajde, pička ti mater. Iskaše mi su fa...
Ti šta sve smeta jebut.
Šta? Podržaš mi ulogu, čekaj. Moguće da on je... Ja ne mogu da verujem kakva je ovo partija, mene je sramota i mene i brate njih. Ja im tražim uglove, neko pičke, nego ko najjače pičke, već. Ej, vidi malo. Ne znam što da redim.
Da nisu oni umrli unutra.
Shode.
Od starosti, ja.
Pa. Kako se ne pomeraju.
Ovi su next level. Ovo je već next level, bet. Ovo je next level ludila, bet. Ovo je ti šta što su oni spremni. Tući! Ej! Sad možda
Ne.
Nešto,
Ima.
pustim ovo dvoje. Luda. Ludaki, to je to.
Bili ti njih, majke?
Ja sa Nenadom, a?
Bili ti njih?
Da.
S leveringom.
Ne smijem da ti dignem! S leveringom.
Polako stavi slušaj, možeš. Ostaćeš jedan health, znaš.
Da, ja sam to zaboravio, već. Pa to sad. Bitno je da sam ja njih pobio, već. Gdje si Milane, šta ima?
Ovo su
situacija,
novi vrhunci igre.
Morao sam da vadim situaciju.
Vruće kestenje iz vatra.
Gdje je drugo telo, bet? Gdje je odleteo ovaj, bret? A ovo je pao od ozgo kad sam ga upucao,
Da, a zato sam ti pitao, ne čujem kako sam spaljen, ne čujem dobro zvuk. A primjerno mi si da sam vidio da letiš, da leti dole.
Da je ispao napolje. Zato nismo mogli da ga revive-u.
Eto, kako su htjeli, tako su igrači dobili, bet. Da igraju kao pičke i da umru kao pičke, već.
It's absolutely marvelous.
Još ja sam, još čitav, pikujem čitav, vete.
You're such a cheater!
Terminus, hoću rizbi da dam, a. A da, tebi da...
Tam mrmljaš u bradu, govori, jebem te u...
I koji se stavlja minus. Daj mi malo dima. Ništa, nema to šta svaka čast. Znači ja ne vidim vama sad od baga. Kako sam vas dizao, ne vidim vam tačke, koja je dvojka, koja je kec. Zavisi to. Zavisi koje bagove ove igre ima, bret. Nebitno, hvala ti, znam sad koji si. Pa ne vidim ko je ko, razumiješ? Zabagovalo. A znam ko je garci. Znači malo te gađam u glavu, može? Ubit ćeš samog sebe ako baš što. Jebeno ti ništa. Kino si mi kocku manijač.
Kakvi voli pucati jedan drugu, joj, stari.
Gašaš mi na kari.
Masa, učica,
Kancer imam, red.
Če crkneš, bre.
Če crkne.
Če gi ugibaš, bre.
Če ga vara.
Geni Stepan. Evgeni Stepan.
9 lovaca, hvala lepo.
9 kilo.
Da vidimo samo koliko su moji. 4, bravo. Nije 7, 5.
Ja, 1-2.
Jedan asist, ne, odigrali smo svi.
Ja, 1-2 i asist.
Nemoj tako.
3 kila su moje.
Kilova. To su 3 kilova tvoja.
40 bol bansa na ovaj cherry, ali me hoće drugi dan, brate, zaredom je, brate. A što se čini?
Apex.
I one...
Ove 50-icu sam kupio slučajno, ja...
Kad će častiš za tu biciklu?
Yes.
Mislim, kupio si biciklu u Origanu 4 TV, a da ne častiš na pras.
Koliko biciklu koša, ponovi mi još jedan put.
1400 TV, koliko platio već?
1400 €.
Alo, sine, a ti se bodeš.
Ti si narkoman.
Milane, si ti bodeš u venu.
Da ga čuje Ćale, vjerojatno bi gubio.
Ne, samo bi mu rekao, sad ćeš sljedeći mjesec da mi daš toliko za struju.
Ohohohoho!
Ahahahaha! Nisu tvoji ka tvoji.
Ka njegovi. Nisu tvoji ka njegovi.
Ne znam.
Tako.
Ja ne živim na račun drugih. Kao neki. Da ne kažem kao parazit.
A šta se radi?
Tuđim krovom.
Ovo ozbiljne reči, ja?
Teži oblik uvrede.
Evo Ilija, ti živiš...
Ne znam, Nenade, ja da imam kući na Primorju, ja bi svake godine išao na Primorje, ne bi sedeo ovdje, znaš. Da imam kuću na Primorju.
Znaš, godina ima 13 mjeseci, ti si se vratio u vreme pre...
Turak. Vreme Turak.
Milan 2 dana mlađi od mamuta, a?
Kad je mjesec imao 28 dana.
We are fucking serious.
Vi ste Sirijci, šta? You're Syrians.
We fucking serious, we are.
Stream.
Ne diraj mi iđe Apex, ali Apex to je. Znači sve neki iđe Apex. Dej, Tavija. To Kesić progovorio, si ubio.
Gdje može Kesić da progovori od Milan? Kaka je to laž?
Progovori od njega.
Kako možeš progovoriti od Milan? Ko još sme da govori?
I'm stronger, I'm faster, I'm better. I'm better.
Umri je premo.
O mena dedaki. Kur. Pa je.
Arsenal.
Ovo si u Iron Warriorsu, ali dobro. U Iron Warriorsu.
A tu neđe.
Ne, bude ga.
Nešto je veseo ovaj Belada danas.
A vidiš...
Kako nije, najveseliji čovjek.
Bila plata, ili šta? Gdje si bila plata za nerad, jebote, mislim, gdje si ti to ono...
Ja mislim dobiješ platu za...
Dobijaš platu za nerad. Molim. Pomažem ti reći jednu stvar.
I'm stronger. Evo ga. Oh! 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 Legendar.
Da li je moguće, raspizdio je Nenad da je zapalio mene, jebote, znači ne vjerujem.
Šta je tu nemoguće?
To je apsolutno sjajna igra, znači ja prosto dan danas ne znam kako ja to mogu da preskočim.
A ti si igrao Apex Mione?
Nije, samo ovo od CD.
Jedan meč. Šta si rekao, šta?
Razvalio me od kurt.
Kapiram što hoće da kažeš, ali...
Ne znam ni on što će kaže, onda ste isto.
A ti znaš da ima...
Aj, otvori ovo. Žrtvujem se. Za sama.
Jesi se i ti dao za ekipu, a?
Dao sam se, a nisi se dao, ali za malo da se dao. Za malo da se dao. Napola. No da. Ko napola mrtav čovjek, kaj ti kažeš.
Gdje je Bengals?
A?
Šta?
Ako imaš izađi, Boris, ako...
Ko će koga debe?
Meni treba heal. Jesi to promašio?
Nisi.
A evo ga heal doktor.
To promašio samo kad idem se keći. Kad god idem se njim moram promašim ovom.
Jao, nemoj to da pričaš.
I da možeš čovjeku da dokažeš da ne smije uopće ni ne bude ni blizu posle mene.
Tebi treba jutro zemlje da mu baciš bombu.
Bravo, bravo, bravo! A šta radi Nenad? Pa ti si narkoman.
Jel opet na drugom kraju mape?
Baci ti još jednu, baci ti još jednu. Ljudi! Ljudi! Šta grob?
Ovako si...
To je emulator? Neće biti.
Jest.
Nije moja zloga.
Možda se neki igrač sakrio oko vas.
Faster. Evo.
Zašto ti ne umiješ?
Či je ovo žica tvoja, a?
To nije žica, to je ovo obično. Samo ne znam.
Pogledaj sad šta će ti biti žica.
Ne znam, nisi trebao da aktiviraš ovim.
Nisam ja dirao.
Ne mogu si zombije.
Tačno. To si postavio kao zatek, šta da ljudi zapnu za to.
Da ubije mene. Opet njegovi trepovi, bolje njega kurac. Ne prijavljuje ništa, ima da mi ubije Borica. Ni krivi, ni brate dužan. Ko onaj meč protiv onih random likova. Ovaj mu jebe brate majku preko mikrofona, brate, s kojim idiotom igra. Trepuje brate Milana, partner mu gazi preko brate trepa, brate, genijalno.
Što ne gledate ispred sebe?
Ja su mrturi.
Upravo si ti Nenada, ne gledaj oni ispred
Dobre,
nogu.
dobre, smiri se. Smiri se. Neću ti je pokrano. Šta bilo?
Skanirat ću te, stvarno, smiri se.
Šta bilo, šta bilo? Šta bilo? Pa ćeš jednu jaku da dobiješ. Pa. Nema noža. Ima noža. Sad ću ti ja pokažem. Sad ću ti vidiš. Are, dobre, smiri se. Ti.
Nikog ne vidim s kim.
Uzmi ti ovdje imamo bakteri. Bolje da ti uzmeš da vas dvoje izginete, nego ja da me vidim. Na.
Ovi su bili bossa, ga nisu zapamljali, sigurno.
That's absolutely marvelous.
To je da bi čuli ljude kod ulaze u compound.
Nemogući da buče nije metal.
Idemo Silver 4. Idemo na svrnaništ. Jo, nisam zapalio 10 coina. Aj na drugo baš. Hoćemo na njih? Po drugog. Baš.
Sam palio ovo drugo.
Na. Zmija, ri, vozi, ja, ri.
Ti piješ solarnu vodu.
Dobar dan! Dobar dan!
Dobar dan.
Koja je rokada? Ima dosta ljudi. Skenirajte. Hoću da čujem info.
Jebote!
Aj beži odavde, dosta si mi rekao. Koliko ljudi?
Jednog ubio.
Koliko ljudi ostalo?
Pa ne znam, 6 je bilo sigurno. Ovdje sam jednog roknuo dole.
Mnogo ljudi, ja.
Ali ne bi me čudilo da i 9, mnogo je gužva.
Skeniraj opet. Moraš
Više, 3 ovdje, 3 ovdje.
Dve tima, ajde dalje se i vrate na piku. Kažemo dalje se i na piku. Ali dobro, nabij mi se u dupe, majku mu jebem. Kako volite da me pratite? Jebem mu sunce, bre, Nenade. Otkud znaš da ti si, brat, moje. Ne možemo ovako, odaješ me, bre. Neću da igram ovo.
Hić! Flash je i dalje tu,
Mephisto's hatred was a poisonous void.
Prozor ovaj.
Ako ga vidiš putem.
Pa, vidit ću naravno, samo ne vidim.
Nešto više očekuješ od njega.
S kim pričaš?
Tobom.
Tu sam. Mnogo ljudi, a?
Petar.
Hail to you, champion.
Flash je još uvijek ovdje, ovaj što se ga roknuo.
Ires! Šalim se.
Mene nije roknu.
A?
Mene nije roknu.
Kapetan lješi.
A, tebe nije roknu.
Koliko imaš još sekundi, ne? Ja imaš 2. Ovdje je gore, iza kule je gore.
Au, brat. Loša pozicija smo.
Plovi se, ako ga vidiš...
Ovo je najgora pozicija, brat.
A vidio sam ga kad je opalio.
Nema nikoga da vidiš, moramo da pustimo da ovi napadnu ove. Kad oni pobiju ove, mi onda napadnu. Ovako, izginut ćemo, verovatnoća.
Kako kad im Bolić ubio jedno?
Šta?
Ja sam jednog roknuo, evo ti leš ovdje.
A dobro jednog, a od 2 ekipe.
Pucaju na mene.
A znam da pucaju po tebi, već.
Čujemo.
Pitanje za $1 milion. Hoćete da idemo sa bountyjem ili da ih čekamo da pobijemo?
Čemu je draži igre?
Čemu je draži igre?
A onda ostavi bounty pa ide pa juri ljude bez bounty.
Deploje se onda.
Ako ti pare nisu bitne.
Ali pitanje para nego bounty je bit.
Bounty.
A bounty ti daje sve.
Kad bounty izađe s mape, moraš izaći s mape, tako da su oni izgubili isto toga.
Ima još jedan bounty.
Čuj. I upuvali jebote, znači.
Da. Oprosti.
Ovo je meč sa peticama, što očekuješ?
Momci, ja sam otišao gledam film.
Ujde, pucao.
Ajde, čao.
Možda im pošalješ onaj broj. Ne moraš sad.
Ajde, zapiši, dobro, posle ću ti posle, ajde.
Da ti pošalje kutiju.
Da. Eto, Drakula zez.
Moram.
Pusti ga.
Evo ili ja ide Voli se! Voli se na momenta. Peđa! Voli se sudili.
A ko da ne vidim.
Jebi kad ja pokaj. Da. Ma da. I to se vidiš u mrtvoj noći. Što me gore sad bi ga digao, ali on ja pa krm.
Nisam AFK gledaj jebote ovaj. Nešto sam pitao Sašku pa sam isključio mikrofon, čuješ?
Ajde, dižem te.
Ajde.
Direktno na prelazovne.
Da, na vidu sam ga, dakle.
Imaš optiku?
Imam, ček sam da se zahila. Sačeko me, nema šta je.
Ja ima to nešto s optikom govori. A nema, kad ti tjera ne može...
Evo puca na mene, vidio me, garant je tu još na prozoru negdje. Na to.
Ja on tu vidi, ja zaista ne znam.
Ko, ja?
Ma ovaj bre.
Aha. Pa
Ovo je
vidi
neko
čo... Šta ovaj emulator divlja još, evo.
Ali šta ne ga tamo boli se s tom optikom i ubiga.
Pa čekaj, skroz sam u granju, sad ću da probam od neku da ga...
Ma da! Ja moj...
Sad su ih ovi napali, šta je, Peđa negdje otišao ili?
Ne, Peđa neće da pikuje svakako.
A
Time da
gukni
pikuje.
me.
Šta da guknem? Digni ga s toga.
Nekromanserom.
Ima Dark Side. Prvo ove, daj da vidimo gdje su, jao! 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 Jao,
Više healova u
Bože!
pičku materinu.
Što ideš pumpeku?
Evo da. Planiram s njom sve da pobijem. Samo da dođe vreme. Sve da ih pobijem. Sve! Razumiješ? Sve! I vas. Je li ima neko nešto?
Saška, kud sad?
Saška ti kriva kao.
A ne, nešto mi pokazuje, ja se okrenem i dobijem headshot, jebi.
Litro si, ne?
Hoćeš da te dignem?
Ha, kako god.
Hoćeš ponovno da se dignem?
Ne znam, džabe sad, jebi. Uzmi bounty od mene. To ti je bio plan, ajde priznaj.
Haha.
Ne mogu ni da se sklonim, bre, ne da me isparbali.
Sad ne moraš da se healaš.
Sam me da healaj.
Pa ja nemam više healova.
Ne moraš ni da se healaš.
U stvari imamo onaj špric, čekaj ako hoćeš. Hoćeš?
Bori, ajde.
Najprije koliko će oni da se opusti, ima da vas napadnu i da vas pobiju, a ja ću njih da pobijem. To je prava stvar.
Opet gubio.
Čekaš govno jedno, čekaš mamu ti jebem. Pa skinut ću te sad pa crko.
Ja nemam čime da te dignem danas.
A nema šta da ga healaš, on nema ni šta da heala. Njemu se samo heal te vraća.
Jebem je usta.
Znači, s tog prozora je neuništiv, jebem ga u dupe.
Ajde, zapikuj sad. Ajde, zapikuj. Što sad ne zapikuj, pučka?
Spičio sam ga, ali ne znam. Rekao sam ti da ću mu jebati majku.
Četiri lika. Bure jebeno. Ajte ljudi, nemojte se sprdat.
Ma daj!
Pun kurac ljudi.
Je te ono bilo, a?
Ma nije, uzeo sam crnkinja, onaj skin.
Ona, te jebem.
Kakav buda.
I žica, odakle žica tu sad? Kako je ovo izašao onda, bet?
Ne znam.
Šta je s ovom igrom? Kako je izašao prvi lik, ja ga ubijem, a ovi na, brate, žicu budu.
Vidio sam.
Jebika.
Ej, idem malo da odmorim, radim od 9, moram malo da dremam.
Ništa, onda ćemo praviti pausu.
Ajde kasnije, ako mi ne bude gužva, kačim se pa igramo uveče.
Čekaj, ti radiš do 9 ili...
Ne, od 9 do 5.
No. Ajde.
Ajde pa se čujemo posle.
A prećemo pauzu nade pa ćemo poslije s njim. Dobro je bilo, svakako je zanimljivo.
A rekao sam da ću skinuti ono, znači jebo sam u mamu, headeruje po...
A to što si umro 8 puta?
Ma boli me kurac.
To.
Dobio je ono šta je tražio.
To.
Srce u junaka. Ajde pa se čujemo posle.
Ajde, čao. Alo. Igrali do sad. Pa Makić igra, brate. Dobiti Makić. Pa rekao si pre, zvaću, brate, Makić.
Ni on ti je rekao, ajde.
Šta ne? Pa dobro. Može, ajde igrat ćemo kako god hoćeš. Sačekaj, onda odigrajte vas ove duo.
Nećemo, ne igramo.
Onda sačekaj dok Cash izaći. A, nisu? Halo? No, tu vidim.
Alo.
Važi, sad ću. Prihvatio sam invite-uz. Morat ćeš opet invite. Da bi ovaj hunt je retardiran. Da. Samo malo.
Znaš šta je beka bilo je? Ovaj kurac, kao što sam rekao, stabilizator. Vidim da je manžetna otišla, da je... To je to, nema šta. Stabilizator, zato on nije ni stabilan baš, ono, osjeti se da nije baš... Jer stabilizator kad je loš, on i lupa i onako ljulja se auto, nije baš stabilan najbolji. Stabilizator baš ima tu funkciju da drži čvrsto auto u tegmi. To je zajebancija promijeniti meni, ja ću to najgore, najteže poći i kupiti. Sekund.
Da čeka koji kurac.
Da mora da propane nešto u zemlju, pa to još vidio nisam, ne.
Jebing.
Da bi ovo kesić.
Living the dead girl. Ovaj emulator mi treba doći. Dođemo. Dođe, čeka. Smiri se. Zabala mi igra, jebaj. Ubit će me emulator, zabala mi igra. Šamaran godinama. Tu boksat. Prison ili fort?
Prison, pa ćemo izvedjeći.
Dobro.
Boga, šta je, aj, bre.
Bravo. Bravo.
Prison su ljudi izgledali.
Da li je boss tu? Bossa.
Tu je boss, je bio. Da, čujem eksplozivnu strelu.
Imam ja više strela. Dve ekipe. Verovatno. Dve ekipe.
Nemoj ništa pokušavaš sa mnom.
Dve ekipe. Peć. Ti si lud. Ubili su me od ozgo. Presatinem. Boda s kojim ja ludakom igram.
Evo, čovjek, ubit će me odmah, automatski će me ubiti.
Milane! Milane! Niko da mi pomogne ovdje, brate. Ja ne mogu da verujem. Lik ispod vas bio, boli vas kurac. Ja sam failo, loše igram, brate. Zadnji trzajevi hanta. Ne možeš. Pa može, na daljinu je. Diži me, Milana. Ne prvenstvo. Diže me on Kesić, opušteno. Samo ga ti puci. Ba da, i digne me kad on pikuje. Pa da, evo te, igra i timing. Diži me opet. Sam me diži.
Pao je opet.
Još jedan. Još jedan. Dobro. Ne mogu ja čovjeka da pogodim. Opet se sa dve ekipe.
Samo šteta najveća ove igre što su izbacili ono da izađeš iz meča, brate, automatski kad su mrakovi i govna. To je najveći promašaj igre što su napravili.
Promašaj igra sama.
Svaku po mraku, po magli, po govnima, gde sale, ma beži bre.
E kurac. Jest tu XP-a, tolerance. To idemo, život je pred nama. Ma vezi. Idemo dalje, za iste pare. Ima mnogo para, ovo mora se troši. Nema pare. Zašto se izbrali? A? Šta sam za... Pa ne, nego sam stao namjerno, čovječ. Zašto su ispraznjeni samo postavke? Kažem, zašto se pravdu... Pa nije nego glumi Maca Lukasa budala, ne znaš što. Ne znaš ti gdje si. Moj da mi umćeš. Bravo. Milane. Bravo, da uperiš. Možda te vi ugoda nakrisi. Tako ćemo najbrže da se naći. Da, kod one kuće jebe mu materu, pičku je. A zombija ko koći.
Ovdje je boss. Da. Da. Za sad je bio.
Ko je to?
Nije na vas, ili?
Ko je? Dobro si mi rekao. Bravo Milane, bravo. Bravo. Gdje voda, poliš mi.
Šta je lanterni, 6 lanterni, vrate, unutra. Nema tu ta žardinjera jer je žica razbila.
Evo ti kasam ja. Ima? Ima. Znači keš ću da skidaš. Šalim se. Vidi ovdje ima lampa i... La Mamba.
Na gitarka.
Iš, ovo je bolelo. Ja pjenujem kao. Milan dobio 2 automat. Kada? Monti. Neki su. Ne zaboravim. Da. Može. Da, može sigurno. Jovanče. Dobro, vina. Kako sam upalio ovo gore, bit? Kako sam palio ovaj overlay, smrdljivi, raspaljivi. Evo.
Pazi bomb. Ali to samo misliš.
Da imaš mater, imamo od ljuda. O, opet mi su upalilo osmi. Kako sam upalio ovo, bre? Nije ga ubio, čuješ bre? Ubit će i tebe kiš. A znam gdje je bete. Nisi ga ubio uopšte. Samo si ga hitao. Ja ću imati metko još malo. Ne, te sam već uzeo.
Ovo je nisi.
To je kritično do toga. Jesam ti rekao da je kritično, bret?
Ovi, brate, beže negdje. Nema taj više metkova, znači se taj pol.
Ubila me kroz... Aha, to njoj nije ništa kao. Kroz žicu me ubila, bret. Ja ću pusti na mene. Jesi.
Pali ovo smeće usran. Brate, stanuo si me, ne mogu se pomerim iz mesta. Ne.
Nisi.
Bravo.
Pitarski. Okej, metko mi ovi trebaju.
Još 4 čovjeka. Sad će mi jebat kevu,
Yes. Četiri čovjeka ostalo, be. I nije meni jasno, to je četvrti.
Da.
O.
Pazi tu na žicu. Pao jedan.
No. Još jedan na tome.
Da, dva automata je bio. Sad će ga diži.
Jesu obojci, jesu.
Jedan je samo tu. Dvojica. Bravo.
Kjer je?
Op, neko... Evo, ispod mene.
Skeniraj.
Skeniraj, imaš sken, nemaš. Nema nikog.
To je to. Bravo. Ponesi automat kjesić.
Nitro je popušio karu. Idemo i dole, što ne mogu dole da nađem se. Evo.
Već jesu uopšte. Uzeo kjesić. Zar nije kjesiću?
Uzeo sam nitro.
Automat si volji.
Evo ti dolče.
Dolče da ponesu.
A kako ćeš, ajde, meni isti kurac. Pa to je taj. To je taj, sam uzeo tog i premostio ga vamo.
Ajmo.
A ja idem prema izlazu.
Da. Ali nisi otključio tamo. Stvari, možda jesi, ne znam koliko puta si uzeo upgrade-o uopšte Mosinku. Slabo nisi ti igrao, znači sad si tek Mosinku sa optikom možda otključio. Ima i još dva oružja pa tek onda automat, znači... Obrez, pa ne znam, Talon, pa Marksman. Ne,
ako
odmah! Daj da
idemo
izađemo
napolje pa
onda,
ćemo
bre!
onda... Ja idem da idem, bre.
Da, gubimo vreme ovdje, izađemo iz meča.
Da.
Koja je tvoja logika, brete?
Što bi u meč radio restart, to mi nije jasno. Prazan je bio. Ispraznio ga je skroz. Čuješ, ispraznio je automat, brate. Ja sam uzeo automat iz njegovih ruka, brate. Ja nisam vidio ni jedan metak. Jedino ako si ti ta 3 metka ispraznio poslije. Hoćeš ja sad jedem 5 minuta.
Posašio si. Ajde, nji. Da. Eura prazna si. Da i? Nema veze, probaj. Šta te boli kurac? Nemam ja rank. Ne, neću ti još ništa. Ostavi je tamo, daći mi ga drugi. Pa je. Mosinka misliš. Sad ću ti ja reći što je sljedeći. Ide ti Mosin Agant običan. Ti si na drugi tek, Mosin obrez. Pa ide Bajonet, pa obrez Mace, pa Mosin Nagant Sniper, pa Mosin Nagant obrez Dram. Jesi Drama? Do ja sljedeći ti automat. 1250 $. Imaš, ali imaš mace, no to je. Obrez Dram. Ali imaš i obrez Mace. Taj je obrez manji, a obrez Dram ti je šanžer ogroman, brate, onaj kao auto. Aha. Da. Sljedeći ti je automat, znači nađeš još sljedeći put dok nosiš automat ili Mosinku, onaj plavi list, i to je jedino tako, ili da ubiješ ljude sa automatom. Piši ti tamo koliko ti fale XP do automata. Pa ne znam. Ne treba ti šta ovo spoznam traži se. Ajde, kilo van. Automat. Jes. Jebi ga, kažu. Zato je taj tvoj sistem. Ja ću ti morati, ja on tek kako daš.
Ja. Znači nikad.
Zdravo živo zone, šta ti rade doma?
Ja vjerojatno spavati. Kod kuma na film. A.
Sad ja rade do... Praživa zone. Mega Kesić ludi. Kesić ludi. Koliko ti kocki ostalo, Kesić?
A ostalo mi je od velike kocke nekih 10.000.
A znači nisi izgubi kocku?
Ma kak?
Zdravo, živa zona. A ti si prerealan. Zdravo, živa zona.
Radi li beka apoteka sad, ne, jel?
Meksiko. To niste vi?
Tamo dignu. Na mom bateriji, boss. Čim oni idu vam.
Su to otišli od nas ili idu ka nam?
Ja bih rekao da idu ka nam.
Ispod mene, jebeš mi mat.
Ovo da nije uzet.
Šuti! Lik ispod mene! Istu prozori ovo. Nes. Boli me kurac.
Ovo bateriji, boss.
Evo mi je molit.
100%.
Zdravo, zone. Koja?
Sad ćemo vidjeti.
Živa zone. Šta ti rade doma? Živa zone.
Hitan.
On ispod mene ladno bio, bet. Naravno šotku ima.
Au, majku ti!
Ispred tebe.
I puši kurac, bre, sad neće stigram ovo sveće, više usram. Jebem ti, bre, igru mrtvu pičku, bre. Jebem ti, bre, igru mrtvu usram. Jebote, 2 troni jaksa u glavu ili nabijem, jebem je mamu, bre, u pičku da joj jebem, bre. Ma neću bre, smeće usrano da igram bre, ne vidim ništa bre.
A šta da ja kažem, čovjek me sa
Bre,
šotkom
tako mi
ubije.
bre mozak prosipa
Nemoj da
na
se
igra,
nerviraš.
svaki dan mi mozak prosipa bre. Ma beži bre, jebem joj mamu ja u pičku.
Ajmo novi meč, nemoj da se nerviraš. A šta, pa ne da nas igra, brate, šta da neš?
Ne mogu, brate, ne igra mi se više igra, brate, GI napada, brate, istovremeno. Ne mogu, brate, to me psihički ubije, brate. Brate, istovremeno moram se borim kad ma neću, nije problem ništa. Problem je što igra krade, to je problem, brate. Neću da igram, brate, igru kad krade. Kad me jebe, brate, ovako ne mogu, brate. To psihički ne mogu da izdržavam, brate. Svaki sljedeći meč mi bude sve grđi, brate. Ne mogu da igram sljedeći meč kad mi se ovako dešavaju stvari. Ne mogu, brate, da ga odigram.
A to je zato što igra ima problem, brate, taj sa brate, i hit marker, i delay, i sve, brate. Nisi ti tu ništa kriv, brate, ja sam oguglo davno na ovaj hunt, brate, ja se više nerviram nikad, ne znam šta uradim, boli me kurac. A što najgora stvar što u posljednje vreme ni ne tryhardam, brate, nego igram casual, ono. Čovjek tamo bolesti. Igraš normalno kesiću, niko od tebe ne traži da boli te kurac. Ja sam počeo bre da, brate, ladim ja, baš ni ne pokušavam da se, nemoj da se uprežeš bre zbog igre, koji jebe bre. A to jeste, svaki put tamo i uvali kurac. Treba nešto bre da igramo neku chill igru, to bi trebali.
Brate, još kad mora čekam ovako mi čita neki smrdljivi meč 5 minuta, 2 minuta igram, a 10 minuta mi čita meč, pa jebem ti onda igram. Stavaj Vlada, on stvarno nije dobro. Brate, ja već moram da smanjujem gamu u drugi povećavam, znači ludilo.
Šta se radi doma? Zdravo živo ljudi. Zdravo živo. Može. Ljudi, neko ispred mene puca, bre. Alo?
Dol.
Dolačan kucač, puca, bre. Lik, evo ga ispred mene. Odci. Baš tiče. Gdje idemo? Morate da ga pikujete, gdje se nam. Kao pički.
To je uzeto bilo, jel?
Šta na log be ispravan čovjek? Ovdje je lig, bre. Ispravan čovjek. Prelaze most, prelaze most. Priše. Ko su plaje? Daj si.
Ja ne prišao.
Nema lik. Prilazi drugi.
Prolazio.
Molim? 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 A neću bre da igram ovo, da igre bet.
Hitvan. Tu je Hitvan.
Hiton. Zdravo živo zo... Šta dvije ekipe, dva čoveka, čuti? A, bagujem, brate, kroz ovo drveće. Ne, šta ti rade doma? Bagujem kroz drveće, vraća me drveće nazad. To volim kad fizički nisam tu gdje jesam. I to ja sad keću, bre, da brate, kažem, meni igra radi ono što ona hoće, a ne što ja hoću. Pa da kažem, ništa, umremo, ako i boli me kurac. Igram novu.
Pogledaj ovo, vrat. 3.30 čovjek, vrat. Da li je ovo moguće, jebeš mi matere?
Zato što ne igra niko ovu igricu još. Sve opada ponovo broj igrača.
Ovo je nevjerojatno, majke mi.
Šestice, au, sve šestice, brate, 3.30. Au. 3.30, ovaj drugi 150, isto, treći 10.000 kilova, 2.65, pa da, ovi likuju se nešto, 24.000 kilova i ovaj isto drugi. Jaje, sviđa mi se. Ja sam ubio...
Lakše mi je kad ovako, eto, vidim.
Ja sam ubio ovog... Rage Pampam, on ima 10.000 kilova. Šta se čini? Ajmo novu, nema veze. Ja ću za tebe nositi kurčunu. Sada šta? Ne, šta da nosim, nema pa. Spektr, hoćeš terminus? Nemam otičan, fali mi jedan rank za terminus. Hoćeš ovu pumparku? Oj, Slate? Pa ne bre, Winfield ona nova. Ne radi, ali dobra je ona što je fali. Poneću nju, pa nema šta drugo biti. Ona je bolja od svih štatskih. A dobro, tebi nije. Zdravo, Milo. Šta se čini, eto man? Zdravo živo. Sam. Evo Rapunzel.
Moguće da ovamo nema niko. Forte, eh?
Fort. Gasim, samo gasim. Nisi pono... Nisi pono... Kako se da... Niste ja slušao jebik. Da sam znao ne bi uzimao šatku, majku mu jebem. Uzimao bi lebla, nije dobro, nije. Nije. Ne, pa najbolje je da bi ti je dao. Ne. Ja da sam htio lebel bi koristio. Ne, ovo je čisto.
Rane dignute. Smo mi to dignuti?
Ne, nismo. Ja mislim da je nemoguće mi da smo. Ili jesmo. Nice. Saznat ćemo very soon.
Mislim da smo mi to još bili ovdje gore.
Ja mislim. Zdravo živo. Živ. Ja će da mu stigne kutija. A ono iz kutije Pennywise. Ozbiljno. A što se čini? Ko?
Nije ni tu, baš je dolje neđi. Pravili smo mi odmah na prizon ići. Evo smo kad dolje trebali ići, ne vjerujem da je gore baš. Ajde tu uzimaj. A tako sam i očekivao.
A smo se mi prošetali.
Baš zato sam rekao. Šta najgore. Ljudi su vam u prizonu.
Ti rade doma. Uponet Milana.
Ne, ljudi su ispred nas bili, rekao si.
Da, samo mi još ti kerovi trebaju.
Eto, kucaju to. Bio.
Još ono pitamo. Ne. Što ti rade doma? Ovo mi je ovdje smrci. Da. Jedina smo mi. Kao mudeni. Dođemo keš. Zdravo, živo Milane. Šta ti rade doma? Otvorene su već. Već su otvorene. Šta nisi to budala jedna? A mene je ubio s polja sunce. Otvorena su ova... Tu ima double barrel, žabi. Ti kampuju, ti džiđara.
Double barrelima, to ti jest.
Zauživo. Šta ti rade doma? Šta ste ubili ovo?
A?
Kad prije. Nema, sad ću ja njema. Ne mogu da vidim od vatru.
Kratki double barrel i Berthier.
Da. Šta je? Paživo Milane.
To Soler bio ili šta? Mislim da je još jedan bio s njim.
Izgleda, izgleda.
A? Nema unutra nikoga.
Bro.
Si ovo zatvorio, jesi?
Ja?
Aha.
Vidite momci što se radi.
Što se radi, znači?
Ništa. Baš ništa. Kako idu partije?
Srednja žalost. Posle toga nijedne dobili nismo.
Znači po tambur ja Kesiću.
Onako, solidno. Dosta loš, kako zna da bude dobro.
Da. Znači stiže sutra, super.
Koliko ih ima oko?
Eventi.
To sam ja mislio. A jesu prema izlazu ili jesu? Ništa, gas prema drugom izlazu. To ti je najpametnija kontra. Ovako. Pređi ovu reku da bi poslije ne bi prelazio. Dobro se vidi. Da.
Desno ljudi, desno ljudi, znaš. Jedan čovjek na
samo trči.
0.15.
Nema da se obaziraš samo. Samo gasi. Nema stajanja. Ako pucaju nas, onda ima stajanje. Samo kroz compounde idemo i to je to. Džara. Da. Da. Samo gas, kuliraš sve. Ako me stiže, smiri se, dobro je za me. Dobro jebeš. Ko će to da izgine?
I to baš dičani smrad me zakači, jebem li mu mamu ja u piču. Ima jedan čovjek nas stiže, morat ćemo jednog da ubijemo.
Neću morati, samo gas. Vas dvoje ste spori. Startam ja, start.
Tri čovjeka iza mene.
Neka su, samo gas. Kojih jebe, nemaju ugla, bre. Samo idite kako ja idem i bit ćete sve. Sad ćemo mi ovdje da ih skratimo. Gas, ja vamo aktiviram iznos.
A nemam pojma što je stao.
Gledaj sad kako su džabe išli peške. Ajde više jebem ti me. Da ih malo provozamo. Znači iza vas su, a?
Da, odmah. Jedno 30 do 40 metara su iza mene bili.
Pucat će nas odande, moramo iza ovoga da bude. Vas dvoje možete da nastavite dalje tamo. Ili da se budete iza mene. Trči, 10 sekundi, trči. Ko je stao? 7. A jebe mu mater. Nećete uspjeti.
Neću ja stići.
A neći. Kako ste spori, sunce vam poljubim. Užas, bret.
Ostao sam, brate.
A uštekaj si iza ovog.
Neću, ja mislim da neću uspjeti iza ovog.
Samo se uštekaj iza ovoga.
Ma kak je blokiran, brate, to je.
A brate, što ste spori, bret?
Brate, ja ne mogu trčim, brate, nisam stao ni jednom trenutku.
Veruj mi, zbog onih dark site-ova što si palio, to je ta sekunda koju bi sad prošao kao, brate Milan. Jebik.
A kak? Ja sam pao, jebik.
Nema vas. Izokli smo u pola.
Brate, ne mogu da stignem. Nemam perk za trčanje, to me jebe, brate. Žičan jarmore ne blidujem, brate, moram se krpim, ne mogu, brate, ne. Jebi ga, brate, šta da radim?
Ne vezu, sigurno. Ne.
Tu sam ja, vrati, tu.
Hoćeš s njima? Jeli Makić?
Ne, ja idem po Dunju, moram ići sad, samo ti piči, ja tek posle pola 9 mogu. Sad igram malo ovu strategiju.
Sarom. Idemo dalje. Dobar dan. Ajde, ajde, Jenny.
Sweet love of mine.
Dobro, nisi pored bureca bio je. A važi.
Vidim da imaš strpljenja za zmije ko ja.
A?
Imaš strpljenja za zmije ko ja. Ja ih gađam sekirom u trku.
Jedva čekam da ih onako skupim na F, znaš.
Da. Polako, bez žurbe.
Ne seri. Ti kažeš prvi nisam ni vrate rekao ništa, kažeš s kim to pričaš. Ne, čuješ neka nego se praviš da kao čuješ da pričaš nekim.
Pusti ga. Tako mi nedostaješ, da li znaš? Ruku da mi daš, tako mi nedostaješ.
On tebe obožava, on tebe gleda kao...
Pa ko normalan bi gledao tuđi profil Steam i čitao šta piše njemu. Baš me boli kurac, sad piše na čijem profilu.
A koji bre? Jebem ti mater. Vidi ovo, vidi kako nam zatvorilo. Jebeni lov sam steš. Moguće ovo. Malo baterije, eđe. Moguće ovo sve ti jebem. Jebote, ugasio sam. Ajme to se. Veliki pozdrav za kuma.
Kako je nadopao, nije mi jasno. Dvije ekipe nadopao. Tu vidim negdje čovjek.
No. Radi me samo tuki.
Nisam siguran. Nisam siguran. Dva puta hito Anke. Bravo. Bravo. Ti to gubi.
Ne. Gdje je treći ekip?
Treći je tamo negdje u daljini.
Nije, u daljini je ovaj ubio ovu headshot. Predali smo se. Predali smo se. Diži me. Priđi fizički. Tradali smo se, jebem mu mater i on njega diže sad. Kaka majmun.
Samo kad umreš čuti da mogu da se koncentrišem na igru, već. Znam, sve mi jasno. Milijardu puta, ako ja umrem, umrem sam zbog tebe, ja ne umirem zbog sebe, nikad. Samo zbog tebe mogu da umrem ovdje.
Zapalio sam ovog.
Prilazi čovjek.
Eto ga je, odos. Na vest. Šta na to? Kažem samo ovdje.
Headshot.
To je to. Bravo, to je taj. Sad je još jedna čitava ekipa ostala. Koja je van dvorišta, to jest u dvorišta.
Hitoan, ja.
On sam ne znam ni kako. Otiše pčela na ovog.
Op, treća ekipa, leđi.
Džidžara. Hitovana. Hitovan! Sve hitovani! A oni mene insta headshot. Niđem preko nekromansar ako možeš. Milana. Nisi kupio nekromansar. Kješ vrata, raši bi ga.
Can you start building tents in the north section? Yeah, I could up here. We could do like a whole tent row or something. We got a little bit of wood, so we can do cabins here, I guess. What units getting around anymore?
Put us on, keep them away.
Remnants on my desk, it's awful.
Flash ti zabijem. Još jedan.
Oh my lord! They're killing my Thanatos now. Okay.
Nebitno koliko imaš HP.
We got the last of the big guys.
Ubio te svako. Nebitno da ti kažeš to ubio bi te svakako.
Don't break the big
Šta
legendary
možeš?
tower. Not that one.
Pana čisto.
Anything but that one.
A šta je?
There's so many.
Insta bi ga ubio. To jest
It's not
ubio
gonna
bi
last
te
very
njegov.
long.
Ali
Especially if I can get a build.
nebitno.
Holy, good grief.
Bro.
Okay, they lived up here, so we can send them down.
Ladno su svi došli, ladno ovako ispod.
Not like this boy. Oh, I should have had more soldiers. They're not concentrating their fire. Oh boy. Oh boy. No! Not like this. Not like this. Where? That's great. They are obliterating those walls. Oh, I should have had more soldiers. They're not concentrating their fire. Oh boy. Oh boy. No! Not like this. Not like this. Where do those rangers go? Holy, good grief. Okay, they lived up here, so we can in those walls. It's all the big guys. Lord.
The colony is under attack. Our defenses are being attacked.
It's all the big guys. Oh my gosh.
Our forces are in danger.
Well. That's great.
They are attacking the colony defenses.
They are obliterating those walls. Oh, I should have had more soldiers. They're not concentrating their fire. Obliterating those walls. Well. That's great. Holy good lord.
The colony is under attack.
No, not you. You.
Can you feel the love tonight?
Under attack.
Holy good lord. Wait. They are obliterating those walls. Oh, I should have had more soldiers. They're not concentrating their fire. Oh boy. Oh boy. No! Not like this.
Voliš, a? Request. E, baš voliš. Mnogo jako voliš. Moja draga i ja. I gajba ponavna. Nije to, a? Jesi siguran da nije to? Pogledaj malo bolje. 100%. Sigurno. Jesam, kako ne?
Ljudi, gdje ste ljudi?
Gdje si, Vlada? Šta ima, Vlada? Ja, jebem makeru, matero, šiti. Šta je? Igramo Hunt, šta bi radili mi pamet. Ne radimo ništa pamet. Gubimo vreme. Na Deda Kitu. Sada je kvalitetno. Nje. Boga mi jeste. Ovo ti... Šta ovo ti rbe, brate? Štednja para. Da, da. Ko ne uštedjeli smo... Ali su ljudi da... Samo što... Kako nisam, pa ja da mi nije kompa, ja bi 100% ne bi ni imao kola danas koja imam i to sve. Kako nije?
Hey everybody, welcome back.
Milane, ja cenim, brate, novac, znaš?
Hey everybody, welcome back to They Are Billions. Sizable batch of soldiers and snipers, we should be okay. But anyways, wish me luck. We'll see you guys very soon. Bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to They Are Billions. We've successfully defended against a wave. Then we'll get these workers, those positions. This area is gonna suck. Hey everybody, welcome back to They Are Billions.
Milane, priča se po klubu da ti spremaju neku sačekušu da te neko čeka.
Health, and I kind of feel like, okay, fine. Hey man, okay, we're... Oh, what a bummer. I thought we were like looking so solid. Hello, welcome back. Hey,
sorry, sir.
Now you know what? We're gonna actually, we're gonna bring these guys out, and we're gonna clear this first, so that we can trigger all of those mutants. I've noticed. This area.
The mighty Titan is here.
I mean,
Good morning, sir.
Tell me.
Last night I dreamt of...
at least get that sniper in there.
Excuse me? So much steam. Let me adjust this valve.
Any orders?
Power. 2. Okay. Here. Solo tower, buddy. It's all yours. Dead spots with like... Let's bring them over here. There we go. Do that at each site, just have extra firepower. Could have more housing, I could have more. Here it comes, guys. Never really enough. Shoot stuff. We can get us a few of these bad boys. Thank you. there's... It'll tick in, and then I'll maybe put another one down here. Or maybe I should... Yeah. Bye.
Our defenses are being attacked.
Come on, boys. That's looking okay. Man, they're so beefy. Okay, left side is completely done. So,
Good morning, sir.
this might not be necessary.
The world looks so tiny from up here. Good morning, sir. Hello. At your service.
I'm gonna send these guys all to that, I can't click this wall. To that right side.
Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my way.
Hello. Indeed.
The walls are under attack.
It looks like this is gonna be fine too. What was the big difference maker over here? Because this one's just getting hammered. I think we'll do it though.
They are trying to break through.
Yeah, we're gonna hold. Man, they even got through there. How? Whew, we did it. That's good, man. Very good. I mean, obviously we knew what to build for, but what a surprise that first run. Frick. Not cool. Nice. Oh, I'm like, look how short I am on population. That's funny. All right, guys, excellent job. You've done it. What if there's another one? I'm like, oh. Yeah, I don't know what the biggest issue was over here. I guess maybe I had. I'm not sure. Maybe because it's tighter, and they could group up a little bit more. Could be a thing.
Šta su ti?
Šta su? Pendrek su ti ubacili dvorište. Dobre. Ne smej se, ne smej se. Čovjek je rekao pendrek, to mi je zapalo. Samo malo. Samo malo. To mi je palo za uvo. To sam zakačio. Čovjek je rekao pendrek, su mu ubacili dvorište. Šta pendrek?
Evo napolje, Milo.
Da nisu htjeli da mi pošalje neku poruku.
Hoće... Šta bi ti rekao, kum nešto bre za to. Za taj pender. Šalim se. Hoće da te prebiju.
Znaš šta, gledaj, ja sam ga oprao i podmazao sam ga dobro. Tako da mogu da ga dobiju samo ono.
Podmazao si ga.
Koji ti djava. Nije običan tenis.
Nego special edition.
Pa teleskop je onaj koji je mali pa se razvuče i bude veliki.
O, gdje je leđa? Sekula, ti li
Ne
si?
znam koji mi je kurac.
Pa gdje je Sekula? Peđa, pazi leđa, Peđa. Peđa.
A danas sam dobio papuče i nož.
Dobio si i nož do jaja.
Samo što nisam bio siguran u početak da će njime da me kolju.
Dedinu Sekula, pradedinu, nije dedinu. Tanđeru, brate, lovačku uzeo je. Da lovim ptice. Pa dobro. Sad ću da uzem label. A ću onaj iz, vrate, ne znam i kog rata u stvari. Iz kog je label, brate, Snake? Godina.
To ti je... Imao si je čak u Prvom svjetskom ratu, znaš?
Stvarno, i
Na Bugari su imali, znaš?
Evo sad. Dosađujemo se, nerviramo se oko igre i tako. Gubimo vreme, što bi se reklo. Kupim neki trait. Ti jesi igrao Stumble Guys. Jesi vidio novu sezonu za Fall Guys? Ubacuju 8 novih mapa nekih. To izgleda zanimljivo. Fall Guys. A šta je bilo? Milan otišao AFK, boli ga kurac.
Da jede.
Šta je rekao, da jede? A izašao trailer, to je sezona izlazi... Kad izlazi? Sutra? Koji smo danas? 14. 15. izlazi, da.
Suve i nadražene oči, su vazduh.
Oto. Kad paleš stream? Znači od tad ti počinje plus minus 15 minuta, pa da. Tad ti počinje smena, pa do 6 ujutru. Jesi uzeo ti neke pare, brati? Jesu te isplatili? Jesi dobio neki donacije, eliksire i To je glupo je da te pitam, dosta. I da li ima uopšte poente streamovati? Ali da imaš publiku, naravno. A pa da, pa to. Znači to kurčina. Slušaj violinu je. A, jel dobro radite muzika? Osjetim se ko da sam tamo neke godine bio 1910. Šalim se. A pa pamet, što bi dis. Realno tu si da zabavljaš publiku. Jesu, imamo problem. Čuješ kikara? Gdje su nestali svi bre, lopar? Ali za Silver trebaš da se izgineš fazona, no. Da no lifeaš. 2 mjeseca, 3, ja. Ide u kurac. 5000 sati. Na šta je 5000 sati? Svaka ti čast, zamisli onda ove koji streamaju 24/7. Ali ne ono, afkanje, nego baš streamaju. Evo ga Milan, on je brzi jebot. Ko je riba već? A, znam, plava ona, da, vidio sam jebate to, bre. Da, vidio sam to sve ko je. A na stream. Pričam s tobom, bet. Volim da pričam s tobom, pa tebi pričam, ja. Da. Ideš?
Izvoli, Drako.
Sprdam, zato što ovaj tebe, brate, spominje. Znaš i sam kad kažem nešto. Sa viversima. Smo spremni? Opa, spremni smo.
Dobro, sad je da bude cijela večer tako, tako.
Neć, a neki njega mutira.
Nema potrebe da slušam njegovu...
Što bi Goca Tržan rekao sa mrziteljima. Šalim se. Fanovi, kad čujem to fanovi, zgrozim se. Pobego s posla, a? Snake, kaže Milan da si pobego s posla.
Pobego?
To je istina, da.
Da bi pobego s posla moraš prvo da odeš na posao. Ajmo tako da kažem. To je kao kad kažeš, a sad više nisi lud, a sad si kao pametan. Znači, od uvijek si bio pametan. Isto tako, da bi pobegao s posla moraš prvo otići na posao. Glupost.
Kaže da si uzeo bolovanje 2 dana zbog ove kartice.
Zbog čega?
Zbog kartice.
A to ti kaže ko?
Pa ovaj.
Ko je ovaj? Ne znam ja o kome ti razgovaraš.
Milan.
Pera, koji Pera?
Šta još jedan? Čekaj da ja uđem, pa i sam znaš kakav komp ima. Igraš sa mnom od 2019. brate. I dalje ne znaš da ja kasnim, brate, da se ono spavnujem kasnije, pa jesi ti normalan jebat? Ma, znaš, boli me, ko ljudi! Stani! Ne seri. Nije on to. Jebani smo. Ubit će ga, a on AFK. Znaš? Da, još 2. obojica ovdje. Zapali ga, imaš nešto? Imam, ali ne smijem ja da odem odatle. Zovi ovog bre na telefonu bre. Ostavili ga, ladno je. Moguće ovo bre? Da se udaljuju. Ne misli narkoman. Da, ali doći će opet. Daj nađi neku baklju.
Šta se dešava, ima ljudi?
Ladno su ga ostavili, moguće ovo bre? Moguće ove idiote bret?
Random.
Koji su ovo imbecili teški. Pali. A ispred mene negdje bret. Ne znam gdje su. Ne znam. Poštekali se bre. Otišli dalje, boli kure. To. Sad ga gasiraj. Jeste se zapalili ovoga? Idem ja da ga zapalim. Vas nema kurca. Nema niko, brate, molotov.
Ubiju što da radi.
Sva sreća pa nije. Oni su otišli da naprave krug. Vjeruj mi. Gdje si ubio ovog više crnca, brate? Da, vidim. Da. O, vidiš što on ima, brate. Pa ne može to ovako. Mora to malo meni. Ima govno. Stani bar hoteru. Da vidimo gdje su ovi. Ovi su narkomani, znaš? Ima onaj skin, one najnovije kurve.
Krem.
To oni kući.
Odakle te?
Ugasilo, šta ću da sad uredim. Gledaj sekula ima da se popnem gore i pucam likove na 300 metara. To je prava stvar. To nema ni u PUBG. Samo ako me ne puca neko dok se penje.
Kak je ovo sa randomim bre, ovi su stavili ovog debila.
Aha, koliko se penjem.
Eno je tamo čovjek.
Dolazim.
S picarom je puci.
Vidim ga. Ajde, dođi ja. O, hit on! Pogodio me neko, ne znam ko, brec. Odakle, može pin? A ti si mi sve rekao. Bolje da mi ništa nisi rekao.
Ti si mi u krvi.
Sribi, da vas jebe beka.
A kitica mu meka.
Ne, se aligatori.
Znači tako svi da ih jebe beka, kitica mu meka, pa svi kažu neka.
Jeste... Ne znam šta da radim u piču.
Ja samo živim za dan.
Ovako male domovine, je tako, a?
Ja samo živim za dan kad ću Kesića da naložim onako mladog i jakog da uveže Beladu u čvor oko saobraćajnog znaka i da ga ostavi do sutra, tako.
Ajde, čekaj da siđem dole. Malo će sebe trebati proces dok ja siđem dole.
Na forumu ovdje hoće ljudima da meri glavu testerom. I ostali smo normalni.
Tako te šuta ne boli stomak, stvarno si ga prestao.
Prijatno.
Bravo. Ti bi da ga poslošiš. Usrali se. Kako sam mu dao u grkljana, nisam ga u glavu pogodio.
Jao, nemoj ti to Borisova škola, gađanje u grkljana.
Brate, čist headshot bio, ali kurac. Jebem u materu, pičku. O, vidi ga ko je došao. Gdje si, Rizba? Thanks for watching my kurac stream. Oni su pobegli odatle, usrali se.
Jesu.
Dabe, brate. A što vas dvoje prođete i oni mene ubiju? Jebem. Ne.
Mutirao si i otišao tamo.
Ko Belladonna?
Potreslo ga je šta sam mu napisao na trovu. Šta gaješ? Ne znam, šta ska? Jel mi meka murica?
Alo, vi u chatu, smirite se tamo, bre, kojem kurac, bre. Ste nenormalni, bre. Nekromancer imaš, Kesiću, daj priđi, digni me. Ubio me s leve strane mosta s leve strane, tamo. 100 i nešto. Nema on ugo, bre, navrati tebe. S leve strane. Jebote.
Ne znam, prozivali su me Murica, Prč, to je valjda raspunni jarac, nemam pojma. Evo ono kad ide.
Iza toga samo stani i diži me tu.
A, pa sam čuo od njih šta je Prč.
Aj Bože, pomozi!
Pršti oni monem...
Ustaj, džape, ustaj!
Matori i jarac rasplodni.
Insta umiram sad kad ustane. Čuti.
Ne mogu da čujem ili pravimo pauzu pa ćemo pevat, brate, u kanal, svi nam se, brate, zigrati.
Reću, pobi govna i reći stvar.
Pevamo svi zajedno.
Gore, puco, vjerovatno.
Ajde, jebote, ne znam ni odakle me puca, ni kome puca, ni ništa.
Ajmo gas, beže da vidi. U most jebote. Milane, pomozi.
Ajde bre, više mi pun kurac igranje.
Pred mene na, brate, mostu. Ne možemo ovako igrati. Ne znam gdje je lik, brate. Iza leđa, moguće ovo?
Spitzer, brate, headshot.
Ma dajte ljudi, bre! Mrš!
Sad pevaj slobodno, imaš kada pevaš slobodno.
To Springfield? Bolje sad čuje.
Da su oliki narkomani. Jebe vam mater.
Treba pravi pauze, ne rediš igrat ovo smeće.
Koji si ti, brate, godište, Gardi? Sorry, isto ste? Ne, ti si 70, on je sekule 72.
Ja sam 92, ne brini ti.
Kad biste zajebavali. Pa ti ćeš u grob još malo, druže.
Znaš, šta me teši me što ću svima da vam dođem i nosim cveće jednog dana, znaš.
Ali se.
Nadam se i nekom ručku posle sa familijom, znaš. Evo tu.
Ne vrijeđaj Muricu, to jedino radi kao švajcarski sat. Tako je, i bi ga kurac držala ovolike godine kraj sebe, što misliš? Crvino jedna.
A kad tremuš ti se digne, naravno ti je rekla olati. Viš da ja nju ne mogu da... Ona se ne vukla, ne mogu da isteram sad, jebi ga.
Tako predjavio.
Šo, bret.
Zakule se, ovo čuje tamo na trovaču.
Da, naravno. Biće uokvireno, a? Okej oni, ali je li moguće da si ti toliki narkoman da si i dalje tu? Šta je ovo pop-up? Šta si utrpao?
Opa, Gangnam Style.
Imaš nekromancer? Nemaš, a? A što nisi kupio nekromancer?
Ja ću najvjerojatno još jednu partiju i da stanem.
Bitno da si ti uzeo Vulture i Levering i tako to.
Lafon jednu partiju, dosta mi ovog smeća danas.
Šta je Kjesić, što si izdivir?
Ma ne mogu više.
Neće, pa vidiš kako su ono sjebali. Traje, brate, narkoman.
Jednostavno neće forsiram neko smeće. Što me ne ispunjava. Šta je mene sad ovo ispunjava? Šta mi ispunjava više ovdje?
Pa druženje sa Beladom jebote.
Igram, brate, igru drugu koja... Igrat ću Tetris, brate, bolje nego ovo.
Keću, kupi i sunzo.
Igraj...
Ovo to što čekam svako debil.
Vampire Survivors.
Da. Da.
Poslova vladi.
Jebote.
Evo, sad će tu, sad će.
Sad je.
To nije na administrativnu registrovano sudu. To nije na administrativnu zapravo.
Poližeš mi muda. Zapali, nema veze. Bitno je da ih ti pobiješ, za mene boli ti kurac. Sad su tvoje. Dvoje ih je sam. Ne otpere vrata. Motor će ga napusti.
Halo, Junkie, pogledaj General.
Hoću. Ispod je. Stani tu. Samo stani tu. Ne mrdaj se, stani tu. Pozaboj se jeba. Gdje što se spusti?
Robijaše veliko.
Vidio. Ovo je da. Znaš ti da sam ja to u brate prošloj brate firmi, to jest u Atlantiku, brate, mi smo to ono, to je njihovo i onda uzeo brate majicu. Znaš ti koliko imamo ovih GMB majica? Koliko hoćeš?
Dugi. Al dobar je u pičku, znači. A bata. Znaš?
Šta?
Rekao, dobar je u pičku, znači.
Pa jesam pokrupiru. Što najveće jesam, nije, dobio sam brate džabe. Šta si rekao, Garti?
Kažem, dobar je u pičku, znači.
Ko dobar?
A Jim.
Pa jeste, što neće.
Mislim da mislio Milan da je dobar.
Što neće, imam ga ja i ovamo, ali neću da ga otvorim.
Mislim da mislio Milan da je dobar.
A, mislim sam Milan da je dobar.
Pa to ne valja više ni za... Ni majka mu više ne govori zlato moje, znači.
Biljuškar, znaš se sekolo Biljuškar. Jesam.
Ni majka mu ne govori više zlato moje. Odustala.
A sekolo je. Ne radim više sa brate Biljuškarom, sad samo u firmi ovako. Kak je bre s tim brate, ubijem nekoga, baš. Kad setim kuku šta sam ja radio, jebote, stavljam paletu na raf, ono 9. gore preko 15 metara, brate. kako sam driftao bio. A kad sam opalio kombi jedan 2018. je bilo, a 2018. novi kombi. Čovjek ga uzeo, dobio od brate firme, nije prošlo ni brate nedelju dana, ja ga brate razvalio. Bravo Milane, on diže, a njega si spasio, a mene nisi, a? Sram da te bude. Imam i tu veću količinu džimima. Kesić AFK, Kesiću! Kesiću, tu si dobro. Nemoj sad da ti donesem, pa ovdje imam paletu, brate, džimima. Šalim se.
Biću zadovoljan tretinom paletu.
Grećemo se na drva! Na šta se greje?
S drvima.
Ako toliko džimbima ne treba nam grejanje, jebi.
Da, zagrećemo.
Ako mi ukinu gaće. To stvarno vam kažem.
Uzmi na klimu, Ajde, Sekula, hvala ti što si bio, Vidimo se posle, uću posle da vidim se igra.
A onda ću...
Pozdrav.
Onda ću da odem u drugu prodavnicu, gdje je rodila. Ima, ne brini.
Vidi ga, Milan Sabljaš.
Jel natego ručicu?
A da, natego je. Spreman je da pobije čitav server.
Spreman je da poleti,
Marko Kraljević na aparatima. Sad će tebi da budemo na B. Imate spoiler ljude, jebani ste. Ma Kesića da gađa sad sa nožem. Kesića trebaju da gađaju sa čovkom, ubiće ga be. Mila mrtav? Nije mrtav, lavno te promaši. Uđi u taj WC.
Tiš da kažeš da je on za WC?
Opa, dobar. Ima još neki trepić? Da. To. Lagano, ne žurim ja nigdje. Imate još 25 minuta fore, onda ste svi dead. Eto me.
Tražnja za iPhone 14 Plus delo me razočarala. Seri. Ma jedno. I uvijek to kažu za svaki model. Ne, slušaj. To uvijek kažu za svaki model i svaki model Red zadnji.
Ready and wait. Attention. Building ready. Any orders?
Pa to je apsolutno sjajno.
Ja nemam mobilni bolji sam od svih vas.
Dobro i?
Zato što zrači i prisluškuju me.
Znam, Vučić te je ozvučio, lično.
Tako je. Lično Kučić te je ozvučio. I lično ti šalje svaki dan SMS-ove mir, stabilnost, Kurčić.
I hoće da glasam za njega.
A za koga ćeš drugog?
Ili ima neka druga bolja opcija?
Nema, glasat ću za pokret.
Eto više.
Jebote, ali je to. Šta je ovo?
Tell me what to do. Any orders?
All right.
Ok, imamo ovdje pokojnog.
Commander?
Milan Beladata. Gledam, iskrivi vrat. Ništa, mrtvi ste.
Tradeo sam se.
Tradeo si se. Koliko ostalo njih? A da. Evo ih oni narkomani. Ovi što smo im ubili ovog trećeg. Gdje su? Jebote, snajpuju iz pičke materine. Kak to? A da. Jebi ga Kesiću. Nismo mi krivi. Krivi je server što nas pušta sa ljudima koji...
Mislim, normalno.
Koji, brće, vole hunt više nego leba.
Da, to nije... Da nije pedala.
Na kitara ta, Milan Beladata. Otišao da se Turci bio protiv...
Otišao u Arden Periš.
Gardio, ćeš ti s njima?
Aha, ne pravi.
Šta, sad ćemo ovdje, a?
Any orders?
Da iskuliramo, a? Kesiću nećemo više, a? A da, ja mislim da je korektno da napravimo pauzu. Jednu godišnju. A? Može godišnju?
Jednu doživotno ako je moguće.
Šta?
To mi se obraća.
Kao Murica.
A, znači ja sam Murica, a? Jel od Prča? Pa i leće bat kole, bre.
Commander? Understood.
Večera nije još, večera je za 4 sata.
Let's go.
Kesićeve standarde pratimo tako da.
At your service.
Jebem ti mamu.
Moj mamu. Dragi...
Ovo treba sam sebi na kitara sa Beladata, a?
Da.
To je sjaj.
He's back, šta je ovo s neki? Announcement, Hunt Showdown.
Za Billy istorija.
Za Billy story. Koja je point?
Pa znaš da ne može više se dobije.
Dobro.
Znači da vjerojatno sljedeći event moćeš da ga ono...
Let's go. All right. Understood. Building completed. On your orders.
A to ti ovaj voli, kako se sve to. Ja ga izlučam. Tu me izbegava da placam spinarski. Ključimo preko neka, što pitaš kod nas svega? Opet, a?
Living the dead. Voliš Milane Rob Zombija? Jel? Voliš Rob Zombija? Ozbiljno. Kakaj to, brate, kakav artist. Ko je? Ne znam. Meni Dragula, znači. Ne, stvarno je artist, brate, zamisli, ubaciš...
Svoju ženu striptizetu u horror film. Znaš to?
Ozbiljno?
Da, u Halloweenu, njegova žena je striperka profesionalna, znaš? Čovjek kralj.
Šta sam to... Šta bre, King Diamond? A nije to Rob, brate, zombi? A slabo ja njega slušam. Pa da, isti fazon neki. Ali smešno je to što i kod njih ima ono, znaš, ubace u pesmu heavy, kao vam ovo, pa parodija, pa sve ono umiksovano već. I on to mutira se.
Ko ja? Jesu, mutira se.
Yeah. Oh. Dracula. Ti ladno gledaš to smeće. Jesi vidio srpske Kardashian? Adaktari kuci. Da. Strafam. Adaktarovi mislim, izvini. Da misli to ove. Da. A gledaj, epizode ima. Zamisli tog kretenizma. Ne, to na Pinku, brete, no, brete. Kim, to je ovi Kardashiani za sirotinju. To je isti kao. Za, brate, na srpsko tržište.
To mi treba baš.
Bolesno.
Ne znam šta bi.
Oni su kao bogati, brete. Zamisli koji su, zamisli reditelj uopšte kako oni snimaju ovo show. Ovo je... Kak je Kind sve počine, nego ovo je smešno. Da, pa da, imaju ovaj lik, trepavice, šta već, tetovira profesionalno bre, za vrate 500 evra, nešto kao, da ovako 100 evra.
Tetovira trepavice, pa da li je on normalno?
A, obrve isto, ne znam šta.
Pa da, izdepiliraš se pa onda nacrtaš trepavice. Kao pravi mačoman.
Bolezno. Bre, znaš šta ljudi rade, moguće, biti. Kaže, skupa garderoba na jeftinim vješalicama. Stvarno, ovo je meni... Zavisi, trudiš se da izgledaš, brate, bogato, a izgledaš ovako jeftino. Bolesno. A vidimo zube, brate, most. Znači, ne znam ni šta je ovo. Vidim zube, brate, svima. Strašno. Savršeno, ovo je za ispiranje mozga genijalno, ovo je prosto.
Dobro.
To, vrati, imamo naše Kardashiane. Brate, okej, imate pare i, brate, znate bre da, brate, radite obrve, prosto, ali, brate, katastrofa, brate. Nema harizme, ništa, bolest. Da. A to je sad se pušta, na TV. To je na Pinku. Nema šta, bre. Meni je ludilo sve. Jebi ga još. Dobro, a? Si idao ludilo. Kaže mi, jesi očekivao bre da vrate sad? Ne daj. Ljudi se spadaju.
Reporting for duty. Any orders? Let's go. Come on. Understood.
Oj, ulemek je najjači.
Building complete. All right.
Najjači klip ikada. A evo, Mihajlo ulemek najjači. Kako čovjek rage-o bil.
Any orders? Reporting for duty. Let's go. Come on. All right. All the way. Understood. Do you need me? Attack! All right. Understood. Tell me. Ready and waiting. On your reporting for duty. Orders, sir. Any orders? All the way. Reporting for duty. Sniper is ready. Commander? Who do you want me to punish? Yeah. Orders, sir. At the station. Of course, my commander.
A što se čini? Ajde ga Milane, adaptor.
When I'm not playing real-life Dig Dug Simulator, just tunneling myself in internet rabbit holes making revolutionary content, I'm just chilling, watching YouTube videos, like you. So I stumbled upon this one video titled, The Ex-Russian Spy Turned Millionaire Influencer. That's just a Philion video waiting to happen. And interestingly enough, this video has 10,000 likes, 5,200 dislikes, which is a little off. It's a little suspect. What are we doing here? Why do people not like this video? Today, we're gonna find out why. This video is posted by Vice. I know, it's shocking. Shocking.
Put the bag on my head. They drove me to the forest and it was night, it was really cold. They beat me. I was ready again to die because I felt like, you know, there's no chance somebody can save me. They got me.
Don't you hate it when you're captured by the mob and Liam Neeson is nowhere to be found?
I don't know who you are.
At first glance, Aaliyah Rosa is a millionaire LA fashion PR mogul and actress.
Nobody ever gave me anything.
Millionaire LA fashion PR mogul actress. Holy how do you just conquer all those different fields, man?
But she's not your average Beverly Hills girl boss.
Aaliyah Rosa, a woman who has had one of the most fascinating life stories of anyone I've ever met.
She says she was a Russian spy, handpicked for an elite espionage academy in Moscow.
I don't know who they're trying to convince with this epic B-roll montage. Dude, it looks like she just strolled into Party City.
She was trained to seduce enemies of the state for secrets. But after falling in love with one of her targets, she was forced to flee the country. World press lapped up her story.
She had one job. Infiltrate enemy lines. Don't fall in love with the evil Russian mob boss. What does she do? Falls in love with the Russian mob boss.
A Russian spy. If you're hiding out, you're not doing a very good job of hiding.
Russian spy. There's a Russian spy among us.
Now in LA, a long way from Soviet Russia, she claims to have made a fortune in fashion PR and now has dreams of becoming a Hollywood actress.
I found you very attractive.
I can see why people dislike this video. All of these claims are just off the bat so outlandish. I can smell the bullshit from a mile away. But you know what? I'm not gonna jump the gun.
I'm on my way to Beverly Hills to meet Aaliyah Rosa, the former spy turned PR fashion mogul.
Yeah,
we were meant to be filming her $20 million house in Beverly Hills, but this morning she gave us another address. Aaliyah? Hi, Sydney. How are you? 1 second, I'll come downstairs. Okay, fab.
Hey, so Aaliyah, why aren't we meeting at your $20 million mansion?
How big? This is amazing. It's like a Russian palace. It is, right? Is this one of your houses? Well, I do live here sometimes.
This is my weekend house.
So I don't really know where to begin as your story is so incredible.
Oh yes, where to start? How do you afford this house, let alone multiple Russian compounds?
At the age of 18, I started to serve in the military. Are you in one of these photos? Yeah, it's over here. There is such a thing like special agents, and I was really good at this, so I guess that's why they promoted me very, very fast to become a real Red Sparrow. When I watched it, I was like, oh my god, that's exactly, how did they know? I mean, like...
So you're gonna tell me that this woman's life lines up exactly with Jennifer Lawrence's performance in Red Sparrow?
I was undercover agent sent to the gang who were delivering heroin, drugs from Afghanistan to Russia. The leader of this gang, his name was Vladimir, he was the one I had to seduce, and I seduced him. In a bar, he really fell in love. I could see that. We became like a couple, and I would know everything. Slowly, somebody realized that there is a wreck.
I just can't help myself thinking about what she just said. In terms of like a story perspective, I was sent to go undercover for a gang.
Heck of text, huh?
The lead gang member's name was Vladimir. He fell in love, and I got found out. I wonder what Vladimir looked like. Perhaps he was big and strong, bald, probably could have used the help of today's video sponsor, Keeps. Keeps is a subscription service that helps men keep their hair. They offer clinically proven treatments that help combat the symptoms of hair loss. Delivered right to your doorstep. You don't even have to leave your house. Best of all, Keeps treatment plans are affordable, typically half the cost of pharmacy prices. With Keeps, you are getting 24/7 care and support with a network of expert medical advisors, prescribers, and care specialists to support you in making your hair goals a reality. Each treatment plan comes with 1 year of unlimited messaging so that you can chat with your prescribing doctor at any time about anything. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or just take better care of your hair than you already have, Keeps has you covered. In addition to clinically proven treatments, Keeps has an award-winning all-natural thickening shampoo and conditioner system. Hair loss stops with Keeps. To get 50% off your first order, go to keeps.com/Philion or click the link in the description. That's KEEPS.com/Philion. And thank you to Keeps for sponsoring this video.
The gang put the bag on my head. They drove me to the forest and it was night, it was really cold.
Pistać sine ker ili
They
životi?
beat me, there were like around 10 men.
Pistać
I
sine
was ready
ker
to
ili
die,
životi?
but then Vladimir gave them the order to bring me to him. He
Yes,
sacrificed his
vidio
life
sam.
for me, for my
Ovo
life,
sam
for
lik,
my future.
brate, vidio više
He was my
puta
first
u,
love.
brate, kafiću
He
na
was
večeru.
killed because he
A taj lik
went
zajebo,
against the system.
zajebo,
And when
znaš ti
Vladimir
koliko, brate,
was
ljudi.
murdered, I just
Pljugic.
sat in a hidden
Mlađi
place,
ovaj lik,
and I was
klinac,
so
što ima, brate,
I need
brkove.
like a timeline or something. You can't just say, I
Stvorio
infiltrated a gang,
svoj
fell in
sajt,
love, and then
šta
I
je
got
beše
found
bilo,
out and beaten in a forest,
za
and I
kao
skipped the
klađenje,
country,
ovo ono,
and now I'm a
pokrao Boga Oca,
multimillionaire
brate,
actress.
ljudima.
I left country
Eto,
a year
i ovi
later.
svi
I
davali
started to travel a
i
lot,
samo
looking for
isključio
the
to.
right place to settle.
Oni su njega,
I was in
nešto je bilo njemu,
Milan
nema
and
pojma šta
Paris
se
and
desilo.
Cannes and Monaco
Prebili ga nešto
and
bili.
London. I invested into
Prvo, to nisu čista
properties
posla.
and some bonds and
I ovo
shares.
su ti dobri ljudi.
Was beaten and left for dead in the forest.
Odlično, vidiš po ovom spotu, odlično se.
Mob boss sacrificed himself, was murdered by the KGB. She was exiled from Russia, had to lay low, classic, and then input the GTA 5 infinite money hacker and has enough funds to purchase property in some of the wealthiest cities and countries across the world. Yeah, it checks out.
And I founded my PR company. Yeah, I have organized more than 30 fashion events. I met Queen Elizabeth and Prince Charles.
I actually feel like it's so easy to infiltrate the global elite. All I need is like a tailored suit in 10 days to come up with a creative backstory. And yeah, I'll be hanging with Queen Elizabeth.
It's quite a journey. She swapped having a bag put on her head by Kazakh heroin dealers with buying designer handbags on Rodeo Drive.
So when was the first time you told everyone the story about you being a trained agent?
A jesi vidio ove?
Just now. You're actually the first person I
Čuo za
told.
crni cera?
A couple months ago. And
Nisi
in a few
čuo za
days,
crni
I
cera?
received so
To
many
sad,
calls,
to sad
requests,
klinac
emails,
slušaj. Čekaj,
direct
moram ti
messages,
slušati.
inviting me to give an
Ovaj ti
interview
ovaj tekst.
or like meet me in person.
A
I was
ovaj...
like, what?
To klinci obožavaju, brate, a to što mi... Znači izgledaju ko ne da nemaju pare, nego...
So you fully renounce
Ovo je ti
communism,
kak spot.
Yeah, I can say so.
Do you
Ovo je
think
kakva
she's
pesma,
strapped?
brate.
I mean, a secret agent, shit could go down at any time. I feel like behind her Louis bag would have to be like
Ali
a
vozi
Glock or
pesmu
something.
svakako.
Popped into Louis Vuitton to
Ima
buy
taj...
for her friend. There's a man
No.
that keeps got me everything that's with her. And it's really great. Oh, you got it? Yeah, babe. So, what is on the schedule tomorrow? We have an
samo
event
ekskluziv VIP.
with the fashion show, many guests, celebrities, actors, singers. So yeah, it will be cool.
It felt like there was definitely some pretending going on. That bag was already in her boot before we went shopping.
Holy shit, I gotta squeegee my third eye, man. I didn't even catch that.
Aaliyah's lurking companion had also been at the house prepping her and filming the interview. The next morning, I guess a better idea of tonight's Rosa PR party. So she's put on her social media. I'm pleased to announce that on the 10th of November in Beverly Hills, there'll be an event in support of women empowerment.
Aaliyah Rosa. Let's do a little market research here, okay? All right, so right off the bat, she's got 1.3 million followers. And this picture caught my eye because she has 11,000 likes, which is less than 1% engagement and only 38 comments. And get this, she's in the comment section answering some people, which tells me she really has like 12 comments on this post. What is going on here? Comments on this post have been limited. Why? These accounts are nobody.
There's gonna be like up to 100 celebrities, actors, models. If I were putting on such a huge event and publicizing it so much, I would be a bit nervous as a Russian defector.
Yeah, like what? Just throwing yourself in the spotlight?
This is my ladies. Hi team. This is Gloria.
Hi. How you doing?
This is Natalia.
Phil, nice to meet you.
This is Sydney. So it's great to meet the Russian stunners of Rosa PR. But the only weird thing is, there's another film crew here. So now you can see how
What the fuck is going on?
This doesn't seem to be a real meeting, and what are they filming for?
Doesn't it piss you off that like all across big cities, LA, New York, these huge office corporate buildings are just filled with people making a lot of money, doing nothing? Like what do you do on a daily basis? I don't understand.
To my surprise, I realized that the man directing this improv scene is in fact the same man who was filming us all the way down Rodeo Drive.
Who are you people? God, I want answers.
Aaliyah, we're doing a show together that I'm producing. That's a fashion show that has to do with her PR firm, Rosa PR. But we're also working on another documentary that has to do with kind of how you make it here in this town.
I remember my real job and spot another mystery man lurking in the shadows. Potentially another Russian spy?
So we basically have her with our agency.
What is this drip, man?
And we've had her for about a year.
Ah, okay. Not a Russian spy, but another selfless man who wants to help Aaliyah realize her dreams of stardom.
She's a great find.
Why is she a great find?
This man has the magician drip.
She's a great find because her background is absolutely incredible and amazing. What she's been through coming in from Russia, I think casting directors and producers will like. It's really nice to have a background story to match your career. The story's important. A long time ago, if they didn't have a story, the agents would make one up.
Like this.
We needed something to put out there. And sometimes it's completely fake. But her story is real.
Nah. This is some method acting bullshit. She's just trying to internalize the character, the backstory, the lore that some crackhead in LA came up with, man.
Hey, what do you want, Dominica?
This was a mistake. It wasn't my way. It wasn't my option. I didn't have any options.
There's no way out.
There must be a way out. I'll figure it out.
Wow, a true thespian.
You are the real Red Sparrow. That's what the magic is all about, really believing it. You believe it, we'll buy it. So here's what we're going to do now, all right? City's at a bar. She is the person you have to seduce, which you did for years, when you were a Red Sparrow.
You remember it, right? You remember how to do it? Because you actually lived it,
You are at a bar, and you have the nuclear code, but you're so turned on to this woman. Action.
Hi. I found you very attractive.
You're not so bad yourself.
Thank you. Would you love to come upstairs to my room?
Oh! But I mustn't give up the nuclear code.
You will move to LA, and we'll make you a very
I'll make you a star, baby.
Yeah.
I just can't shake the feeling that she's sitting on an absolute trust fund and was sent to LA by her Russian oligarch father who was tired of her shit. Said, you know what? Knock yourself out. Go be an actress. Yeah, I'll pay for the house. I don't give a fuck.
The guests at this party aren't exactly the Hollywood A-listers I expected.
I own a Ferrari.
I'm a singer.
An acting coach.
Fashion designer.
I'm a big guy.
Well, I have a fat cock.
I have to be in James Bond, and they choose Rami Malek. He's so fucking soft, I'm sorry.
Imagine getting your role stolen by Rami Malek, so you just resort to calling him a puss boy. He's just soft.
I actually don't know she's a Russian spy.
I had no idea.
I didn't really know about this.
Did you know she was a former spy when you met her?
She did say that in class.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if she was saying the truth, because in class, you just don't know if they're telling the truth or not, because sometimes our acting coach does tricks like that.
We've been friends for 2 years now. Did you know her story when you met her? I actually didn't. So I found out from the press. I think it's so incredible that she chose to share it, like, publicly. But yeah, I did not know.
A very strong woman, you know. Takes a lot of courage and balls to do what Aaliyah did. Just come forward with that story, I mean.
Well, I am a publisher, and Aaliyah has an incredible story that everybody needs to know about. Somebody like Aaliyah, who has been through what she's been through and she's overcome it. These are the stories that inspire humanity.
Is it this easy? I swear if my YouTube channel fails, man, I am booking a one-way ticket to LA, getting hold of the dumbest publisher I possibly can, and telling them my fantasy story that I made up 12 hours ago on a Starbucks napkin.
Did you first find out about Leah's mad, crazy past? I don't know.
It's the crazy past.
Yeah. Oh my God! They didn't get. Again.
She's a spy?
Well, just a second ago, then. Hi.
Women empowerment.
Does everyone in LA collectively agree to just bullshit each other? Is that just like understood?
So then they're like models, actors, and PR girls.
Yeah, of course. You can do everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's quite versatile.
Which is great, right?
Yeah.
I can only feel bad for the journalist / documentarian that was sent out by Vice to cover this story just to find out she's been lied to, and it's just some dumb LA stupid PR stuff. Like she spent all this time, money, resource, and energy to just be strung along by an actual ass. And she's verified, bro. Who the fuck looks at an account like this, which is obviously fake, and just says, you know what, yeah, it looks about right, everything checks out.
Today has been quite a journey. I have no idea what is real and what isn't.
Sometimes it's completely fake.
You just don't know if they're telling the truth or not.
How is your name pronounced? I'm wondering if it's Leo or Liar. LA is a town where the lines between fact and fiction are constantly blurred.
That's the standard these days. Anything else, anything genuine, anything real is a goddamn miracle.
If it isn't real, then how did the world's media not clock this?
Because they're dumb. They're dumb! If I learned anything in the past 6 months, it's that MSM, or at least social media, is dumb. You can get an article written about fuck all. I can literally tweeze my pubic hairs and put them in a mason jar and say that it increased my testosterone and men's health would write an article about it.
This photo has been taken in 2017 in Volgograd, which is not Moscow, where she said that she was training 14 years after when she was meant to be there. Here we have, she was a TV presenter in 2007 for MTV Russia. If this is all a lie, then she is kind of living her life like a secret agent, because she's got a fake house, and she's got a fake job, and she's got fake friends, and she's managing to keep it all up.
The other option is that she's just a delusional LA socialite who came up with this fantasy in hopes of making an actual career, so everything is fake and built on a house of cards. But the question remains, where does she get money from?
Do you find it hard to trust people? Very much. I really have, trust issues. Like I had so much betrayal in my life. I've been through so many pain, and I was thinking that people trying to manipulating me, and I don't want to be manipulated, because I know how to manipulate.
Why have you lied to me since I got here?
Right, because manipulation is a seduction. I know I can get anything I want, always. If I really want something, I'm getting there, no matter what.
You know what's kind of crazy? This documentarian is seducing Aaliyah, trying to get the truth.
There's just a few questions I have about it. So that was just one thing about the photo you showed me.
The photo came up on Google, as being taken in Volgograd,
A
Russia, in
prešaju onaj
2017.
pravi
You would have been in
naglasak
Moscow.
Mozarevac
That time I did work in Volgograd.
Yeah.
It was probably
Sve oni su postali
2007,
plavokrvna
right?
So the photo
Jel ti to imitiraš vombu za šta?
2017.
Imitiram adaptare naše srpske.
Maybe because I saved it
Obrvaš.
that time, or maybe because like I was like, you know, I
Obrvaš.
can do this.
I almost feel like it's harder to lie when you have a thick accent
Sekta neka.
because it amplifies your micro expressions and the inflections in your voice. Like it's so obvious to tell that she's lying.
When was your photo taken?
So I served in the military when I was 18. It was like okay, so it was 2001. No, it was 2002 to 2004. That's what it was.
Your entire life story hinges upon the fact that you served in the Russian military and you don't even know what year you entered and left. Don't you think that's like the main plot point?
When did you leave Moscow?
2000.
Because you hosted the MTV Awards, Moscow.
MTV, yes, but when I was 21 in Moscow, so it was 2007.
If you'd just read Russia, how would you then still be able to work at MTV Awards?
Because I changed my name.
Right.
I did change my name.
Yeah.
You know, like some fillers, some this and that.
How many names have you been through?
13.
Totally like 3.
Do you ever lose your true self?
No. I always know who I am. And that's why I love acting, because there I can be forever.
What would you say to the skeptics who doubt your story?
That's me right here, baby. Whatever she's about to say is an insult to our intelligence.
Everybody has their own opinion, right? And you cannot be loved by everybody.
You're not gonna convince me or wiggle your way out of this entire bullshit story that was just presented that I just spent 30 minutes watching.
They don't like me, they don't follow me, right? I'm sharing this story, it's not because I want to be famous or something. I just started to share this story because finally, first time in my life, I feel safe in this country.
So you've taken on different names, you've lived in multiple countries, different personalities.
Yeah.
Is that not really exhausting?
No, it's not.
It's actually really fun, thrilling, and exciting. In fact, I get so lost in my own lie that I just waste everyone's time around me.
It's amazing, actually. You have a chance to live another life. You create your life. You are the creator of your destiny.
So everything we've been speaking about is true?
Yes.
That smile looks straight out of the Purge.
Everyone in LA is creating a narrative to further their own careers. Hers just happens to be absolutely outrageous and also a film that's already been made. So yes, she has lied to my face for 3 whole days.
This woman really got lied to for 3 days straight. It's just really depressing to me that there are people out there who will do anything to make it, and it seems as if the cesspool known as LA amplifies this type of behavior tenfold, just spoon-feeding everyone around them lie after lie, living their own delusions, convincing people of a fabricated lifestyle for the sake of validation or approval. It's disgusting.
Reporting for duty. Sniper is ready. All the way. Perfect. Let's go. That will be easy. Reporting for duty. Attention. Building completed. For the colony!
Dobar dan.
All right. On your orders. Reporting for duty. Let's go.
Dobar dan.
That will be
Dobar dan. Čekaj da klipam. Da klipam kešćak ako reći.
Možda ti kada ću dobiti ovdje nivo koncentracije kakav ima recimo onaj narkoman od Rahtezija, on...
Ja sam mislio ja kako si krenuo da pričaš.
Ne.
Ja ovdje ispadem narkomanč. Nije u redu. Nije u redu da me tako naziva.
Stvarno nije u redu.
I to sve počeo ovaj matori mrtvak. Sjebam. Šta je bilo?
Šta je bilo, bre?
Prekrsti me. Narkomana.
Kad si narkomančina?
To sve počeo onaj tvoj kum.
Markona.
Markoman?
Ako sam ja narkoman, onda ste vi... Ne znam što.
Cajperi.
Ništa svi... Straight. To je sutra četvrtak. Ujel da čekam vikend.
Šta će ti vikend koji klinac?
A i to što kažeš, brate, šta? Proći će i taj vikend, proći će sve. Treba i, brate, vikendom, brate, radi. Treba, brate, šaka ti. Ješću kad ćemo hunt. Kako si pukao danas, brate?
Nikad više.
Da?
Pusti, znaš šta je poenta? Poenta je to da, eto, ja nisam igrao pre 2 nedelje, nedelju dana, nisam igrao hunt baš nedelju dana i ono kad uđeš, kao fresh, nov, a ovako ti si prezasićen ovom igrom, kao i ja. Znači treba da ne igraš igru, da bi ti se svidjelo.
Kidaju te demoni.
Pa da, jes. Ja više ne gledam igre kao igra Snake, nego meni odmah, aha, može izaći odande, odmah centiram u brate glavu i pucam. A nije to više, nije to taj doživljaj. To je već bolest. Ja sam narkoman, što bi rekao Riz. Znate, izbrdao sam se, ja mislim da sam usmrdao čitavu kuću. I opasu. Da? Brdo jaja. Apsolutni kurac.
Apsolutno.
Je.
At your service.
I opet sam prvno. Brate, jesam tak.
Od kad ti radiš, od 6 ili kako?
Od 6 pa, nije.
Od 9?
Od 9 do 5.
Kako to rekao? Stvarno jeste ovo, brate. Dobro. Rizbo radi za strance. Rizbo još pekti. Gdje ti je komšija, jeli?
Koji?
Šaj, jel ti tu?
Ko, Šajla?
Sestra njegova.
A?
Sestra njegova.
A nije on. Znači, ovo je show, ja na streamu gledam samog sebe. Gledam kako stiskam ovaj sto i vrate kako tastaturom i brate mišom pokrećem, meni se monitor klima, brate. Znači, samo čekam da mi padne.
Okay? I need to explode. Reporting for duty. Slow but lethal. defenses are being attacked. Any orders? They are attacking the colony defenses.
Jo, kaj ću ti zarbet? Nasmijem me već. Opsovao sve živo, brate, igri, jebo majku i pčeli, i igri i svemu.
Ilija, jel ti šipar dolaziš?
Dolazim.
Jo, majko. Kaj ću ti zarbet? Nismo mi, bet. Igra smeće, brate, gađa 2 puta pčelu, aj sa throwing knife pa da pogodi, ne znam, suknju umjesto glavu, to se, brate, meni dešava. Pogodim u glavu njenu, ali pogodim iznad glave u, ne znam, u kosu i dobije samo hit, ono, fazom. I kako se zove, Kesić je 2 puta sa sekirom, throwing, X, a ne knife, 2 puta je pogodi, ona i dalje živa, brate. Pa stvarno, najgore što iza nje puca lik, ovamo baca bombu lik,
A ti čuo? Prica Ilija bio, ti znaš koji je, i meni vaskrsao lik, Vanja. Znači ja ne znam kako nisam kompjuter. Ulazim u Healing Water crkvu i solo igra jednu noć. Čuješ?
Da.
I lik me čeka, ja se zaletim i prekoljem ga i on me opali konverziju. Skine me na jedno 30-40%. I čujem drugog kako kuva bombu na mene. Ja se zaletim mu se u pas, bukvalno. Prekoljen ga i on pada, ono, vidim da pade, a ovaj me dokačio pre toga i vidim mene kill pada. Ja ovdje mi se skillovi ladno, ovaj drugi preko trči za meni zato što me nozi. Znači, nervni slom. Anyway.
Sorry, sir. Just cleaning my way. Reporting for duty.
Ovo je najjače hunt igra, brate. Da li ima, ovako Kesiću se ni ne nerviraš ni u jednoj igri, samo ovo igra ti izvuče sve.
Ovako ne znam u životu, brate, kad me neko iskida, ne iskida.
Da, ne bi, brate, pa ista priča, brate, kad bi igrao futbal ili, brate, nešto bilo šta, to bi te bilo kurac, ova igra je show, zato što, ajde okej, jebote, igra jebe, brate. I ja jebote danas između drva prolazim, znam gdje hoću da skočim, ne, vrati me nazad. Jebote, život.
Jebote.
Ali što najjače nema ništa ni da se igra.
Šta bi ti
Nema ništa ni da se igra.
Ja uvijek kažem, nije problem, čovjek nema razloga da se nervira kad pogodio te pogodio, umro si umro. Ne patim ja od toga da će me neko ubije bolji od mene, jebe mi se, razumiješ? Ali kad me brate igra krade ovako neke stvari, brate, ja to mi brate mozak mi popije, brate.
Govno.
Ja se ložim na ovaj Sonza što je sad izašao.
Šta je izašao?
I Sonzo. Ne znam kako ti piše. Znaš šta ti je to?
Evo stavio sam vam od Jack Rex.
To ti je kao Tannenberg, samo italijanski front. Mislim, vidi, bolje urađen nego
Free to play što je bilo na Epicu. To kurac. Smeće, brate, to su igre u koje uđeš na server i rokaš. To je meni to kurac, meni bolje ovaj hunt, brate, kompetitivnije nego...
Ajde igramo ovaj Tarkov, evo.
Kakav Tarkov?
Ajde Tarkov.
To je dosadno sporo, brate.
Neša Tarkov?
I Sonzo, brate. To su sad objavili, brate.
Da.
Kakva je igra, brate? I odmah je na popustu 10%.
Nije loš popust.
A kurac,
Ako si igrao onaj Tannenberg ili ono slično je samo novije.
Da, kao što su izumali sve te igre. Pa tu nije ostalo ni 1000 igrača. A želje ti mi. Najgore stvar, što nema ni jedna igra da se igra da je nešto novo. Ja nemam ništa sem, brate, Hanta, majke mi. Nemam volje da igram bilo što sem Hanta. Nema ništa.
Ja stalno gledam, brate, na Steam da li će nešto izaći.
Ma nema ništa, zato što igramo najnapredniju igru trenutno. Šta? Gdje ćeš posle Hunta da igraš bilo šta, nema ništa.
Šta, Call of Duty Warzone?
Jeste, Call of Duty kurčina. Ne, kom znaš.
Tarkov
koji... Brate, nije to problem.
I to je smeće od igre.
Koji nikad neće završiti. Hunt su bar rekli kao 1.0, nije 1.0, ali aj kao. A ovo nema nade da će Tarkov izaći finalna verzija, znaš?
Tell me what to do. Come on. Let's go. Tell me. Just tell me what to do.
Koliko imam? Imam 100 snajperista i 126 vojnika. Kuku. Sweet love of my aim.
Perfect. On your orders. All the way. Do you need me? Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. Perfect. Great idea, sir. Come on. Perfect. Tell me. Any orders? Great idea, sir. Of course, my commander. Perfect. Great idea, sir. For the humans! That will be easy. Let's go. Come on. Of course, my commander.
Oh. Jeste govana!
Welcome back, my great general. It has been 8 years since you began the reconquest of the wild lands. Our empire now has 20 colonies that house thousands upon thousands of souls. You have changed the human world forever. We nearly have full control of the Eastern Territories. Only the lands of the easternmost point remain, bordering the Great Ocean. If you conquer them, we will forever consolidate the new empire. In front of you, your biggest challenge is presented, because these lands are undoubtedly the most dangerous. Expel them from our lands and eradicate the infection for good. The campaign awaits you. Continue on your way.
Prior to his untimely death at the age of only 22, Ziz had become an icon.
Crazy?
Everything about him represented the never-ending struggle between success and hardship.
Bro, it's actually so crazy to me because like Jeff, who's like fucking super fit now, I think he was like a bodybuilder for a while. Ziz was like really big in like 2010, 2011, 2012, right? Like that's whenever like his shit first started like coming out. That was exactly, I think this guy got Jeff to start working out. Isn't that crazy? Like, for me, that's just so weird to think. Because I remember watching, Jeff was watching his videos, and he would show me this guy's videos, and I thought he was funny back in the day.
Hickory.
His physique,
Said,
confidence, and status seemed
lurking.
effortless from the outside.
Howdy.
However, on
And
the
thank
inside,
you.
Ziz was constantly at war
Thank
with
you for
himself.
dropping by.
He battled with deep insecurities, a feeling of apathy, and an undesirable position of fame to the point where he wouldn't even leave his own house. Yet, as a result of making his struggle public and relatable to an online audience, Ziz would become one of the most well-regarded fitness influencers of all time, ending his physical transformation looking like this, and this. Although in the beginning, at a time when his main hobby was playing World of Warcraft, he looked a little more like this, and this.
Are you fucking kidding?
Playing World of Warcraft, this and this. Although in the beginning, at a time when his main hobby was playing World of Warcraft, he looked a little more like this, and this.
Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't even know that. Oh my god. Holy shit, you have no idea. That's insane. What was his gear? Like, no fucking way. Bro, no wonder Jeff started fucking working out after this guy. Jeff played a Tauren warrior too. Holy fuck. Yo, what the fuck? That's crazy.
Looked a little more like this, and this. Ziz explained that I was ridiculously thin. I'm talking the skinniest guy in my grade school.
like
People
me.
always commented on how skinny I was and I hated it.
Yeah,
I was
just
always
like
known as the skinny kid. I remember feeling like a little bitch when I was out with girls, walking next to them and feeling the same size as them. On the contrary, his older brother Saeed had begun to gain some size after going to the gym regularly, with Ziz also adding that I started going clubbing every weekend and always noticed whenever a jack dude walked by. They had a presence a lot greater than that of a normal person. The guys respect them and the girls are all over them. And really, who wouldn't want that? It was after making this
Just that
observation that
simple.
Ziz decided to embark on a fitness journey of his own. At the age of 17, he sold his World of Warcraft account for $500 before spending the money on a 1-year gym membership at Fitness First Carlingford in Sydney, Australia.
Playing video games for like 20 hours a day, and then at one point he's just like, I'm done. So he sold his account, $300-400 of it he spent to get a membership at Fitness First.
Ziz explained that after signing up for the gym, he'd
That's
have his most
insane.
embarrassing moment by stating, when I was starting out, I went to do chest by myself, had the bar plus 5 kilos on each side, tried to go to 15 reps, couldn't get the last rep up and it was stuck, and the biggest guy in the gym came running to help. He got it off using one hand, LOL. Accompanying Ziz's embarrassing chest day was the creation of his first YouTube channel on the 28th of July 2006, titled 7Ziz7, where he began to document everything in his life from fights at McDonald's to his opinions on music. However, the most interesting thing that he'd eventually capture stage by stage was without a doubt his body transformation.
Y'all remember that hair? Like everybody, like this is some prime time 2009 shit. Like everybody had that hair. Oh my god, the scene hair. Yeah, exactly. This is what you would, this is your hair if you listen to Hollywood Undead.
Only 1 year after failing to bench 30 kilos, Ziz had put on a respectable amount of size, and with it his reputation would shift from the unconfident skinny kid to an outgoing guy on the internet who would frequent the Sydney party scene with his brother. Now Ziz was still far from famous at this point. Sure, his physique was certainly looking better than it was in the beginning, but his transformation wasn't nearly complete. However, when looking at a post made by Ziz to the bodybuilding.com forums, it's obvious that he planned on continuing the grind, stating that this is what he wanted his body to look like in only 1 year years' time. Well, this kind of transformation after only 12 months seemed almost impossible. A photo posted 1.5 years later showed that Ziz had made his goal a reality, yet unfortunately he would also add that it hadn't been achieved naturally. A forum post by Ziz explained that he had begun his first trend/sus cycle in April of 2008, only 1 month after his 19th birthday. And while this might have been somewhat disappointing for those following his fitness journey, there was no denying that Ziz looked absolutely incredible. Standing at 6 foot.
There's a lot of guys I know that do fucking steroids, right? I mean, the reality is that there's a reason why that shit is banned. Okay? There's a reason why it's banned. It's because it really fucking works, but it can fuck you up.
Two with some fresh new tats and an absolutely yoked physique, Ziz represented something like the ideal masculine image.
He was the voice for all the skinny dudes out there who wanted to get bigger and get attention or get girls or get noticed or get respect.
And did he get all those things?
Yeah, he did.
However, this wasn't even the primary reason behind why people began to love him. It was that he had this image, yet he tried not to take life too seriously, breaking the overly serious gym bro stereotype.
Funny, yeah. The Ziz persona was just an act for social media. Ziz created Ziz to be his perfect representation of who he wanted to be and who he played up to be for his perceived stereotype based on his appearance.
He would state in an interview, "Personally, I'm a very friendly and happy person and believe that people need to lighten up and enjoy life more. Even though I put on a lot of size and to some look intimidating, I'm one of the friendliest people you can meet. I love playing up my perceived..."
I feel like a lot of, like, I've always noticed that is like a lot of the really nice guys, like you see like these really big dudes. Like, yo, Cody, you remember this shit, right? Like, yeah, Cody's in chat, that's Jeff's brother. You remember, dude, this motherfucker played a Tauran warrior. I swear to God, this is the reason why Jeff started working out. What the fuck? Oh my God. Yeah, it's like every time, like, yeah, you see some big dude at the gym, they're always very friendly and nice, yeah. I watched this in like 2008. Yeah, I remember watching him over at that fucking, like, that desk that y'all had. That, like, Jeff fucking broke the keyboard tray off of. I remember that, yeah. So I went to the gym. Yeah, he's why I think a lot of people went to the gym, yeah. Broke his toe, remember when he hit 60? Yeah.
Stereotype, and at the end of the day never take myself seriously, which is one of the reasons that I've accrued the fan base that I have. Now sure, it's obvious that Aziz Shayversian, the real Ziz, built his physique in real life for serious reasons. However, online, Ziz was more of a character that represented the classic fitness douchebag. He even clarified in one of his video's descriptions that Ziz is not a person, Ziz is merely a personification of a way of life. With this being the goal, he began to build a reputation for being somewhat of an online troll.
Political views, whichever politician is most aesthetic. Barack Obama's pretty aesthetic for a politician, so he deserves to run the country.
What's your religion? Shredology. The belief that transcendence of life into heaven is achieved at 6% body fat. A complete euphoria and sense of accomplishment overcomes the shredder, entering almost surpassing the majestic boundaries of human emotion. What quality do you value most in your friends? Body fat percentage. In the process of playing this character, Ziz would deepen his legacy by seemingly inventing or at least popularizing a whole new gym bro language. Phrases such as you mad, you Myron, fuck, brah, and come at me bro seem to make up more than 50% of Ziz's vocabulary, and while you might say that these phrases were common before Ziz, he certainly popularized them even further. In addition to transforming his vocabulary, Ziz would also see a complete overhaul in his success with women. In a forum post he was asked, how much attention did you get before working out, to which he'd respond,
all natural LOL. Holy fuck. Oh my God.
None. I never hooked up with a girl till after I finished school. Yes, strong loser. Never cared about the way I looked, did my hair, etc. But that's because I had no self-confidence. As soon as I started going gym, my confidence skyrocketed, and I have no trouble approaching or talking to any girl, and most of the time they come up to me, serious. Now, in all honesty, I wouldn't be able to count how many girls I've hooked up with, lol. Maybe a few hundred or so in the last 3 years, lol.
I also love how much, like, this is such a fucking time capsule to how people talked in 2009. Like, not only is like, yeah, it's fucking like just what he's saying is ridiculous, but on top of that, the way he's saying it is fucking ridiculous. I love it. I think I almost like that more than just the video itself, you know? It gives me like it's like a time capsule, right? Oh my God, this is good.
well.
So
Ziz had gone from a guy who felt inferior next to girls because he was the same size as them, to a guy who, when messaged by hot girls, simply used it as another opportunity to troll. Looking good, I would appreciate an accept so we can chat. Thanks. Hey darling, awesome to have you as a friend. Appreciate your offer, but no thanks. You are 7 out of 10 at best. And because I'm a lot more beautiful than you physically, I do not think there is any reason as to why I must undertake a chat with you, as I would only do so with people who are on my par genetics-wise, so as to pass strong and attractive genes to my future children. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you'll bring our children down 2 points, and judging by your risque DP and ability to message random guys out of the blue, you're more than likely a whore.
Oh
Thanks
my
for the
God.
ad though, hope we can still be friends.
Bro, like this shit, like I remember I probably watched this 10 years ago and thought to myself, fucking based, oh my god, this guy is a legend. Holy fucking shit, wow.
Ziz often posted these hilarious exchanges to his Facebook, resulting in over 400,000 followers,
People
which then
loved
gave
it.
him the opportunity to feature in Underbelly and another show titled The National Road Trip. Additionally, Ziz would launch his own protein label and a book titled Ziz's Bodybuilding Bible, both of which performing quite well upon release. However, shortly after achieving such viral success, Ziz began to notice how much fame was becoming a burden on his life.
That's a lot to take in for a 19-year-old, that amount of fame to hit you that hard. Because of that pressure, you started using more drugs, more steroids.
I started saying no to photos and people just thought I was a dickhead. I'm not joking how many photos I get asked for. At a festival, it's up to 400 to 500 sometimes. First few months was like, whoa, this is awesome. Other times you can't be effed, and I feel sorry for my mates who have to put up with it now when they're out with me. I would have never expected it to get like how it has.
Damn.
In addition to being asked for hundreds of photos per festival, Ziz would make a post to the bodybuilding.com forums explaining that every time he'd go shopping, people would yell at him, come at me bro, or you Myron, and that he'd rather the video that had made him so famous never have been posted in the first place.
That sucks, man. That actually really sucks if it's getting to him and bothering him that way. Yeah. Suffering from success? Yeah, literally.
More negative press would cultivate after his brother Chesbra was arrested for possessing anabolic steroids in mid-2011, with news articles on the topic featuring Ziz's photos, simply because he was the more famous brother, which became even worse after a video would surface of Chesbra stating that Ziz was actually the one who introduced him to steroids.
Surprisingly, it was Az. He was the one that introduced it to me, even though everyone thinks it's the opposite way around, because I'm the older brother. He was the one who introduced me to it. Every week he'll jump on the scale and he'll be like, look, I'm a kilo heavier this week. Next week he'll be 2 kilos heavier. The week after he'll be 3 kilos heavier. And he'd look at me and Babbo and he'll just laugh at us. And I was thinking, what's going on? Like, this guy's putting a kilo on every week and getting leaner and fuller. And he's eating like a horse. Like, something doesn't add up.
The immense pressure put on Ziz not only cultivated a refusal to leave the house unless he had friends around him.
He used to be scared just to go out in public, bro, that he needed to bring 2 or 3 of his mates everywhere he went just because of the anxiety and the paranoia that he used to get from going out. There's a lot of things that Aziz was feeling on the inside of his mind as well that a lot of us can really never tap into unless we knew him personally, you know what I mean?
But he'd also adopt the attitude in a Facebook post that he no longer wanted to be Ziz at all. I'm sad to announce that I have officially finished with training, festivals, and being Ziz. I want to move my life in other directions, and have found myself far too involved in a lifestyle with no genuine substance, meeting far too many fake people / girls who, if I didn't look the way I did, would have never given me the time of day. Time to get back to studying, there's more to life than partying. 4 months after making this post in August of 2011, Ziz would board a flight to Thailand for what seemed to be a much needed vacation. Given the timing, it was likely that Ziz was simply trying to get away from the chaos back in Sydney, although what was waiting for him in Thailand would prove to be much worse. Scarily enough, Ziz had actually predicted his own death on multiple different occasions. When asked, where do you see yourself in 20 years, Ziz responded with one frightening word: dead. And while this response was probably somewhat of a joke, on the 5th of August 2011, while sitting in a sauna in Pattaya, Ziz would suffer a heart attack from which he would never recover.
A well-known Sydney bodybuilder has died after collapsing in a sauna in Thailand. Doctors say the 23-year-old had an undiagnosed heart condition, but some say a growing obsession with body image is dangerous.
As mentioned in the news report, it was discovered that Ziz had an undiagnosed heart condition which could have killed him at any time, although of course many have speculated that his use of PEDs helped in causing his death sooner rather than later. More concerned with how his brother...
Wow, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? Yeah, like that sucks. Like fuck. Yeah. not rocket science. Yeah, it's just regular science. Yeah, I don't know. That's saw this video like 10 years. Yeah, what the fuck? Drugs are terrible. Yeah, like that's why I always say, like, don't fucking do drugs, man. Don't fucking do drugs. They're gonna kill you.
It was going to be remembered. Chessbro would upload a 19-minute-long tribute video titled Aziz the Legacy, which to this day has gained over 16 million views, with the comments perfectly summing up the positive impact that Ziz made during his time on Earth.
Man, that actually, like, that fucked me up. Like, goddamn. That's sad. Oh my god. Do it the right way, eat healthy and normal exercise. I mean, it's just, you know, I mean, people are gonna do what they're gonna do. I mean, that's just what happens. It also sucks, like, I mean, it just, like, the popularity fucked with his head that much. Like, that would be really, really stressful, I bet. For, like, just for you to deal with and to fucking hate it all the time. Like, goddamn. Body dysmorphia is a bitch. I mean, I think everybody, like, not everybody, but, like, a lot of people probably wish that they looked a different way than they did, right? They wish they had more hair. They wish they were a little bit, you know, a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit smaller, you know, maybe taller or whatever, right? And it's just, it fucks with your head, man. It does. And it's just like, it's so hard to know how to approach something like that too. I wish I was a ball, yeah, maybe a baller, maybe a bit taller, shot caller, yeah. Exactly. And man, like, it was, I guess, like, to me, it's, like, kind of weird because I like, so vividly remember watching these videos with, like, Jeff, especially, back in the day, and thinking, like, wow, this guy's actually, like, really fucking funny. I like this guy, you know? Like, this guy's cool. And I had no idea he, like, played WoW, and he also played a Tauren warrior like Jeff did. Like, what the fuck, man? There's a video. This is actually really good. I didn't even really know what happened to him. Like, I wasn't really sure. But to just know that shit can happen to you is just scary as fuck, man. It really is. Someone works out a lot, used to be skinny as fuck. Whatever gains never really seemed to be enough. I mean, that's the same with anything, right? It's like the same with people that are streamers, and they're like, well, you know, if I get to X viewers, I can finally relax. If I get to this many viewers, I can finally calm down. And, you know, everything. Then you get there, and you succeed, and then it just makes you want more of it, and you feel like you're never really where you want to be. And it sucks, right? I think it's the same. There's always another milestone. It's keeping up appearances. It never stops. Yeah, you're never gonna calm down, and it's hard. Like, I mean, I've struggled with that. I think a lot of people have, and it doesn't matter, like, whether you're doing bodybuilding, streaming, or, you know, trying to make money at some job. Like, I think it's all the same. It's just the kind of personality that you know, that can sometimes succeed, also exceeds, and this is sometimes what the outcome of it is. It sucks. It fucking sucks, man. That's the thing. You're not satisfied with what you have. You want to feel satisfied whenever you get what you want. I think that's true in a lot of cases. It's not true in all cases. Like, there are some times where, you know, you will be happy whenever you get what you want if, like, that is a stable job, or that is, you know, like a car that you don't have to worry is going to break down every time you drive to 7-Eleven. There are many cases where getting what you want will legitimately make you happier. But I think that it's hard to ask yourself the honest question, is that really true in the circumstance that you're looking at the time? You see what I mean? You have to be very stress tolerant to be successful and not suffer from it. Well, it's also like, I mean, the guy has, like, people coming out to him all the time, trying to talk to him constantly, and it can be exhausting, I'm sure. Big dudes always die younger than small guys, because bigger you are, harder your organs have to work. I think the guy was doing drugs, he was doing steroids, he was in a sauna, probably had a heart rate of 200 and something. He fucking died. Like, that's what happens. Don't fucking do that shit. Yeah, don't fucking do that shit, and it won't be an issue. How do I handle it? I mean, I have people come up to me, you know, pretty regularly if I go out, and if I go to, like, an event, like, yeah, a bunch of people come up to me. It doesn't really bother me because I kind of, like, depersonalize. Like, it doesn't, like, I don't know why, it just doesn't bother me. It bothers people around me, but it doesn't bother me. I think also, yeah, I'm not getting 500 a day though. Like if I go to BlizzCon or something, sure, right? But not like just out walking around. No.
Oh, ne rade.
Listen.
Čika, ne rade. Ne rade.
So yesterday I saw this, the downfall of r/anti-work.
Those who don't learn from the past are due to repeat it. And history isn't a constantly changing thing, but a series of repeating patterns. And today, we're going to learn about one of the strongest internet movements ever that came crashing down in a
It's
matter of
bad.
minutes. This is the story of anti-work.
Yep. Here we go.
I don't like work. Thank God YouTube isn't a real job. But listen, we've all worked bad jobs before. I've been a barista and a dishwasher. I know how bad things really are. But what if you didn't have to work? What if you could complain about work all day without actually working? Well, then maybe you'd be interested in anti-work.
Yep,
r/anti-work
that's about right.
was one of the fastest growing subreddits of all time.
turn it up a bit.
Starting back in 2019, it amassed well over 1.5 million members by 2022, which is deep.
This shit was so popular. Like everybody was talking about this. Like people were going literally crazy about like why this was some big thing, right? Work right now. Yeah, this is. People were pissed off about this anti-work thing, and I get it. I think it makes sense. Like I've always been. By the way, I've been very pro anti-work. Like very, very pro and like very positive towards anti-work. Absolutely.
Until you realize it got over 1 million members in less than a year, which
It's
makes
crazy.
it one of the fastest growing subreddits of all time. But unlike
Yeah.
other subreddits that get a lot of traction in a short period of time, like a meme subreddit for example, anti-work had a core message that people were rallying around. The basic message was
The core message is fucking Soviet Union soldiers marching with the fucking hammer and sickle in the background. In my opinion, I think that the anti-work thing is, like, it's gonna be weird because I know people will probably be like, oh, but you just said, right? But the truth is, like, I agree with, like, this sentiment that modern day, like, working conditions are terrible. I absolutely think so.
work should not be a necessity, but a choice, especially in our modern world. Now, ideas of anti-work have been supported for quite a while in a bunch of different works. There are a bunch of videos out there on YouTube that you can watch that explain this idea in more depth, but the point is, it's not a new philosophy, and it's not pulled from nowhere. And whether you agree with it or not, there's no denying that this was a popular sentiment, especially with...
I remember back whenever, this is like 2 years ago, whenever COVID, or a year and a half was going on with COVID, is that it was just crazy that like people were just deciding, they're like, listen, I'm not going to go to work anymore and like risk my life with this virus going on and the lives of my family just for, you know, $9 an hour to work at Taco Bell. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. And yeah, that's what happens is I was not really surprised. Like, anybody who was quitting Taco Bell and deciding they weren't going to work there, I was like, hey, that's a smart idea. But the thing is, like, everybody was okay with, like, oh, let's give people more unemployment benefits. Oh, let's do more unemployment benefits. Then the time that they roll up to Taco Bell and somehow they start fucking... they start seeing that, oh my God, there's nobody working at Taco Bell. They went home, they threw Communist Manifesto in the garbage can. They said, fuck that, fuck this unemployment shit. We gotta get these kids back to work. I need my chalupa. That's what it was. They're out of Baja Blast. I can't let this happen.
Nerds who sit in their basement and complain all day. The subreddit started gaining more popularity, and with this, it expanded its core values to things like fair wages, better hours, better benefits, and workers' rights. Because
yeah, I think those are the things that a lot of people, everybody pretty much agrees with this. And I think that also this is a, like, look at this, all right? This is just a one chart that I've showed you guys with this before, right? Productivity soars, wages stagnate. Percentage growth in productivity versus hourly compensation. So the green one is how productive workers are, and the gray one is how much money people make. So this is where we're at. Yeah, people aren't getting paid a lot of money for the work that they're doing. That's all there is to it. Countdown? All right.
These are generally popular things amongst the working class
so
and
bad,
young
it
adults.
is.
It attracted more and more members. But the core message
How do you
always
measure
stayed the
productivity,
same.
though? A lot of ways.
Abolish work. It's around
Yeah.
this time the member number started to skyrocket,
Mhm.
and now it's big. So big that they can actually make changes. Wait a minute, this isn't in the normal Reddit video script. One of the big
Make
ones
changes.
was the Kellogg's boycott, where Kellogg's workers went on strike,
Uh-huh.
and Kellogg's just decided to hire more workers instead of paying their old workers a fair wage.
Yep.
Redditors then crashed Kellogg's website with fake applications and demanded Kellogg's pay their employees more. Kellogg said nope, and then people got even more upset. This got so massive that even the president commented on it. Eventually, Kellogg's caved and the
Yeah.
workers won. So naturally, Anti-Work took all of the credit for this, and
Of
while I don't
course.
think they were fully responsible, it was a nice thing to see, and most importantly, it grew their numbers even more, which gave them
It's good for that to have. I might just move
a
on.
bit
It's
of an ego.
It's a bit weird. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I was glad about that. I mean, for sure. And like, it did take a while that like that happened. It happens even in a professional field. Hire more people for less. Yeah, that's the way it goes. And like, that's the thing is like, if you have like a skill set that's easy to replace, it's hard for you to bargain with stuff because you can just get replaced. That's the way it goes. And so I feel like with the Kellogg's thing, and Kellogg's did this really, really smart thing, is because people were shitting on Kellogg's. And so what they did is they took their logos off of the food, so people didn't know which food was made by Kellogg's, so they couldn't boycott it. Isn't that crazy?
go.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Now, if you've watched this channel before, you'll know that
Yeah.
once something gets big enough, it usually goes down the tube,
I like
whether
this
that's
channel.
in
This is
quality
great.
or up in flames in a nosedive. Be it arrogance, power struggles, or sheer numbers, it either becomes generic front page trash
We'll
or it
watch
goes
that.
up in flames.
I'm actually
and
curious.
surprise, Anti-Work is not an exception. The
Yeah.
best way to understand what started going wrong is to think of it like a kingdom of virgins. You have the core castle, and then from there, many factions broke off. In this case, you had the original anti-workers who believe in no working.
Oh,
unless you
no.
want to. Then you had the work reformers who simply
Right.
believe in better workers' rights but don't
Yeah.
want to abolish work. You had people
Of
who were
course.
looking for excuses to be lazy and farm karma.
Average
and of course,
Redditors.
it wouldn't be Reddit without some Chinese Communist Party
Oh, no, I
shit.
won't
Now,
even-
there was a lot of infighting amongst these groups.
Moguće
But
da
even
igra
worse
na
than that, the fringe
I
minority
think that it's not always infighting.
Dorine,
It's not
Nameno,
always infighting.
Vacilero, Domine,
Because there are
Domine,
people that are just having conversations.
Ameno,
I think the problem is that like there's a lot of people who can't have a conversation about something without turning it
Ja se
into a
izvinjam.
spur gap, right? Like this is
Nije
some
nego tvoja
massive
nervoza
spur
je
gap. They're getting super
nevjerojatna.
upset about this, and they're getting
A ne,
pissed
ali
off.
zašto
So you can have a conversation about something and
ti
disagree about something.
dok god radiš to što radiš, bit ćeš izložen tom stresu.
started to become representative of the entire groups, and combining these all together, Anti-Work's public image started to take a bit of a hit. People started complaining about the most trivial shit you could imagine.
Drug testing should be illegal. Reasoning what to do with your off time so this is your employer. Even if that means doing trucker-sized lines of cocaine on the weekends. If you're under the influence while at work because that's dangerous as fuck. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Like it's hard for me to say because like you have people that work jobs as like a trucker, like let's say, and like if somebody is doing hard drugs, is it a good idea for society to have that person operating a large truck? You know, is this a good idea? Who is this helping? Who is this good for? I would say probably nobody. But doing drug testing should be illegal. Because it's like, it's really hard to prove that somebody is drunk at work or somebody's on drugs at work. Only for certain jobs? I think that's probably where I'd fall under as well. Only for certain jobs. But I think as a general thing, yeah, I'm not a fan of drug testing either. I'd have to really think about it a lot more. Like, yeah, my employer shouldn't have any say in what I do. Yeah, but like if you're under the influence of things that are like addictive and can mess with your like your decision making, I think that'd be bad if you're operating something that can affect other people, right? And like they're giving you, so like if they're giving you the ability to like operate a machine that can be potentially fatal to other people if it's operated badly, I think that you can make a reasonable argument that they should want you to make sure that you're not under the influence of something. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think about that. Yes, topics outside your scope. My scope? What? Like, what would I have to, like, would I need to have a bachelor's in political science from a random 4-year state university, and somehow I would have an opinion about this? I probably know more about this shit than most people do. Absolutely. People get mad because I have an opinion about shit. Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, I'm trying to think about this. Everyone drinks on the weekends. You can't fire people for that. That's a good point. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking about too. Right? It's like if you drink on the weekends and you smoke weed on the weekends, like what really is the difference between those two things? And like if you're doing that at work, I don't know. I don't think this is a very easy decision to make. I don't think so at all. Yeah, truckers aren't employees, they're contractors. It doesn't really matter. The point's still the same. Like, okay, that's fine. Employers who take a risk hiring you, who get sued if they mess up, what responsibility do they have towards the person taking a chance on you? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know if this is a good thing or not. I'd have to really think about that. And in construction, you don't want to take junkies to clients' houses? Well, that's true too, absolutely. Yeah, this is a hard one. I don't think it's a simple answer.
And there were people who believe that their life that consists of sitting at home all day doing nothing apart from doing chores is too stressful. But one thing did come to unite these factions and bring them together. Lying for fake internet points. A marvel of anti-work were these text exchanges of people quitting their jobs, usually due to unreasonable demands from their bosses. The top post of all time is actually one of these, and while it is kind of satisfying to read, if it isn't blatantly obvious, it's very fake. But karma breeds more karma. So people started
Most of the stories in Reddit could end with, and his name was Albert Einstein, and everybody stood up and clapped. Like, they're mostly bullshit, and it's the same thing with comedians that tell stories that, like, most of these stories are just jokes and funny things that people say, right? That's all it comes down to.
These fake texts of them quitting their jobs.
Everybody makes fake fucking stories.
Man, are you even trying to make this believable? But nonetheless, people fell for them, which because of how fake they seemed and probably were, made them subject to parody like this.
You need to come into work. I have today off. Fuck you, I don't care, I'm evil. Fuck you, did I quit? I hope you get eaten by animals. I'm sending someone to your house to kill you.
What? Kind of embarrassing, the whole anti-work movement in the process. But if you feel no shame at all,
oh my God,
probably frequent Reddit. However, this didn't affect their numbers at all. In fact, it increased traffic to the sub, funnily enough. I guess there's no such thing as bad publicity, showing that even though they've been humiliated publicly on Twitter, other Reddits, and many other social media platforms.
I think that the downfall really was whenever they brought that person on to Fox News. Do you remember that? Like, we can watch that interview again if you guys want to see it, but like, that was the downfall right there. They brought a 30-year-old balding dog walker that it was the mod of anti-work. And like, the guy that interviewed him, it was on, so like, I mean, this is on Fox News. You bring over a 30-year-old balding dog walker who doesn't want to get a job. It went exactly as you would expect. And I'll go through and we can watch this again because it was just so fucking, it was so fucking ridiculous. Watch it. Should I watch, should I watch it right here? Just, oh no, oh, they're gonna get into it. Okay, I see, they're about to get into it.
They could take the hit, or could they? Let's set the stage. Anti-work has been exploding with users and media attention. It's looking like an unstoppable force.
Absolutely.
But a great empire always asks to do more, to be better, to be greater. And in this case, they'd have to expand their reach. Their goal was to get on a mainstream news outlet. Now, they've been mentioning this in passing, but this was more than that. They wanted to get a representative of the movement to show their ideas to the world. They had a few small radio and TV gigs here and there, usually limited to local news stations.
Oh yeah, of course.
But nothing serious. And unfortunately...
Well, this is the thing, is like, a lot of these news stations, like Fox News, they're not gonna bring on some guy who's like, you know, well-spoken, well-adjusted, who just thinks that workers' rights should be reformed in America. They're gonna find the biggest, dumbest idiot and bring him on. You know, the guy with like the little propeller on his hat. I'm not gonna work. I want to play video game. I want to play video game.
Ovdje mogu da uzem, uzet ću ga, ali to nemam opcije da ga platim.
Because that's more entertaining for the audience. That's what the audience wants to see.
Probaj pa mi reći kakav je, pošto ja ga igrat ne znam, jedino da Epic Store ako bude bio skup.
That's
Most
always
big
what it
news
is.
outlets didn't really want to give them a shot.
Yeah.
Apart from one, Fox News,
Reddit mod,
the
yeah.
polar opposite of their
A,
mess.
to je samo
The
platforma,
ultimate
nema to
enemy
veze.
of anti-work.
I actually saw, wasn't Tucker Carlson, like, I saw there was a fucking meme. I don't know if this is real, because, like, I don't know, like, I mean, they go over some crazy stuff on this guy's show. Fucking, is it he was mad that, like, there was, like, a dick vein on Snickers bars and they got rid of it? And it was, like, an attack on masculinity? Was that, like, a fake picture or was that real? Because, like, I don't know with this show. Like, I could see them... That was fake? That one was fake. Okay, alright, never mind, yeah. Well, because, like, they're talking about, like, it's, like, gay M&Ms or something like that. I forgot, it was, like, a transsexual M&M. And, like, apparently he did, like, people told me that, like, he did, like, a whole show on this. Like, what the hell is going on, man? Yeah, it was fake? No, I'm serious, guys. That's real life.
But they are one of the biggest news stations in America.
Fox News is
Sometimes you have to
huge.
sleep with an enemy to expand your hubris, but they'd have to send in their best soldier, their
no.
David, in order to fight the Goliath of Fox News. So they picked their longest running moderator, somebody who could be a beacon of their message.
I would just say, stay tuned. Day of reckoning will come.
January 26th.
Why is Papa John talking about the Day of Reckoning? Is he talking about the next time he's going to use the N-word? Is that what he meant? Like, I think that's what it could be, guy. He's gonna say it again. He can't stop.
2022, the Day of Reckoning.
Yeah.
They eventually got the spot on Fox News, and well, let's get into that. Now let's break down this interview because
Oh boy.
it's a doozy.
Yep. Here we
First
go.
off, the man giving the interview, Jesse Waters.
This guy's such an asshole. Like, he's such a complete dickhead. In my opinion, I think that he made the guy, the anti-work guy or whoever, like, he made them look sympathetic because he was just so rude and obnoxious to them.
Fox News anchor, and while not the top dog, definitely a known face. Now, there's a chance you might recognize this guy, even if you don't watch Fox News. This is because he conducted the legendary BG Cumby Antifa interview, where he pretended to be an Antifa member, essentially making a mockery of everybody involved, and it's a very funny interview.
Was the horse a racist Trump supporter?
Yes. But Waters has learned from his mistakes, as you're about to see. He's also known for bringing in these ridiculous characters to make fools of
That's obviously what he does. Is he goes on there, you know, he's this clean-cut businessman that's on a suit, and he brings on this guy, right? And what's he gonna talk about? Or he brings on an Antifa member. That's what happens.
themselves in kind of a trollish
It's
way.
Murray,
a
yeah.
red flag for sure. But it's an obstacle they would have to overcome. Hello, my majority male audience. Did you know that 2 out of 3 of you will experience hair loss by the time you're 35? That's where today's sponsor, Keeps, comes into play. Keeps is here to deliver you generic pharmaceutical meds at half the price of the other companies. It'll ship right to your door, and they have 24/7 care and support. So if you ever have any issues or questions, you can always contact them about your hair loss. To get 50% off your first order, go to
Guys, it's not a targeted ad. Like, he just put this in a video, and I happen to be watching. Like, it's not a targeted ad. He didn't edit this in knowing that I would watch the video, okay? Just stop.
.com/GhostGum or click the link in the description. That's KEEPS.com/GhostGum. And with that, let's get back into it. Now let's talk about the interviewee, Doreen Ford. Username AbolishWork, Reddit moderator, work hater, and masturbate, coming on to share the message of anti-work with millions of people. She has 2 goals here: preach the message of anti-work and don't get caught in a trap. Pretty simple. So let's go. Question.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, 2 different goals. Preach the message of anti-work. I have no idea. I don't know. There was a conversation about this person being transsexual. I have no idea. It's hard for me to know. It's just a person on TV. I got no clue.
question by question. I'm going to paraphrase it a bit to keep it concise, but if you want to listen to the full interview, the link is in the description. Waters asks, why do you feel you should be getting paid for doing nothing? Doreen gives a very long-winded answer that boils down to, we don't want people to be forced to work in conditions they don't want to. We are not fully against work. Waters follows up with, well, you're not being forced to work. You can quit whenever you want and get another job, right? He also says,
I don't understand really what this is about, except it sounds like maybe people are just being lazy.
which is followed by,
So I think laziness is
I like how he says lazy, and he's like really trying here not to smile too much. He's trying super hard. He's like, don't, oh, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it real quick. Oh, I'm gonna get it.
laziness is a virtue. Now, it would be very easy for Waters to step in and slam dunk this person right now, but he knows the art of war. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
Yeah.
They then end up moving on to working hours, where Doreen talks about appropriate working hours, to which she states she works 20 to 25 hours a week. Waters asks, what do you do? This is the moment where everybody watching this video collectively face palms.
so I would like less work hours.
What do you do, Doreen?
A dog walk.
But
here's the thing. Somebody gotta walk the dogs. I mean, somebody gotta walk the dogs. What's wrong with walking the dog? That's a job? Yeah, it's a job. There are these guys, and like, I will walk to the store, and they'll be walking, like, I'm talking like 7, 10 dogs at a time. And like, they have like these like little scooters or like rolly things that are on there. And they're like these motorized scooters, and they have all the dogs pulling them on these like motorized scooters, while they have like on one hand like a fucking phone, and they're listening to Tame Impala. It actually sounds like a good job. Like, you just get pulled around the neighborhood listening to Tame Impala on like a scooter for like 2 hours, and then you go home. Like, no, really, like they're chilling, man. Like, what's wrong with that?
it gets worse. And while I could describe it, I think it's better if I just show you.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Okay.
And the interview ends on this note.
I think this might not be the greatest idea, but who am I to judge? To each their own.
That's right.
It's a free country.
Now, I don't know about you, but this was hard to watch. I have a big stomach for cringe, and this was tough to get through.
I thought, I didn't see, like, in my opinion, I thought that Jesse was the bigger asshole here. Like, Doreen might be a clown, right? It's like, yeah, sure, it's like he's a bit of a clown, but like, I mean, I don't know. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know? Is the audio weird? Yeah, it's just, it's not much of a thing. Asshole equals wrong. Yeah, the guy was an asshole. That's all there is to it. Like, yeah, he goes on there, brings somebody on there, makes them look like a dickhead, and that's it.
To watch this many times to make this video, and it never gets easier. Seeing somebody get interviewed on a major news outlet with zero preparation and zero social awareness, taking the bait that everybody knew was coming, and just
Asshole versus
completely
clown.
bombing. It really is a historical moment. So
Well, this is what the problem was with anti-work. Is like the moment that the one thing people don't like that kills internet movements is whenever they look stupid. Is because people don't like looking stupid, especially not on Reddit. Like, if people look stupid on Reddit, they will delete their post, they'll delete their whole account. Like, I don't know what it is about Reddit, but people just cannot afford to take an L on that website, man. It is impossible.
Out on anti-work about the Fox News interview, and at first the mods seemed happy about the job and were actively promoting the interview. The community, however, didn't. But I mean, why are they shocked? One of the anti-work moderators went on to an interview doing zero work to prepare for it. Why are you surprised? Now, after this interview, you had one of two reactions.
He didn't do work
you
to
had a
prepare
laugh
for it.
at the insane cringe, or you were angry. And let me tell you, most of the people on anti-work were not happy. Remember how I talked about the factions earlier?
Oh, they were mad. And then, like, that person, like, they were so furious at them because, like, a lot of people that were part of, like, I don't know, you could call, like, this the movement, right? Is all of these people were pissed off because they just had this person go on And now anybody who thinks of anti-work is going to think of this person. And that's not necessarily a good thing. Not at all.
Well, it turns out a good chunk of these people were not happy with the mod going on Fox News in the first place, either because they don't support Fox News or they knew this would happen. Originally, the mods were quick to remove any comments calling out this disaster of an interview, banning people, removing posts, deleting comments, standard stuff. Although the banning was not very effective and it was very slow, especially when the posts were getting so many upvotes and so much attention. They had a full-blown mutiny on their hands.
Yep. 24%.
People with legitimate concerns claiming that this ruined the sub's image.
Oh, it
and then
did.
there were people going in there to troll. Come on.
It absolutely did.
Okay, it's a little bit funny. People saying that this made them look like lazy, unemployed losers. I mean, it's literally called anti-work. So they said, fuck it. Nuclear option. Subreddit has gone private due to quote-unquote brigading. It was eventually restored with a nice 4-step reopening plan. For a subreddit. Proposed.
This is always what it is. It's like these people, like, I was just like, I could not even fucking believe that. That's the whole point. Yeah, it's anti-work. Nah, the thing is, like, you have, like, these Reddit mods, and you shouldn't look at Reddit mods to be the people that you're like, oh, yeah, these guys really know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they actually understand this. Like, no, it actually has, like, these are just mods on Reddit. They have no idea. Like, anarchists, yeah. Like, I'm unemployed and an anarchist. I've been surfing subreddit since 2020. It's helped me in my journey whenever I started to begin to be unemployed. I can see how. When I began to read the subreddit, I was a leftist liberal, namely a social democrat. I've been reading some of the literature from the library, for example, Bob Black's Abolition of Work. Oh my God.
By a 21-year-old unemployed anarchist. You can't write this stuff. I'm not making. I couldn't make this up if I wanted to.
I was a 21-year-old unemployed anarchist. What are you trying to say? Yeah, what are you trying to say? And also long-term unemployed? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't want to fucking work, dude. My goal in life was to never have a job. That was it. I never wanted a job. All I wanted to do was sit around and play video games with the boys. That was all I wanted to do ever. And it's like now I work all day, every single day, tirelessly to make sure that I never have to get a job.
They removed the mod who went on Fox News to appeal to the masses and tried to do as much damage control as they could. But unfortunately, the people were fed up. People tried to blame Fox News, saying that they were acting in bad faith.
They were.
And it's like...
They were.
Yeah, of course they were. A mainstream news outlet acting in bad faith. Wow, this is news to me. With the hardcore censorship going on in the main subreddit, it just fed into the stereotype of the movement. So people did what they did before. Split off into factions.
Yeah, it's like a stereotype. It's like you see a brony, and you bring on a brony to talk about things, and he starts, like, talking about clopping and stuff like that. Or you bring on somebody who is... you know, like really into atheism, and he's like wearing I don't know, like a Richard Dawkins t-shirt or something like that, and it's like he's got the God delusion behind him. Magmore with the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's always what it is. Clopping? What the fuck is clopping? What's clopping? Oh, so clopping is basically whenever bronies masturbate to the My Little Pony characters. Yeah, that's what it is. I've been on the internet 20 years. It's, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad.
In this case, it meant different subreddits. While there were a few that sprung up, one of the biggest ones was r/work reform, created by user Reopol. It was supposed to be anti-work without all the nonsense. It lasted a few days before it was destroyed because of, you guessed it, the mods, who ended up banning the creator of the sub for standing up for democratic principles. So I've been wanting to talk about this for a while, and now I think is the perfect time. When a subreddit gets an influx of users in a short period of time, it can be difficult for the original owners and mods to keep up with it. So what usually will happen is experienced mods will come and offer a helping hand. Most of these subreddits say yes to help clean up their forum and make things run smoothly. But what happens is they have to give the new mods unchecked powers to do whatever they want. And most experienced mods are power mods. This happens to almost every big subreddit. You ever wonder why every front page subreddit feels exactly the same? Politics. It made me smile. Am I the asshole? Today I fucked up. Because they're all modded by the same group of people. And it doesn't even take a general consensus of the mods. If one mod gives power to another mod, it can completely change the sub. Two good examples are Dark Jokes and Reddit Moment, which are shells of what they used to be due to mod abuse. This exact...
Well, no, it's not because of mod abuse. It's because dark humor, half of dark humor is things that are politically incorrect, and they're against the terms of service. Like, the jokes that you could make that were dark humor 10 years ago are bannable today. Of course dark humor is going to die. The only place you can go to get dark humor is on 4chan because you can't get banned. Like, that's the reason. Yeah, you're not going to have this on Reddit.
Same thing happened to Work Report. Power mods got involved due to the main guy being unable to moderate for 500,000 people, and I don't blame him, especially when he's making the standard Reddit mod salad. But seeing what the subreddit started to turn into, this guy said he believes in freedom of speech and democracy. That even if people disagree with the core message of the sub, they should be allowed to voice their concerns and have discussion.
Džene mi gospodin biciklo od 1500 eura.
Evo, pobroj pare za biciklu.
A, plače u postelji. Ne znam, mogu je da zameni da uzme relativno dobar auto, čini mi se za te pare. Pa ko sam ja da sudim o tome?
Pazi, ja mislim da je mogao lako.
Mislim, meni ne treba automobil, ne radim takav posao. On koji se svaki dan vozika, mislim da bi profitirao od toga više nego ja, na primjer. Molim. Ja da mu uništim.
Nešto te izboksuzirao.
Da, ja donosim lošu sreću. Babske priče, da. Možeš misliti.
Ja, kako te nije sramota da ljudima...
Ne, što bi me bilo sramota.
Ljudima urniše škola. Ali ne u redu.
Motorno vozilo, kućka mi si za to.
Koliko je toplo danas je?
Toplo? Možda kod vas u gradu, kod nas je bilo prijatno, ali toplo nije.
35 stepeni.
Ne, to je zbog betona. Kod nas je bilo 25 možda, ne više. Vi izlomite beton, posadite travu, da viš kako će pada temperatura.
Ima trave tu.
Ima, malo između zgrada, da. Po onim parkićima, tamo ima trave, da. Ima trave u džepu, ima huligana, što se toga tiče.
One suve trave.
Da, one sušene trave.
You know what happened to him after he voiced this?
What?
Well, I kind of spoiled it, but post removed and you're banned. The guy who literally started the subreddit was banned from it. Not for disagreeing.
That's the way it goes. See, people don't want to... Everybody likes democracy whenever people are voting on their side. That's and really, I always, as I said many times, I am always very much a doomer with this kind of stuff. I always assume that people only want what's beneficial to them, and the moment that it's not beneficial to them, they change their mind. And that's all it is. Yeah, they're like, oh, we love democracy. People aren't voting in my way? Yeah, I mean, this shit's rigged. I mean, we can't just let people make decisions for themselves. They don't know what they're talking about. We gotta have a, you know, a group of people that makes decisions for everybody else, right? I mean, that's what it is.
Agreeing with the message, but for defying the echo chamber.
Yeah.
Now, usually when something this insane happens, it starts some drama. And the biggest drama subreddit was, well, subreddit drama. A few people tried to post this guy's story on the sub.
Apparently, like, I've actually been posted on there. Because there's been drama on my subreddit, too. And I've been posted on here, too, because I've just completely had, like, it's LSF. Well, LSF is, like, its own thing, right? Like, this is a whole subreddit that's built around drama from other subreddits. That's it.
Reddit only for them to be removed.
Yeah.
Huh?
Here's
Well,
what
it turns out that the owner of subreddit
people love
drama
it.
is buddy-buddy with the owner of anti-work and
Yeah.
now work reform. So any posts trashing anti-work or the mods would be removed or archived.
Of
Just
course.
complete corruption at every level. And, well...
Well, in my opinion, like, that's just the way that all this stuff goes. You're always going to have corruption. And that's life. Like, you have to expect that everything is rigged. And if you expect that everything is rigged, then it's completely fine. It's like whenever people disagree with me in chat on something that's stupid, I just ban them. I don't explain it every time, and I'm not gonna go through this and like, I'll go through that. I just ban them. And that's the way people do with like different communities. There's a lot of people out there who are, there are these like super argumentative people that like have to always have the last word in things, and they feel like because they disagree with something, you're obligated to hear them out and like listen to what their point of view is. And the truth is, like, that's not really true. Like, for example, like that guy earlier today that was like trying to make these tweets like comparing me saying that like you should spit on store mount owners as if it's the same thing as like getting mad at streamers for doing gambling. Like, these are not the same thing at all. Like, this is completely fucking different. And anybody can see that because gambling streamers are getting paid $1 million. They're not going to care about being spit on because there's not really that, there's nothing at stake there, right, with amount. And Albake, same extra 5 good subs, right? Thank you very much, yeah. But, like, if I go and I explain this every time, if I go and I do this every time, then that's all I'm doing is I'm, like, explaining shit to other people, right? It's yeah, you've got to have something, yeah, there's nothing at stake. That's exactly it. And it's that simple. And what if it really fucks you over? How's that fair? I got fired for reasons I think are wrong and I can't do anything about it? Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it was. Like, I have no idea, man. Yeah, I can't guarantee or whatever. Getting permit sucks, then don't be annoying. Then don't be annoying. Don't try to do some smart thing. That's what it is. Asmon turned the WoW servers back on? I can't. I can't turn them on until later on today, man. Blizzard said I have to shut them down so people play Diablo Immortal. Yeah, it's like people always try to have like that argument or whatever, or try to fucking like come out on the other side. Like if somebody approaches me in what I consider like like something that's kind of like, this is not done in bad faith, I guess, and it's not like argumentative, I'll usually try to respond to it. But if it's done in bad faith, I don't really take it seriously. You know, like there's no reason to. Debate me Andes, yeah.
That's it. The anti-work movement didn't battle it out until the 5th round. It made it to the big leagues and was KO'd right at the start of the 1st round. And while it's still up today, the posts are even more pathetic given the circumstances. I'm not saying it's dead
what's
forever.
What's that there?
Posts are even more.
People should clock in whenever they leave home, but not whenever they get to work. The commute is not free time. Uh-huh. Yeah, I bet that's definitely gonna happen. There's no way that could get abused at all. Yeah, sure, guys. That's great. Good idea. Absolutely. That's true, though? I don't think so. I think that's bullshit.
Pathetic, given the circumstances.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's dead forever. Maybe it'll come back, but it's in dire straits. While work reform and all the other split-off subs exist, they're nowhere near as close to what anti-work was at its peak. r/anti-work, a tale of mods tanking a sub, which at this point should be a Greek epic, given how it's the story arc of so many subreddits. And yeah, I think that's it. I'm not forgetting anything about the mods or the one who went on Fox News. Oh my god. Allegedly.
Yeah, it's allegedly. Who knows about that? Yeah, people get mad about me. They said rich take, man. I don't make a decision on something as to whether it's a good idea theoretically or not. Theoretically, it's a good idea that people could be compensated for the time that they commute to work. The reason why it's a bad idea is because it's so easy to be abused. And if you have something that's that easily abused, you're just not going to have anything happen. It's going to create more problems than it will solve. Like, you're going to how? People clocking in saying traffic was bad. And then what if traffic wasn't bad and they just want to get paid more money? How can you verify that? You have no way of deciding that. How can people who are working farther away get there ahead of time? There's like a million different ways that people can play the system. So whenever I look at anything as if it's a good idea or not, the first thing that I do is I look and I see if it's something that can be taken advantage of or not. And if it can be taken advantage of, then it's probably a bad idea. And so you work backwards to think, like, is there a way that you can have this without people taking advantage of it? And in my opinion, I think that you really can't. It's the same thing as, like, people that, like, would take smoke breaks. And, like, people would get mad that, like, people would take smoke breaks because they weren't normal breaks. And it's like, well, then why should somebody be able to do that if they smoke cigarettes and I don't? Like, I don't smoke cigarettes. Am I being punished for being healthy? You know, it's these kinds of things. And so, yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think it is. Just make it average time based on distance. Well, that's not going to be fair for a lot of people then. Like, average isn't fair. It's just that's the average. Yeah, and so that's the way I look at stuff. Compensation for travel costs is better middle ground. Maybe that could be the case, sure. I think it depends on the job. I think also, like, another big factor is, like, how much can you, like, tell an employer that they have to do something for you? Right? How much can you tell somebody, like, you have to do this for me? And I think that's also what a big difference is, too. People wouldn't get hired if they live farther away. That's a great point. Yeah.
Čuješ, ne? Neka radi da zaradi.
Yes, that's a great fucking point. Absolutely. Again, these are ideas that are really smart and good on a surface level, but the moment that you apply any type of criticism to them, they immediately fall apart. Okay. I want to watch the John Cena one, if you want me to be honest. I really want to see that. Yeah, there we go. Let's see here. And what's this? Look, robots operate all business. Yeah, that's what it is. In EU, people are paid untaxed daily money for whenever you're too far for work. Also paid the mileage of your car. That's crazy. They would make everything more expensive too. You're always competing with people that'll take a job for less than you will. That's always true, yeah. And like, again, like that's when it's going to become more and more the case. I want to say, I've never watched a video from this guy Ghost Scum before, but I'm going to watch another one and see what it's about. But I really like this, I really like this video. I thought this was a great video. I'm going to link it to you guys. You guys can give us up. What do you guys think? Do you guys like it or what? Timer? All right. We'll look at the verdict timer, okay, guys? All right, 26 seconds. Yeah, we'll do that in between, okay, guys?
Jano, skočijaš.
Hello everybody and welcome back to a double concentrated, undiluted dose of Bushido. This is episode fucking 50, who knows, but we've reached 50,000 subscribers! Woo! Well done everyone! Thank you for your continued support, it really does mean a lot to me. So let's not waste any time standing on ceremony. To begin, I've got quite an interesting one for you. It's a drunk fighting style versus a real karate fighting style. Now, the interesting thing to take away from this is the fact that it's an arranged fight. So pretending to be drunk kind of loses its tactical advantage when you're aware that they're not actually drunk, but let me not spoil it for you. Let's have a look. Sorry about the pixelation. They had to choose between hiring a graphic designer to make that little intro segment and actually getting a camera that isn't glued to the back of a potato battery. But they made their choice and they live and die by it. I can't claim to be well versed in the drunken fighting style, unless of course someone skips in front of me on my line to get a kebab at the end of the night. That being said, does it not lose any tactical advantage of pretending to be drunk when they know that it's coming? Because when you're bobbing your head about, they're gonna land a fucking kick right in your gob. I'll say one thing though, he's got the drunkenness down to a T, because he's staggering everywhere, getting lamped in the face, and he's not landing any hits. So he's really got the drunken aspect down to a T. Maybe the guy actually is drunk, because he's eating those kicks like Big Bertha on cheat day. Well, there you have it. The drunken fighting style is not very effective. I'm going to give it 2 cheeseburgers out of 10. Have you seen that Jackie Chan movie? Nah, that's a fucking banger. Man said internal bleeding. Yes, please. I might win this fight, but I'll be shitting glass for days, and that's always a victory. You ever see Enter the Matrix? Well, this is enter the fake tricks. Enter the fake tricks. Fucking write that down. You just stop a fucking genius. Why do people keep on arming blind and deaf kids? I said it once on this channel before, alright? Why is there so many blind, deaf and lame assaulters in the world of martial arts, you know? They give a blind dunce an AK-47 and tell him to guard a door. He's not going to see the ninja guy come in. How can he blind? He can't see his fucking dick coming. If there's ever some sort of civil war in Japan, my god, him and his student's going to be in for a surprise. They're going to be first ones to die, okay? Because they're going to walk up to a dude with a machine gun, and they're going to stick the hand out, and they'll look down and they'll be like, boy, I'm dead. Here's another drunk master, this one instead on TikTok. So you know it's going to be the pinnacle of charismatic, tasteful content. Now, he's supposed to be demonstrating the drunken master. However, me as a keen observer realises that that's not what he's actually trying to do. He's trying to create a new TikTok dance trend so he can pick up those underage women, those underage TikTok women. That is good currency as far as he's concerned. Oh, what's up with all the fucking warpy shit? Has he like edited it to try and make his gut go away? I don't understand why it's warping so much. Unless he's channeling so much chi, he's literally bending reality around him.
So everybody dance now.
Was there any noise to that video clip, or perhaps I forgot to export
I got the power, huh?
sound? But actually, he was moving too fast for the camera.
I got the power.
By the time the sound reached the microphone, he was already fucking playing GTA in the next room. He was done. He was out of there. Truly an impressive feat of martial arts skill, wearing a sanitary towel to hide his identity in case people seek him down to learn the way of the fucking martial arts expertise. If you were wondering the secret to that kid's success, he does have a tutorial on his channel where he explains how he was able to do such fast punching, entitled How to Do Faster Punching. Let's have a look. You better still had your notepad and pen out, son of a bitch, you. Because there you go. The trick to punching faster is to punch faster. Step 2, get the bitches. That's what my sensei always said. First you get the punches, then you get the power, then you get the bitches. I think that ninja guy in the back is the kind of real deal dude. He looks like the character I made in the Dark Souls character creation stream. He out here looking like fucking sideshow Miyagi.
Old days, but now he's training the 15th to be able to best. And you go up in front of the room, in front of all of your peers, and you kneel down. And then a guy with a sword gets behind you and pulls the sword up over his head and is supposed to have no intention at that moment. They try and cut down and hit you in the head. And you have to sense this and roll out of the way.
They're listening for the sound and the feeling of the motion behind them, which is still impressive. I don't really have an issue with that so much. I mean, it would be more interesting if they were using a real samurai sword. Then I'd be interested in watching. You know, like if he fails, you get his head locked straight off. That would be an impressive feat of skill. But while you're here, do you want to help me reach 100,000 subscribers? It's the next milestone. I don't know what else to achieve. 100,000, maybe I'll reach in my lifetime. And I'll die a happy man. If everyone watching this video just hits subscribe, then I'll reach 100,000 in no time. It's a genius tactic, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't require much thought. I don't need you to sit behind me and hit me on the head with your schlong for that to make sense. Come on, easy look. But before you go, but watch this video. Wow, what a great video it is. I don't care what you're doing. If you're busy, if your grandma's got in a car accident, you're watching this fucking video. Much love. Bye-bye. Fake martial arts is the gift that just keeps on giving. Now we've all seen The Crouching Tiger. But let me present to you the Screamy Dude. suffering from pre-birth contractions is a visual representation of a Karen when you ask her to calm down after she's asked to speak to a manager. Needless to say, if being a loud bitch made you a good martial artist, there'd be a lot of women out there that could kick a lot of people's asses.
Would have the ability to affect a person in that way. What's even stranger is the idea that using the sound and projecting energy can actually knock somebody out. Samantha is going to try for her first time to actually knock me out using just the sound and the energy projection.
So here we have another morbidly obese fake martial arts master claiming that his student can knock him out using chi. The irony in this video clip being that he looks like he's already going into cardiac arrest before she even begins. I feel like he was going into heart failure when it began, and she really just, it was the final blow. Witness is a new form of martial arts when you want to engage in enraging your little brother but don't want to get in trouble with your mum for actually hitting him. It's called no kicky pissy wissy. Now what you thought you might have saw was a drunk man doing nothing, but what he was actually doing was using his chi to open doors to alternative realities. Wind noise is also just the backdraft from the power exuberating from his knuckles as it glides through the air, creating immense amounts of torque. What I'm saying is everyone's tough, but if you're ever on the floor lying down to the left of someone you're attacking and they kick you like that, you're done out here. You're done out here. It's home time for you, boy. Yo, for real, who stopped their granddad from taking their meds, alright? This is fucked up. You took his medication away from him and you set up a camera. Take back everything I said, that move was badass. That's right, when cerebral palsy get their fucking protein on. This is Gregory. Gregory came over to drop off the milk. Now he's helping this martial arts. Gregory's scared. There's even a gun on the mantelpiece. No wonder he's pretending he can't hit this. He's got a sword and a gun and a McDonald's balloon on there. This man is schizophrenia personified. actually very useful strategies for those frequent occasions when people come up to you with thin twine wrapped around your ankle and stand away and scream, "Come here, boy," like rogue cattle rustlers in the town centre. Very frequent occurrence nowadays. It's pretty unsettling. Steve didn't even bother taking the towel off today. He was like, "Fuck it. I'm wilding out here in my gown. I'm gonna make a cuppa and I'm gonna lay down some justice in between." I've heard that Universal Cinema are in the works of making a movie about this man's life called Crouching Tiger, Hidden Disability.
Grab hold of my hand. Grab. Good. Now I'm going to try and pull you. I want you to resist as much as possible. Do not, you're done with me. Don't let me pull you. Resist. But the sound to get the energy in the room moving towards me is actually the word me. So if you resist, and I say me, he's not able to resist me any longer. The energy actually forces him towards me.
It's your years of overeating, my friend, that allows you to drag that skinny man towards you. Not by saying me. By saying me wants to eat more cheeseburgers is what achieved this. If I was a TV presenter and I just fucking exposed him mid-show, I would rip him so bad he'd go home and he'd burn his black belt. He would be ripping people's belts off and just burning them as they were walking past, out of fear of ever wearing a belt again, is how bad I'd rip him if I'd managed to expose him like that on live television. Wasted, squandered potential, that is. So I'm going to show one more clip here of a fake martial artist I found online, but before I do, if you're not already, please consider subscribing to the channel. I make regular content, a lot of it about fake martial artists, or just fake people in general. It's all pretty consistent, and I enjoy making it, so if you haven't already, you're new to the channel, like and subscribe. If you are a returning subscriber, just like the video. Also, if you've seen any fake martial artists you'd like me to make a video on, just leave them in the comments below and I'll check it out, and I'll shout you out if I do make a video about them. The jingles were optional. They opted for the jingles, but you've got to appreciate the price of the thing. Now, in general, it's probably not a good idea to trust a martial artist that looks like a mixture between Dr. Evil and King Jong-un, because that whole outfit he's wearing screams evil villain. It does not scream trustworthy martial arts master.
Phát súng năng kình rồi. Tập mạnh nha.
Goddamn, My Hero Academia is based off of this man's life. He didn't even bother wearing martial arts gear. He comes in a suit, alright? He's beating up bad guys by day, selling stock shares by night.
Không phải mình muốn nữa mà tự nhiên nó động giá.
Yeah, that shit's worth a round of applause, you fucking imbeciles. Now, as a general rule of thumb, and it seems to be true across every video I've reviewed, the more sophisticated the movements, the more fake the fight style. If you look at regular MMA, if you look at Krav Maga, kickboxing, most of these will have just basic compound movements, you know?
Về một mối đánh về cũng đỡ, tưởng đỡ được, làm sao đỡ được, đỡ rồi, cơ sở rất là dễ dàng, 3 cái.
I bet that man's able to pull his breeches down, take a big steaming shit on the floor, pick it up, smear it in the opponent's faces, and then all his students surrounding him will clap and give him a little pat on the back for being such a big,
brave martial artist that carries a pen in his front pocket to training sessions. But look, I'm going to end the video there. It's been another fake martial arts masters favourite video series of mine. So like I say, please be sure to like, subscribe, show your support and all that jazz. And I'll see you next time on the next Totally Pointless video. Bye bye.
Few things are more horrific than everyday life. Take this concept and add a VHS CRT effect and you've got yourself a recipe for some truly unsettling games. It's a theme few have tackled despite how effective it's been in past media, from Manhunt to Videodrome. These are true micro indie titles made by two Japanese friends using Unity. They're simple, janky and unpolished, but also they're a passion project between just two people. They're not action-packed or cinematic, they're tense and unique, offering a small snapshot of the horrors lurking beneath the surface of Japan, brimming with the folklore and culture that territory comes with. So let's begin with this anthology of Japanese horror, starting with the closing shift. The game opens with an unnamed barista who's late for her shift. We have to get ready and head out, taking the stairs down, when on the ground we find a phone ringing. We grab the phone and track down his owner. Right off the bat, this dude gives off creepy vibes. His bizarre face model doesn't help. He just stands there now staring at us with his stupid compressed face. But it's a free country, so we get into our car and head to work. A coffee shop that, for legal purposes, is 100% not a Starbucks ripoff. Inside, our manager scolds us for being late and explains how the tutorials work, which are a series of educational VHS tapes. I do love an interactive twist in a tutorial, especially one that keeps you anchored in the game's world, but they're worthless. It's nearly impossible to see what's going on, but hey, you know, A for effort. Walking onto the shop floor, a chill, lo-fi beat kicks in, and our shift begins. The start of each day is spent creating and serving different drinks. There are a bunch of different recipes and you'll have to refer to the board in the staff room to put them together as orders fly in. Frothing milk or adding a variety of syrups, it's the core mechanic and it's surprisingly fun once you get into the swing of it. Like a mindless simulation game or a greatly simplified Overcooked. Different customers all have their own quirks and personalities, ranging from tweakers to a group of bros buying each other their coffees. The models and animations are different. They're certainly not Chilla's specialty, but they're made by two people. All things considered, it's not awful and generally kind of fits the uncanny aesthetic of the game. Aside from the time our manager left, clipped through his car, possessed it, then drove away. One of the earliest customers we serve talks about the rise of stalker cases. She also subtly calls us clapped, then orders a mocha chip basic bitchiato, but the tone is already set. You can't not pay attention to her forewarning. There's a stalker out there. Eventually, the last customer will stumble in, wearing a trench coat and looking dodgy. We're one wrong order away from getting a flash in. But this is a detective who's scouting the area, looking into the crazed stalker reports. He claims that we should close shop early if we want to be safe. Advice we take up and begin the close. Each night there are a few different cleaning duties we have to carry out. Tonight we have to sweep the floor, heading to 5 different dirty spots around and holding the mouse button on it for a few seconds. This cleaning section is cleverly impactful because we've just been warned about the creep on the loose, and the second the customers are gone and the cleaning begins, the happy jingle instantly turns off. You feel like the environment's becoming hostile. You go from this to this. Pure, unnerving silence. Even the shop design is very clever here. It's like 90% window, which means when you're by yourself at night, anyone can see in and see what you're getting up to, while it's very hard for you to see out. We carry out our duties and finish sweeping when the power cuts. Now in the dark, we have to make our way to the breaker in the storeroom, walking through the dark, silent store, all the while knowing a stalker is out there. Turning the power back on, milk cans are spilt all around. Milk returned and the floor swept. The day ends and we get a flash of what looks like someone hiding in a closet. A closet that looks mightily familiar. The second day begins, in which our first customer claims that a weird man was standing in the window staring at us, but when we check it out, no one's there. As the night progresses, increasingly weird customers will rear their head, and that actually means making the drinks becomes kind of tense because of one reason. You have to turn your back on the customer to make it. You're exposed. Naturally, our back is the most vulnerable part of us. You want to protect it. It's instinctual, and here, with a creep on the run and weird things happening around us, we have to take our eyes off of the customers and just hope for the best. Anyway, we make this dude his coffee, and he walks to the back corner of the shop, the only area you can't keep an eye on. And once he leaves, we have more chores. We have to clean the tables and take out the bins. But while we're taking them out, a van enters the car park and slowly crawls alongside us. Then stops dead in front of the bins and sits there until we leave. A lot of the horror in Chilla's game comes from implication. This could just be a dude turning around in a car park, or it's a threat, it's intimidation. And when clearing the tables at the back corner, we find a picture of ourselves from the window. But there was only one customer that sat there, the man in the grey hoodie. Day 3. We leave the flat as usual, but on the way down, we bump into this absolute arsehole. Now that was such an unnecessary jump scare. What's this woman doing? A Saints Row style insurance fraud? Speed around the corner like that again and I'll boot the crib over. Don't try me, bitch. At work, we speak to our manager, who not only doesn't believe we're being stalked, but implies we're clapped before dashing out the door. The real kicker here, despite raising our concerns, he doesn't even have the decency to close the back door behind him. After a good day's work, we begin bussing tables again, when we hear a high-pitched buzz come from the intercom. Looking at the camera, there's a man stood in the drive-thru. I personally wouldn't go out there under any circumstances, but we don't have a choice. So we head out to find the driveway empty. And in his place, we find a note on the menu. Taking the letter, we find a proclamation of love for us. You know, your typical incel shit, but all very worrying. The next day, the doorbell rings and we find another creepy letter where the stalker claims to know us better than anyone, claiming that he lost his phone and we found it for him. This confirms that the man at the start of the game was the stalker and his obsession is getting out of hand. It's snowing now, so piles of ice and snow were building up on the ground. Weirdly, it's kind of reassuring because the white reflections make the dark corners feel brighter. They're less likely to hide some dude jerking his dingling. Arriving at our car, we're in trouble. It ain't working, so we have to take the bus. And after a short ride, we arrive at the coffee shop, but as the bus is pulling away, we see our stalker in the back window, who must have been sat behind us the entire time. And man, you have to know that dude is sniffing the seat when you get up. You just have to know. In the shop, we have to find our manager, where we get a very rare video game shitter scare. I don't blame him for that. If I was squeezing out a big one and some gal barged in, I'd scream too. We carry out our shifts, even getting a visit from legendary Lil Tweaker. Then at the end of the day, we carry out the regulars, chucking out the bins and cleaning the toilet and finishing up. The room goes dark. Through the back window, we see a countdown begin and ghostly apparitions appear. They request drink after drink endlessly as the counter slowly ticks down, and it's implied that we have to fulfill these orders in time lest we face the spirit's wrath. But try as you will, there are just too many, and eventually the time runs out. It was a nightmare. I don't know if I'm giving it too much credit, but this scene could represent how she views the customers. Each one could potentially be her current or even future stalker. We see each one as a potential threat to our safety. It's like an anxiety driven. Whatever the case, it's back to work. This time for our final shift. The detective is first in the door. Apparently we called him last night out of fear of our stalker, and he compliments our decision, claiming that the police wouldn't be able to help. Then he offers to look around the area to see what he can find. Nothing particularly untoward happens until the last customer arrives and they seem iffy. She asks if the antenna is having work done because there's a man on the roof. Oh jolly. Assuming it's the detective, we grab a ladder, head over and climb up to find a hatch leading into the locked storeroom. Jumping down, we discover a dirty living quarter, the same one we've seen in the different flashes through the stalker's eyes. He's been living in the coffee shop this entire time. With the shocking revelation, we have to shut up quick and get out, binning the remaining food and doing a quick stock check. The music and tension are building up massively here, and now you could ask why she doesn't just leave or call the police, but you know, it's a horror game. Creating scary scenarios trumps logic. Job's complete, we only have one last objective, flipping the closed sign. The stalker's played his hand, and this time he means business, blocking the way out and looking to cause us serious harm. But now we have to figure out what to do. There are technically 3 ways the game can end, depending on what you do now. One option is just running out the back and getting utterly steamrolled. Not a great option, to be honest, so what else can we do? Well, we can try a stealthy escape, taking the screwdriver from the storeroom, opening the vent in the toilet and sneaking to our car. The only problem is, we forget to check the back seat. These are not the main endings. To get the main ending, we need to grab the ladder, which has magically regrown on the wall, get up to the roof. On the way, we can even see the detective lying dead in the cold. The poor bugger. Yeah, this one's for you, Trenchcoat Man, because from here, we can grab a cinder block and drop it on our stalker's head. He drops to the ground and a text dump explains what happens next. Having just killed a man, she runs to the nearby police station asking for help, but when they return, the body's gone. And with nothing else to do, they just bring her back home, leaving her to fend for herself with a crazed stalker killer out there. Not great police work, some might say. Back in our room, the TV signal goes weird, so we decide to call the repairman and notice our phone is missing. Outside, we...
Aj šta, patim se tu s randomima, kidam živce, šta je radiš?
Sa randomima?
Ma. Pa vjerojatno.
Je tu neki Makedonac dolazio, kaže da nabavio mikrofon. Ma nije imao mikrofon ili bar je folirao. Možeš pitati. Ma je Makedonac baš.
Ušao u kanal, šta?
Ma Nenad ga je bio
A, zvao igra igrač.
A da, pa onda je posle on igrao ja s njim i Nenad jednom ili 2 put smo igrali. Dopisivali se s njim. Objasni Nenad ako hoćeš, ako nisam upravo.
Mi mu pričamo, on nam piše.
Da, on nama kucka poruke na Steam.
U igri?
Da. Čovjek kuca poruke. Brate, ja sam izludao. Igrali smo koliko? 2 partije možda. Treću ja mislim da nismo igrali s njim. Ja nisam teo. Znači ne mogu. Ne igram... Ne igram strategiju, razumeš. Igram akcijonu igru. Da mi treba informacija u sekundi. A ne ja da pritisnem dugme, pa da alt tab, pa vidim šta mi je napisao, pa da odgovorim. Ma daj, ko će to da radi? To može da radi možda u mečevima gdje igraš sa randomima, razumiješ, s ljudima koje ono, niti ih znaš, niti ih čuješ. Tako ono, koga jebe, ono, kako bude, bude. Uzmeš jeftin gear i šta ti Bog da.
Baš.
A ovo je kao bilo ozbiljno, znaš. Uopšte nije bilo ozbiljno. Ja sam ga izbjegao. Pitao me on par puta da igramo, ja se ono ljubazno zahvalim, ne igram Hunt, a i istina je, ne igram ga više kao pre.
A kako igra?
Pa igra on solidno dobro, igra okej, samo on hoće mir i tišinu. Kao, znaš, kad igra, kao da čuje.
Kad si u partiju, brate, ne možeš bez komunikacije.
A kao bučni smo, jel tako bilo, Nenade?
Pa dobro, imate drugu sobu, šta?
Ne, nego mi smo bučni, njegovi saigrači, kapiraš?
Pričate bez veze, je?
Pa kao, znaš, on nije sav za taj small talk. Hunt u pičku matorno ozbiljno igra, možeš misliti. A mi svi profesionalci. Ja se začudio kada je čovjek ušao i počeo pričati s nama danas. Jer ko je ovo? Pa kaže, to sam ja. Ja rekao, pa ti pričaš jebote. Jel to? Čekaj. A, to je Deda Mraz.
Deda Roga.
Šta ima magazinovački?
Evo, radimo ove nedjelje 21:0.
Ništa, evo, odigram još jednu partiju, idem da spavam. Ništa posebno. Ja igram sa randomima.
Randomezerima?
O da, Boris, imaš uskoro stare skinove za Hunt, ja mislim. To ti onaj...
Koji će biti?
Bili story.
Će biti onaj... Biće, evo.
Aha.
Koliko će biti? 1000?
Ne, to će ti biti kao Twitch drop, ako se ne varam.
Twitch drop, to mi obavezno javio.
Twitch drop?
Twitch drop, da.
To su tweetovali na ome hashtag he's back.
He's back.
Ima kao silueta, kao bili storija. Dosta ljudi je tražilo, mislim, dosta novih igrača koji su uzeli Hunt pre možda godinu dana. To je relativno novih igrača.
Dobar je skin.
I žalili se ljudi, jebi ga, kako što samo stari igrači imaju to. Ljudi koji imaju Hunt 2-3 godine, samo oni su mogli da dobiju. Mislim je star bar 2 godine skin. Jednom su ga delili, to je to. Nisi mogli da ga kupiš, ništa. To ti isto kao ako si Boris Makić. Ona je Dead by Daylight. Znaš da je Dead by Daylight imao skinove iz one serije Stranger Things? A sad više ne možeš to da kupiš. Jedini način da... A?
Nude nešto zanimljivo na Epiku.
Četvrtkom ti je to, sutra posle 5. Mislim, ako nisi uzeo prošle.
Pa, dosta igara koje su bile ekskluziva za konzole su i Epic kupio od Sony-a. Mi još trebalo PC igrači da se zahvale Epicu na tom. Treba da izađe Uncharted, čini mi se čitav serijal na Epic Store. To ti kao za PC, ali kao Epic ekskluziva.
Čekaj, to ima i za PC, a?
Biće. Možda neće izaći zadnji deo, ali svi ostali hoće. To je ekskluziva bila već i tu za ovaj... Da. Isto tako God of War, ja mislim ne bi gledao Svetlost dana na PC-u da nije bilo Epic Store. Ali nema veze. Što je najjača fora, ja sam kupio God of War na ovom ruskom storu, a sad ne možeš njega kupiš. Znaš, Boris, jesi probao? Jesi ti na europskom ili na ruskom storu? Makić.
Ja sam na... Na Steamu. Za koji nalog mi piće?
Na Steamu.
Na Steamu na ruskom.
Probaj da kucaš God of War.
Piše da ne može, to
ne može. Ali ja ga imam kupljenog u biblioteci, znaš.
Nije samo ta igra, da ne znaš koliko da ne daju kao, sorry kao za vaš...
It's not your region.
Yes.
Njima je žao, što im je žao.
Ne mogu da se prebacim u tu.
Misliš da nam Gaben ponudi opciju da...
Da bavim karti su tu uskoro.
Bojim se da nema ništa od transfera u drugu ligu. Praktično mi tražio preseljenje iz Ruske federacije u Europsku uniju, a? Kako nisu? Turci nisu od Europske unije, ne zebaj. Šta su oni?
Kandidat.
A oni su kandidati samo.
Koji mi?
Boga mi dobro im ide.
Jebote, neće niko da ga ubije, jebo mate, ovo je strašno.
Koga, boss? Je li Assassin možda u pitanju? Ako znam da ima ljudi oko boss arene, kao solo nikad neću ući u boss arenu sa Assassinom, nikad. Jer se uvijek natežem s njim. I može se desiti da ljudi ne iđu, a... Šta mi $1 dolara? Mojić. To bi trebao bude Halloween event u Huntu, znaš, Makić?
Da, sad, to je taj njima demonski praznik.
S tim bi se možda i složio.
A?
S tim bi se možda i složio s tobom.
Lud, najviše ljudi za te praznike nestanu u Americi.
Pa treba nekoga i žrtvovati, znaš.
Evo zbog ti kažem.
Pa znam, ne zajebam se ja s tobom, nego je zabrinjavajuće to zapravo. Pa li se raspravlja s Kerom? Ne mogu da vidim. Dva dana mi je trebalo pređi jednu misiju onome The Arbillions, znaš Makić?
Aha.
2 dana. Prvo sam gledao danas tutorial, jedno pola sata, kako su ljudi predlagali da se to pređe. Jer sam juče igrao sam juče 3 sata, došao do zadnjeg wave-a, došao mi svake strane po 12 onih super mutanata, pregazili. Jel to imate vi jedan bounty na mapi, pa zato tako?
Ma nije 2 ima.
Pa što je takav već onda? Usporen, obično se podele ekipe na 2 boss areni, to ti dođe to.
Take the bounty, man. Ostavili bounty. O, makar je.
Pa možda ide na drugog bossa.
A idemo na drugog bossa, jednog smo ubili, ali zašto ne bi uzeli bounty?
Pa zato što si lakša meta. Malo to logike tebi. Zato što ti vidi s kilometra dolaziš i mogu ti napraviti srčak uš. A ti ne možeš čitavu mapu da skeniraš s tih 5 sekundi. Praj si imao 10. To je bilo OP. Mogu si izaći na kraj mape sa 20 sekundi dark side. Milan je to arčio.
Koliko je bio dark side?
10 sekundi svaki token. Po 10 sekundi. Znači imao si 20 sekundi s kraja na kraj mape da skeniraš. Možeš iz Healing Water Churcha, jesam dobro rekao, da, možda izađeš i na bilo koji deo mape da se ekstrakuješ i neće ti faliti sekundi, znaš. Kao ja naplićem i zasud, neće imat. Ne, imat ćeš. Svaki 100 metara skeniraš po jednom i to ti to. Milin. I onda je kraj tek došao na ideju da kao, pa ajmo po 5 sekundi, znaš. Da, neki seronje koji kao, ja ubijam lagano, znaš. Pravo si. To samo takvi mozgovi mogu da lože. Šta je sa fajtovima da te ljudi puste, izađeš iz boss arene i prate te na 150 metara distance dok nisi na 100 metara do izlaza. I onda ti samo poguraju i pregaze, a ti nemaš više dark side, oni znaju gdje si. Parc.
Ko je za takvu caku, lupač konstrugajevi, lijepe polužene pesteli i tako neki drugi sceni.
Jeste, to su ljudi koji igraju hiljadama sati, kojima je to posao. Oni predlažu izmene, da. Predlažu izmene prema 1-2% populacije koja igra igru.
Jebote, kako me pogodi ovako.
Kroz kaver. Pesteli onaj Australijanac, onaj bivša bivša specijalna jedinica, onaj što više to ne radi, pa je postao streamer samo.
Znao si o ženi.
Pa ne čuo što ga stavila kad igra Tarku. Ja bi ga stavio.
Kaj padajte za njega kad ga žena ostavila? Kaj je radio one streamove kako spava, kako jede?
Vlog, kao dnevni onaj vlog. To vjerojatno ima...
Na neko preživljavanje kad išao isto radio. Ima plaćenika koji gledaju da spava.
Ne, ima ljudi u Srbiji koji gledaju Velikog brata i Farmu kada ovi spavaju. Objasni mi to.
Ovo je to što ste...
Mamu ti jebem mater. 3 ekipe me gađa, jebote, ne mogu da verujem, jebote.
Pascal je. To su ova mail zanimljiv.
Ući da ga nisam ubio sa ovim baletom.
S.W.Frost 1 said. Off to bed. S.W.Frost 1.